Badly. Chapter 177. Destroy it really. How did you talk to your grandma? No matter how fast it is, it can't escape the flying fairy sword, and the light refracts and falls on the body without hiding. Light attribute spirit swords are natural nemesis to evil things. The moment it is drawn down, it breaks through the air, as if it is beating a dog. The moment the light touched him, there was a sizzling sound like hot oil splashing on it, and Xi Zun's body was dissolved, and he was brought together again with his tenacious will. He was dumbfounded, seeing Yi Qiao holding a sword, left saying, "Unfilial son," and right saying, "Good grandson," and whipped that evil spirit into a shapeless shape. Damn it, it sucked his tits. After Yi Qiao whipped it out of shape, she held the evil creature with her bare hands, and snorted, "I'll go talk to it, and teach this unfilial son a lesson." After she finished speaking, she took care of her business and brushed her clothes away, hiding in her chest. The profound sense of merit and fame is gone. A slightly messy crowd was left behind. The girl in green was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. Look, I'll say that this old lady is unusual. And her sword, I have never seen anyone use it. She touched her chin, and saw that the sword light seemed to be the main light. That is extremely rare. I have never heard of this kind of sword on the list of spirit swords. Flying immortal sword. Zhou Xiu shook her head. Impossible. The Fixian sword is still in the sword cave. I have heard of those who passed it on to choose the sword. Yi Qing'an's water-breaking sword. Kunzu and Luoshui recognized the master one after another. Later, he said in a strange tone, "It is said that the elders of Zhanjianzong were furious. It seems that several swords followed the people of Changmingzong. If he was asking about Jianzong, he would be furious. But anyway, this grandma who claims to be 60 years old is definitely weird. At least it is definitely not simple." The girl in green patted Zhou Xiu. "You should communicate with her more. Maybe she is really a master. She is free to mix into the team to test us." Zhou Xiu nodded. Of course he knew. After this experience, it seems that she can't bear her weird character anymore. Yi Qiao was tinkering with the evil that fell into her hands. She stretched out her hand to hold it, pinched it tightly, and threatened viciously, "You don't want to be burnt to ashes, do you?" The evil creature screamed and tried to disperse and escape, but naturally it was unsuccessful in the end. The phoenix fire and the flying fairy sword are the natural nemesis of this evil thing. If it tries to run away, it will be beaten. Seeing the power of the flying immortal sword in her hand, Xi Chong looked at her and nodded submissively. The evil spirit is not an individual, but a creature that exists everywhere. Yi Qiao grabbed one and let it shake people, and it slowly snowballed and became bigger. Neatly rubbed a dozen or so evil dumplings. But evil spirits only have self-awareness. Devouring is its instinct. There is no way to restrain it, and there is no way to make a contract, and grabbing it is also grabbing loneliness. And it can only be burned, but not shredded. Once it is not burned clean, it will come back soon. Very troublesome. Xiao Qi tilted his head and looked at it. It can be killed. Grasp the inside of the field and strangle it to death. Although it can't be killed at one time, it will be good to do it several times. The field is its territory. Don't kill it. Yi Qiao patted Xiao Qi's head. Close it, it will be useful later. Xiao Qi obediently agreed. The domain is not related to living things. KFC is another count. They are all contracted beasts. It is no problem to enter. Xiasong is not a living thing. Of course, swords don't count either. It's been quite lively in the field these days. A few swords wobbled and flew around. Beating Fixian. Why did you beat him? Because Yi Qiao likes to use it. She didn't touch the other few. Fixian shook the blade, and Xi Chong immediately ran away like a mouse. The frost sword poked it, and a layer of ice covered the tip of the sword. making the screaming even worse. Frost was a little confused. So weak. The weak. In Janyan, there is no right or wrong, only grades and strengths. Once labeled as weak, you will only be bullied to death. Sure enough, seeing its reaction, King Qingwawo's Jingong and Lve Ying briefly separated and surrounded them. Where did the little trash come from? Seeing the king's transformation, the vicious balls were formed into balls and kicked back and forth. He and Xiao Qi didn't deal with each other very much. A sword that masters killing, and a kid who kills without batting an eyelid, neither of them are fun. Often fight hard. Now that something new has come in, they decided to put aside the grievances and grudges for the time being, and catch the evil spirits. He, it's so fun. Xi Sui went crazy. What kind of devils are these? Ellipsis. The situation in the palace on the other side was also very lively. Along with the entry of a large number of monks, there were also a lot of charlatans mixed in. All of them were immortal, holding whisks, and seemed to be taller than the elders in their sect. Ming Xuan started to stare at those charlatans, and muttered to himself that he began to doubt his life. I always feel those elders of their sect are fake. No image. Keeping your mouth shut is to make them lose money. Those swindlers were pretty decent. They said a lot of mystifying things, and received the highest standard of treatment. Recently, several groups of self-proclaimed monks have entered the palace. Some are fake and some are real. The highest level of real monks is only at the golden core stage. It is definitely not as good as counting on this group of personal heirs to expect them to get rid of evil cultivators. But Mu Chongshi's own father placed some hope in these liars, gave these people the highest standard of treatment, and had a very respectful attitude, and he did not forget to reprimand his son by the way. Respect the Taoist priest. He has a terrible headache. Ever since the child was abducted by that magic stick, he hadn't seen him several times throughout the year, and finally saw him once. He left in a hurry the next day and asked him what he was going to do, but Mu Chongshi hurriedly dropped a sentence, practice. He was almost pissed off. The throne certainly can't count on this kid, but the royal family can't make a magic stick either. It's been a long time again, and after seeing him, the bastard said something mysteriously. They came with a mission, let him settle down his fellow disciples. The emperor looked at his fellow disciples in an unclear mood, a few boldly walking female cultivators, and a few chattering teenagers who didn't know what they were arguing about. He doesn't look like a serious person. Mu Chongshi said perfunctorily. Oh, how could there be monks? They are all great gods of group dancing. That's why his father would believe in this kind of pretentious trick. Mu Chongshi pointed to several personal biographies below. Here, my fellow disciples. The emperor's meaning was unclear. Are they also a group of dancing gods? Mu Chongshi frowned. No. We are decent people. You will know when my junior sister comes. She is the most serious. That's right, Yi Qiao is a very reliable existence under normal circumstances. Then his father smiled faintly twice. Tolerated his words of forced respect. This group of people has nothing to do with seriousness no matter how you look at it, right? Mu Chongshi scratched his head. Really, they are all very powerful. Anyway, we will protect this place. This is our responsibility. A group of the most talented people of the same age in the comprehension world are basically here. When fighting, I hope his father can still be so firm in thinking that they are all great gods of group dance. It is worth mentioning that Qin Huai and Yi Qing'an and a group of sword repairmen were dressed as women. Not to mention that Yi Qiao is famous, they are too eye-catching. Especially for those geniuses who are famous in the big competition. If you don't pretend to be a little bit, just dealing with those monks who want to catch them is enough trouble. It's pretty good. I can imagine that when the fight broke out, a group of delicate girls tore their skirts apart and drew out their swords to fight. Mu Chongxi shivered. On the other side, Song Hansheng and Ming Xuan were eliminating suspicious persons one by one. Why hasn't Yi Qiao come yet? If Yi Qiao didn't come to gather again, he might not be able to hold back a talisman that would blow up the group of dancers. Those people not only muttered words, but also tried to sprinkle glutinous rice on him. Song Hansheng, who was obsessed with cleanliness, was going crazy. Ming Xuan nodded his chin. Yi Qiao is quiet. Is she not playing a monster, or is she on the way to cause trouble? Be safe, Song Hansheng. Even if Yi Qiao isn't around, we can still solve these things. He clapped his hands. Trust me, I'm a genius. Song Han sneered, and looked up and down at Ming Xuan, who was not ashamed to wear women's clothing. Just count on you. Counting on these wonderful things, Song Hansheng would rather trust Yi Qiao to save the world. Destroy it really. It's actually quite beautiful, Yi Qing'an. Zhu Yu smiled. I don't know what Wen Jianzong went through, but I'm afraid it must not be wonderful, otherwise Yi Qing'an would have no reason to dress up like this. Yi Qing'an said calmly, shut up. There are many forms of summoning evil gods. Sacrificial monks are one kind. With the infiltration of a large number of monks in the palace, those evil cultivators seem to have settled down a lot, but this is more like the calm before the storm. Ellipsis. Many monks gathered in the palace. After Zhou Xiu got the news, they discussed for a while. The girl in green paused. I heard that there are many monks gathered in the palace. Then let's go find evil cultivators elsewhere. In the world, there are not only evil cultivators in the imperial palace, perhaps other princes and generals also hide a lot in their mansions. All kinds of sacrifices are carried out quietly. Yi Qiao thought the same way. Since there are 4 chief disciples from 5 sects in the palace, there shouldn't be any problem. Zhou Xiu nodded in agreement. Many people have disappeared recently. But those who disappeared were all monks, and ordinary people were safe and sound. Evil cultivators don't dare to kill people on a large scale, otherwise they will be miserable if they are discovered. Zhou Xiu and the others planned to sneak into a palace that seemed to have raised many evil cultivators overnight, and they deliberately did so without telling Yi Qiao. After all, no matter whether they met or got along with each other in the past 2 days, it seemed that the action was not very convenient. They still understand respecting the old and loving the young. Yi Qiao followed them slowly after they left. The monks had their own way of communicating with each other, exchanging clues with each other, and finally decided to go to a palace to lure the enemy into deep, and cooperate with the outside. Going up to provoke, and then pretending to be caught, provoked a group of evil cultivators to sneer, and locked them in a hidden place with formations. With such a fake method, anyone who is not blind can see that there is something wrong with these monks. Yi Qiao, who was on the heel, watched with relish. Lazy people, of course, chose the most comfortable way to complete the task. It is enough for the palace to have her fellow disciples working hard. Of course, she chose to sit and enjoy the success with the monks. Seeing Zhou Xiu and the other monks being taken away by evil cultivators and locked up, Yi Qiao touched his chin, pondered for a moment, turned out the mustard bag, and threw them all into the Shaoqi domain. The domain cannot store living people for too long, but dead things are still fine. Throw everything in the mustard seed bag, find a few heavy stones, put them into the mustard bag, and hang them on your waist. Everything is ready. Yi Qiao stepped on the breeze, lightly stepped on the tiles, and landed in the air. Looking around, carefully write down the general layout of the palace. KFC, what are you doing? Yi Qiao wrote it down without turning her head. Prepare for the escape route. Okay. KFC understands, and it will follow Yi Qiao to be hunted down next. The last time it was the guards of the 8 great families, the last time it was the demon race, and the last time it was the ghost cultivator. The relatives of the 5 clans also love her very deeply, and they often chase her madly in the secret realm. This time, is it the evil cultivator's turn? She came here not only for the task, but also for these so-called evil gods. There should be more than one evil god. In a sense, they are not gods, but powerful evil things. It needs to use special means to make it appear in the world, because it is very powerful, and it can also improve the cultivation of some monks. As a result, many evil cultivators flock to them, expecting to raise each other and fulfill their desire to become stronger. This kind of improper cultivation method is clearly prohibited in the cultivation world. A group of powerful people sits in charge, and those evil cultivators are rats in the gutter. I can only hide and hide, constantly changing places to perform the ceremony. Because there is too much power in the realm of comprehension, the effect of doing this is not obvious. The power they can receive is pitifully small. There are always more ways than difficulties. The world of comprehension couldn't tolerate them, so the evil cultivators simply went to the human world to continue raising evil gods, and gathered a large number of ordinary people to use them to stir up trouble. Yi Qiao walked in carelessly, and knocked on the door. Hi. Anyone there? _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 178. That's Yi Qiao from Changming Sect. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 178. That's Yi Qiao from Changming Sect. It was a man who opened the door, and the man looked at Yi Qiao seriously. She covered her face, found a scarf, bent down, and lowered her voice, as if she couldn't feel the other party's killing intent. She wanted to break in. Look for my grandson, I saw them coming in. Your grandson? He looked at Yi Qiao suspiciously, and felt that this person was weird, but his cultivation was only at the middle stage of golden core. Yi Qiao was about to break in for a long time. Where is my grandson? Where did you hide my grandson? His face darkened. Catch it. A group of monks who had just come to show off, and another one delivered to their door. These monks like to deliver to their door so much, then he will make them regret making today's decision. Zhou Xu and the others are too purposeful. Bao drama also depends on the situation. The evil cultivators are always vigilant. If they come to your door at a critical moment, who will believe it? He grabbed Yi Qiao, quickly tied her hands, tore off the mustard bag, and said coldly, Name. Yi Qiao, Grandma Li. He choked, and frowned fiercely at the weird name. What are you doing here? That's my grandson. Yi Qiao looked casually at a dozen or so monks not far away, and she ordered 5 of them without changing her face. These are my grandsons, I'm here to find them. The man looked at these people coldly. After a while, the other party made up his mind and said indifferently, It's them. Put your hand on it, it will bleed. Don't reject these idiots who take the initiative to deliver to your door. When Zhou Xu and the others saw Yi Qiao, they stopped breathing. They didn't expect her to come in with them. They looked at each other, and finally dawdled for a long time, gritted their teeth, and couldn't bear the child not being able to trap the wolf, so they put their hands away. Up. This move seemed to be completing an evil sacrifice ceremony. Under the expressionless eyes of a group of people, Yi Qiao firmly pressed a middle finger on it, her hand trembling all the time. Xishu didn't understand the meaning of this gesture. Why are you shaking? Yi Qiao, scared. She said so, and her actions made people feel a bit provocative for no reason. With a sudden bump on his forehead, he reached out and grabbed Yi Qiao's collar, trying to punch her in the face. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao dodged it by moving flexibly. He couldn't hold back his face, and wanted to throw a second punch, but the people next to him were already urging him, so the man could only speak harshly. Wait. He glanced at her coldly, and left here with the collected blood. Yi Qiao stared at the other person's leaving figure, coughed twice after being strangled, the expression on her face gradually disappeared, and her face remained expressionless. In the process of contact just now, she conveniently put the small magic weapon on him. Nothing else, just want to hear how they pray. Seeing what she did, KFC was a little crazy. She was a wanted criminal before, right? Absolutely. How can you be so proficient? To say that she is unreliable, but that she can save the world at a critical moment, to say that she is reliable, is to jump wildly on the verge of death. Yi Qiao closed her eyes and listened to the news. The group of evil cultivators didn't interact with each other. She listened carefully to the other party's prayer call, and quietly wrote down the words she said. So disrespectful at such a young age. Zhou Xiu doggedly said, "Grandma, you must teach him a lesson." Yi Qiao. She made a perfunctory sound, pushed the grandson's head away, and thought about the problem. She wasn't afraid of being found out, and they wouldn't do anything to her if they found out. It is impossible to kill, because she is the lucky one who was chosen to sacrifice without accident. Those who offer sacrifices to live, live sacrifices are the most resentful. If it's just a simple sacrifice, then just throw all the swarms into the formation. It doesn't make sense to spend a lot of time collecting their blood. In other words, it may not be just a simple sacrifice, they're calling for the so-called evil god to descend. Yi Qiao heard the movement of that evil cultivator just now, and sure enough, was it a prayer to summon an evil god? So if you want it to come, the blood of ordinary people will naturally not work, you need the blood of monks, or the higher the grade, the better. These monks should be of the highest rank, and her heavenly rank is simply a perfect sacrifice. Ellipsis. He was in a much better mood after catching so many monks at one go this night. The companion next to him reminded him, "Be careful this time, I'm afraid those who sneak in will have personal heirs." That would be bad. It has long been heard that relatives from several sects have come to the world, and none of these are easy to provoke, especially that Yi Qiao. Not only is she famous in the cultivation world, but also monks in the human world have heard of her reputation. Don't worry. I read it, and they are all little foundation building ghosts, the highest golden elixir, and they have not been passed down personally. There is a mid-golden core, but judging from the reactions of those people, she seems to be really an old lady. The man is in a good mood, because just now, after sending the blood of those people, my lord gave a strong reaction. It desperately wants the blood of that person just now. Get her here quickly. When he got a response, the man was overjoyed, and he led someone to catch Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao, who was locked in the room, squinted her eyes. When she heard the movement, she didn't respond. The man pulled her away. "Come here. Zhou Xiu, be gentle with my grandma." The other little sheep also nodded frantically. "Be respectful to the elderly." The man kicked Zhou Xiu impatiently. "Hurry up." He didn't dare to do anything to Yi Qiao. After all, it was the sacrifice that my lord asked for by name. Yi Qiao was dragged out by him. She licked the corner of her lips, followed behind the man, her wrists were tied behind her back, and she smiled. "Can I ask you a question before I die?" she asked as if she was bored. "Ask." Yi Qiao didn't expect him to pick up the words, so it would be easy, so she tried her best to persuade her. "Are you evil cultivators who have infiltrated the human world? You are still young. I advise you to turn your back on it." That old grandma's tone made KFC a little bit unbearable. No matter what time it is, she still doesn't forget to maintain her impromptu character design. Sure enough, Xieshu's forehead also twitched and almost wanted to strangle this chatterer, but he didn't answer. Talking too suddenly will make people subconsciously raise their vigilance, and chatting with each other will not appear too abrupt when it involves other topics. Yi Qiao sees that the effect is almost the same, so she throws out a sentence. Young man, the evil god is a moody existence, isn't it? She said casually, if there is no way to restrain it, you will be swallowed by it when you lose value, right? Shut up, don't try to sow discord. He didn't seem to expect her to say this. His face darkened, and he gave her a hard look, but his steps were quickening. Proved to be shaken. Oh. Yi Qiao smiled. I've seen so many monks being sucked dry of blood to death. Are you really not afraid that one day it will fall on you? Her words hit his heart hard. Afraid? How could they not be afraid, although they have a fanatical attitude towards the evil gods and believe that our Lord can lead them to the peak, but this is all based on the premise that they can live. How could the evil god have the existence of the word conscience? Knowing that Yi Qiao shouldn't listen to these things, the man was still shaken at this moment. Yi Qiao continued to strike while the iron was hot. Perhaps you can try to establish a bond with God. You should know, right? Monks have a method called a contract. Restrain God. Xieshu paused and muttered to himself. Of course she is fooling this evil cultivator. Of course there is a contract, but there is no way to restrain evil things. From the information I have found, evil cultivators are all born in the world since childhood. What will they do to serious monks? Not sure at all. What he learned was crooked, and he didn't know much about contracts. Even if he had studied them, Yi Qiao could still fool him with the fact that he still had a lot of things he didn't get involved with. The interlacing is like a mountain, and to put it bluntly, he is fooling around because he is an evil cultivator. She did not believe that he was unwavering in this suggestion. It's not a restraint. Yi Qiao smiled. It's just that it can't hurt you at will, it's just a means of self-protection. She repeated, her voice softly, that's all, isn't it? Yi Qiao threw the question to him and let the man figure it out for himself, but he really hesitated. Seeing Yi Qiao's calm and composed appearance under such circumstances, he wondered, what can you do? Her tone was very harmless. Of course there is. Otherwise, I wouldn't mention it. Purpose. In his opinion, this group of people sent it to the door by themselves, and he didn't believe it if they said it had no purpose. Yi Qiao, my grandsons are all here. Seeing the man's cold eyes and disbelief, she spread her hands helplessly. Well, they have a mission, and I'm here to save them. Don't worry, let them go, and I will help you. He said, yes, others can be considered. But this woman. This is the first time to see my lord so excited. The quality of spiritual root is definitely very high. This kind of walking sacrifice, how could he let her go? He didn't realize that when Yi Qiao proposed the deal, she didn't mention her leaving at all. The man brought Yi Qiao into an ancestral hall, surrounded by red thread, and there were dried blood on the ground. As soon as he entered, he smelled musty. He muttered for a long time and made several gestures with his hands. Transform. Yi Qiao noticed that he was summoning an evil thing. When he was getting better and was about to finish his prayer, Yi Qiao seized the time and silently called out from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Qi. How long can you hold him? Xiao Qi looked at the man's cultivation base, nascent soul stage, and replied in a low voice, 1/4 of an hour. Enough. She stared at his hand gesture to summon the evil god, and at the right time, after he finished making the hand gesture, Shaoqi's dark field dragged the person away in place. After the man disappeared, Yi Qiao squinted her eyes, looking at the black shadow formed on the ground. The moment the evil god descended, her legs softened and she knelt on the ground with only a phantom. The shadow was particularly distorted, and looked like a paralyzed unknown giant from a distance, and soon she heard the other party's voice, piercing and sharp, "Is it you calling me?" Just listening to sounds is mental pollution. Yi Qiao put on the crown smoothly, and nodded cheekily, "Yes, my lord, I am the one who sincerely prays for your arrival." The man locked in the field. The strange shadow stared at Yi Qiao for a few seconds. Sacrifice, product. Where is it? This evil god still stutters when speaking. Yi Qiao lowered her head, fearing that she would not be able to control her disgusted expression. I haven't brought her yet. Let them run away, and after a few days, I will definitely sacrifice her to you. The evil god didn't respond, but he seemed in a terrible mood, and almost couldn't control his tyrannical emotions to swallow the waste in front of him. But not yet. It could only bear it crazily, making harsh friction sounds. Finally, unwillingly, it disappeared in front of it, waiting for the next believer to bring it food. Yi Qiao let out a breath. The man in the nascent soul stage in the field didn't know what happened, and was locked up in the dark. Yi Qiao memorized the prayer gestures and incantations, and by the way made a familiar look in front of the evil god. This is enough. When she went back, she was going to surprise the evil cultivators in the palace. KFC can't understand this development, but it understands that there will be another Fast and Furious show in the future. The man in the field was almost beaten to death by a group of swords and evil spirits. The ghost knows what that evil spirit went through. He was bullied and went crazy. When he saw a living person coming in, he was almost torn to pieces. After being released, he was already in a half-dead state. The man was trapped in the realm without knowing what happened, let alone that Yi Qiao took his place and replaced him as a follower of the evil god. He fell into a dazed mood at this time. She actually has a domain. This is absolutely impossible to be someone unknown. Yi Qing'an has only Yi Qing'an in the field of comprehension above the nascent soul stage. But isn't Yi Qing'an a fucking man? Where is the problem? Yi Qiao stepped on the face of the man thrown out by Xiao Qi, and stepped on the ground expressionlessly. Didn't you just want to hit her in the face? The movement was too loud, and all the evil cultivators guarding outside were startled. With a cold face, Yi Qiao stomped the person into the ground. After venting her anger, she reached out and took out the pistol of the cultivation version from the field. These evil cultivators. The corners of her lips hooked slightly. Do you know why I am called Grandma Li? Because your grandma will always be your grandma. A dozen talismans were shot out in the blink of an eye. Crawling talisman, explosion talisman, ha-ha talisman, so many talismans are thrown out. It is much faster than throwing them away, so many people will catch up if they keep chasing them. Explosions and crawling fly together, and the chaos is as long as the sky. At first glance, it looked like an unknown creature invading the realm of comprehension. Zhou Xiu, who had just been rescued by his companions, moved his wrist. Seeing the scene in front of him, he thought in a daze. The contagious power after the evil god descends. Is it so terrifying? After he was rescued, he quickly grabbed the companion who rescued people. By the way, my grandma is still there. We have to save people. The monks are connected with each other. The reason for daring to come in. After Zhou Xiu was rescued, she didn't forget to take Yi Qiao to run away. Then, shortly after he finished speaking, he saw the chaotic scene in front of him. And the grandma, who had been complaining about the old man's bad legs and feet before, ran in front of the group of evil cultivators. Yi Qiao stepped on the breeze lightly, and she was very relieved to see a few monks who had already run out. Very good, finally there are monks who don't have to wait for her to save people. She grabbed Zhou Xiu, took advantage of the breeze, and quickly passed the people in front of her. She turned her head and did not forget to provoke the evil cultivators who were chasing after her. Come on. If you have the ability to catch up with me. Zhou Xiu. It's awesome. She held Zhou Xiu in her left hand and held a pistol in her right hand, turning her head to them from time to time. The whole process from escaping to fighting is easy. It's not the first time I've done it. After Yi Qiao took the people away, it was natural for the monks who sneaked in to deal with it. After Yi Qiao took the people away, it was natural for the monks who sneaked in to deal with it later. She can't deal with so many evil cultivators by herself. At most she can create some confusion and provide some help to those cultivators. Ellipsis. Firstly, the sacrifice was interrupted, and then turned upside down by Yi Qiao. The whole mansion fell into chaos. Tricked. The man who was stepped on by Yi Qiao got up from the ground in embarrassment. His face was gloomy. That Grandma Li is too deceitful. He must cut her into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. When the words fell, he was punched and flew out, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Grandma Li hammer, you idiot. Seeing the chaotic scene, the leader was furious, punched down with his fist, and went mad with rage. Treading King Feng, with a black stick pinned to his waist. Dark blue clothes, that's Yi Qiao from the Changming Sect. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. And 79 Heavenly Constraints. The evil cultivator who had been handed down by himself was surrounded by almost all the monks, fleeing and killing. The whole mansion was very noisy that night, even alarmed the monks hiding in the palace who were standing still. Who did it? I don't know. It should be other monks. I heard that evil gods were summoned to descend in that mansion. How could they all be bloodbathed by monks? If it was successful, it would be those monks who were killed. Check. Mu Chongxi touched Ming Xuan with his arm, asking him to check. Ming Xuan is very popular among male cultivators in the world, probably because of his appearance and today's women's clothes. He can get news in a few words. He lowered his head listlessly. Share. If we don't do the shocking act of robbing the dungeon and blowing up the forbidden area, we can now happily share the news with those monks. Instead of hiding in Tibet like now. Those monks have solved a lot of evil cultivators in the past few days. Zhu Yu clicked on the roster and thought, but it's not comprehensive. There must be omissions. In the past few days, they quietly turned the palace upside down. But there is definitely something missing. The monks were staring at him, and the evil cultivators would naturally not sit still and wait for them to clean them up. They engage in these insidious methods of offering sacrifices to improve their cultivation, and turn a blind eye to the rules set by the Tao of Heaven. To be precise, it took advantage of a loophole to cooperate with ordinary people in the world, complete the transaction chain. For some nobles in the world, human life is the least valuable. Why not do it in exchange for the help of some evil cultivators? If you think the number ratio is not dominant and you can't beat us, how will those evil cultivators deal with us? Chu Exingji. Summon their evil gods. He liked to ask his elder brother to help him beat him back when he couldn't beat him before, which was obvious. It was rare for Chu Exingji to be smart once, and Zhu Yu was very pleased, and nodded, I guess so. Then what they have to do is not only to get rid of the evil cultivators, but also to stop their sacrificial rituals, and move faster, starting with the royal family and nobles. Several people looked at Mu Chongxi together. Does your father mind if we chat with him? Mu Chongxi. Sure, don't you mind. If they want to see the emperor, unless they have real skills in it, it's not easy to see it. His father didn't really believe them until now, so Mu Chongxi could only hold back his words, and squeezed in with his fellow disciples. Grandma Li's exercise is a bit like stepping on the breeze. Zhou Xiu and the others gathered together. The girl in green squinted her eyes, always feeling very familiar with the way Grandma Li's guy escaped. Zhou Xiu was confused. What is stepping on the breeze? The girl took a bite of the hard pancake, the method handed down by the Changming Sect. Stepping on the breeze, as the name suggests, the place under your feet is as light as the wind. This mentality has been blown into the sky. Before Yi Qiao's personal transmission came, Ta Qingfeng was not as famous as he is now, but now, because of the godlike escape speed passed down by the Changming clan, it has become a must-have mentality for escape. Did you read it wrong? Zhou Xiu couldn't help laughing. What kind of good person personally passed on the Changming clan can do this kind of thing? Maybe I misunderstood it. The green-clothed girl shrugged. She had only heard of it, but never seen it. But Ta Qingfeng is the only one famous for his fast skills. Looking old and unscrupulous, it is quite reliable at critical moments. Without waiting for him to rescue, one person turned the evil cultivator base camp upside down. Really familiar, very familiar method. I always feel that I have seen a similar technique in a big competition. Yi Qiao on the other side was already on the way to do something. She lowered her head, opened her mouth, mixed blood and pig blood together, and sacrificed to that evil thing. After all, it was an evil thing. Yi Qiao was worried that it would be discovered, so she experimented with it first, and held it in front of it with blood mixed with pig's blood. Is it fragrant? She grabbed the evil spirit. Seeing how it kept frantically trying to get closer, I was basically sure that the evil god would also like it. After feeding her own blood mixed with pig's blood twice in a row, she began to tentatively summon the evil god. Every day hundreds of believers come to it to make a wish. How could the evil god care about one or two believers, let alone remember their appearance? So Yi Qiao logically took the position of that evil cultivator, and even more unconscionably took all the credit for feeding the evil god to herself. Using her blood to pray and summon, the process went smoothly, and the unknown object claiming to be the evil god slowly appeared again. Yi Qiao had the experience of being suppressed and knelt down. This time before it appeared, she knelt down in advance. The evil god seemed to have just woken up. It looked at the believers kneeling on the ground. Its voice was hollow and indistinguishable. Yes, you are calling me. Yi Qiao had an experience once, and this time she is more than capable. Yes, my lord. She slowly showed a bright smile. I will offer my loyalty to you. It is tired of listening to the words of these believers, and it is obviously more interested in the blood sacrificed by Yi Qiao than this evil god. What is that? It's so fragrant, even more fragrant than the top-grade spirit root it has ever eaten. It kept swallowing. Your loyalty. Whose blood was it before? How did it come from? Tell me quickly. The other party's voice suddenly rose, and Yi Qiao's heart beat like a drum, not because she was frightened, but because her spirit was affected. Yi Qiao saw how crazy it was about her blood, lowered her head, stabilized her mind, and expressed her loyalty again. That's natural, my lord is my only belief. She should be the only one who is barely qualified to talk to the evil god. It's hard for those evil cultivators to be respectful and treat them like sons. And looking at the state of this evil god, the group of monks in the world are not good enough. The state of this evil god is obviously stronger than before, which is not very good. It was only a day or so since Yi Qiao's last summoning, and she felt its power growing. The corners of her lips twitched. That's blood from the 5 clans, which I caught by chance before. After Yi Qiao finished speaking, she could clearly sense the excitement in the voice of the evil god. Bring her here quickly. It was going to eat him alive. Yi Qiao continued to fool around without changing her expression. My lord, we can put a bowl of blood every time, and when she recovers almost, then continue to cut and open the blood, and this cycle repeats. If I finish it all at once, then it is very easy to find another person to pass on the blood to her. Difficulty. Makes sense. The evil god was convinced, but it was obviously not satisfied with the status quo. Continue to arrest those personal descendants. None of them can escape. Yi Qiao smiled. Once you come, they will naturally be unable to escape. KFC looked at her bewildered expression. as if it would shed blood for the evil god in the next second. It really wanted to howl. However, she changed the subject. It's not easy to catch those personal descendants. Can my lord give me some privileges? Her tone was sincere, because she was in a kneeling posture, so Yi Qiao's expression could not be seen. Are you making a request to God? Its voice became more ferocious and frenzied, and there was a burst of tinnitus and trance. Yi Qiao seemed unaffected, maintaining her previous expression, and raised her head. Is it not possible? My lord. Let it befall. It is not impossible, but the premise is that Yi Qiao needs to restrain it in advance. Those monks are too useless to stop them, so let's not stop them. No one has ever tried to reason with the God. Although this is just an evil thing, this is the first time someone dared to talk to it like this. Want to ask for privileges with me? Just rely on your little golden core period. It sneered. Yi Qiao's long-term feeding prevented her from strangling this desperate believer immediately, but that was all. If Yi Qiao couldn't give it a satisfactory answer, then it would definitely not let her go. It has so many believers, not to mention the golden elixir stage. There are also 2 in the nascent infant stage. Where does she have the confidence to be privileged? Yi Qiao knew that it would not agree easily. She raised her eyes, and said calmly, My lord, I also pass it on personally. Before it went mad and strangled itself, Yi Qiao quickly added, but now, it has chosen to fall into evil ways. Yi Qiao chose the werewolf to blow himself up out of the blue. No one expected it. The evil god who was trying to strangle Yi Qiao stopped. He didn't understand what was going on. The poor evil god has been fed by a group of crazy believers until now, but he has never people dare to fool it. Yi Qiao said, I'm also a personal heir. They know me. If I trick them into sending it to their door, what do you think? According to the news from the investigation of those monks, this evil thing has always been in the human world, and they know little about those in the cultivation world, or they don't even bother to learn about it, so why don't we just let her speak? I can help you cooperate inside and outside. Put on a good show. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, rubbing it secretly to signal Xiao Qi to let go of those evil spirits. Seeing that they were free, the evil spirits fled frantically from the domain, and when they were ecstatic, the evil breath diffused, and the whole room was filled with darkness, like a gathering place for cults. In such a terrifying scene, who would dare to say that she is a righteous disciple of Zhenzang Miaohong? The evil god was also stunned. It didn't care about the identity of the believer, it only cared about what she said, that she could deceive her own biography to eat for herself. Looking at the overwhelming evil spirit, it firmly believed in her identity as an evil cultivator. Speaking slowly, which sect are you a direct descendant? Yi Qiao respectfully held up the ID card of her own disciple and showed it. Biography of the Changming clan, Yi Qiao. It said, I remember you. Yi Qiao also smiled. That must be. Remember it well. After the deal was concluded, Yi Qiao lowered her head, knelt on the ground and silently scribbled and drew on the ground, and asked the evil god for privileges openly. She spoke the first sentence slowly. When you pray, please be sure to answer my call. Allow. After the prayer is over, please be sure to grant my wish. It suppressed the crazy malice, and said a word coldly, okay. A greedy and lifeless monk. When it finishes using these people, it must suck all their blood. Yi Qiao let out a breath, as if she couldn't see its ferocious malice, and continued, then, after the arrival, please don't hurt me. It said coldly, I promise you. After it agreed, it keenly noticed that Yi Qiao's spirit seemed to have finally relaxed. The evil god began to laugh lowly, taking what the evil thing said seriously. Sure enough, the disciple of the righteous way has entered the evil way, and he is still so innocent. It laughed twice, and suddenly realized something was wrong. A ray of golden light fell to the ground silently, and the two people who were restrained were Xi Shen and Yi Qiao. She raised her head and looked at the evil god. For some reason, although it was a shapeless object, Yi Qiao could see its bewilderment. The three heavenly restrictions are satisfied. Yi Qiao spat out a mouthful of blood, grass. Sure enough. What she said was bound by the law of heaven. The way of heaven has such constraints, and only the disciples of the righteous way can impose constraints. This fully reflects the preference of the way of heaven for the righteous way, and only the disciples of the right way can set the constraints. Once it is violated, it will be struck by lightning, and it will still be struck endlessly. And set constraints on the existence of level inequality. One is not enough, at least three. In this case, Yi Qiao could only make up excuses constantly, fooling it into responding to these three items. The effect is one time, and she is ready to use it when she wants. It is a relatively rogue way of playing, and the method is very risky. If it is found out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Seeing that the three rules have been fulfilled and the constraints of heaven have fallen, Yi Qiao looked at the evil god who seemed to have sensed something was wrong, and ran outside. She didn't even close the door, because it was night. Yi Qiao released the KFC, grabbed Zhou Xu's group, dragged her family, and led them to flee for their lives. Let's go. I rely on me. It's about to catch up. What? The terrifying atmosphere unfolded crazily. Zhou Xu's scalp went numb for a moment. What the hell? The KFC grew bigger and flew into the sky with a group of people. The fiery red phoenix was eye-catching and eye-catching in midair, especially when there were a few people sitting on top of the phoenix. Yi Qiao turned her head and saw a few black and terrifying shadows chasing wildly. He took out Zhang Jing talisman from the mustard bag, and quickly issued an order. Go to the palace. The palace is full of monks. She is sure that the evil thing will not dare to mess around. Moreover, it is not yet a complete entity, and it will give up if it doesn't persist for too long. Wait, Phoenix. This is Phoenix, right? Zhou Xiu subconsciously looked at the little beast she was riding on, touched it tentatively, but was shaken impatiently by the KFC, and almost fell off. Phoenix is very fast, but because there are people at night, it is inevitable that some ordinary people will see this scene, so they can only fly high to avoid being discovered. After arriving at the palace, the chasing shadow behind him suddenly stopped as if he was afraid of something. Unwilling to fade away, KFC snorted coldly, and quickly threw off the people on it, and was thrown off together with Yi Qiao. The moment a group of people fell, Yi Qiao relied on her rich experience in being dumped to stabilize her footing. The others were not so lucky. They were caught on the back of the bird in a daze, and when they fled, they were almost thrown up, and they all lay on the ground one by one. Yi Qiao stepped on these grandsons and landed smoothly, and found that the surrounding palace had been covered with a barrier. With their arrival, a hole was smashed out, as if they had been attacked by some terrorists. And the way they ran away in embarrassment just now is indeed a bit like a thief who failed in a house robbery. Yi Qiao clapped her hands at the hesitant expressions of the senior brothers, and grinned. Hey, so many people came to welcome me. The monks who thought that the evil cultivators were attacking. Mu Chongxi breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally here. Really, she is missing. Ah. The imperial concubine was in a trance, looking at the chaotic scene in front of her. She didn't know whether to be surprised or sighed. Shaoxi, is this your serious junior sister? Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Badly. Chapter 180 and quote. I think Yi Qiao is right. And quote. The noble concubine looked at Yi Qiao with a slightly dazed expression, covering her head with a scarf, and stepped on several people to fall from the sky. Clever. Serious. Grandma. Zhou Xiu got up, and was almost vomited by Yi Qiao's violent operation. He asked sincerely, "That was chasing us just now, what exactly is it?" Evil god. Yi Qiao didn't hide anything. To be precise, it's a phantom. After a pause, she didn't forget to maintain a few words of character design, and preached a few words, as if she was admonishing her grandson, "Young people should exercise more, look at the speed of your grandma and me." He couldn't listen to what Yi Qiao said in the second half of the sentence, and the two words were dangling in his head. Cthulhu. Cthulhu. The thing chasing him just now turned out to be an evil god. Zhou Xiu hesitated to speak but stopped looking at her, wanting to ask, "How did you mess with it?" It would be difficult for ordinary people to meet the evil gods. He was really curious, what was her origin? This kind of ability to escape unscathed after finishing the matter, there should be no second one in the cultivation world. What Zhou Xiu was thinking, Yi Qiao didn't know for the time being. She very unconscionably left those grandchildren behind her, and was grabbed by Mu Chongxi, dragged her to her mother, and warmly introduced, "My colleague." He took care to block his sight, "My little junior sister." Yi Qiao was stunned for a while, and was led over obediently. She was inexplicably embarrassed when she met the imperial concubine's eyebrows and eyes that were exactly the same as Mu Chongxi's. "My name is Yi Qiao. The elders she has come into contact with are all old men, and it is the first time to chat with female elders." As soon as she finished her self-introduction, Mu Chongxi couldn't wait to show off to her mother, and what she said was all about Yi Qiao's awesome science. The mother and son were reminiscing about the old days. Yi Qiao stepped back voluntarily, and stood at the back of the line with a few other seniors. The noble concubine was a little stunned when she heard it. She believed in these things. After all, there were many strange things happening in the palace, but the fairy gate was still far away from normal people. Then you have to get along well with your junior sister. After the imperial concubine ordered a few words, she asked her most concerned thing, "Shaoxi, you have been in your fairy gate for so long, do you have a girl you admire? How about that junior sister surnamed Yi?" Although the style is a bit more informal, the imperial concubine felt that they might not be able to find a few normal people from the whole sect. Listening to his son talking about Yi Qiao's showing off, it can be seen that the little junior sister is quite good. Mu Chongxi. The magical scene in the illusion reappeared in his mind again, and he frantically shook his head. "No, no, no. She is my junior sister." Junior sister, isn't that the same existence as family and friends? The imperial concubine thought for a while. "Then in your cultivation world, are there any other female monks?" Mu Chongxi said, "Yes, but very few. There are only about 5 or 6 female disciples in the personal biography." "Is there someone who is gentle and restrained?" The imperial concubine could see that these female cultivators in the realm of comprehension were all very heroic. They either walked away without recognizing their relatives, or fell from the sky like that Yi Qiao. It's all too out of the ordinary. Gentle and restrained. The cloud magpie of Yue Kingzong. Thinking of this person, Mu Chongxi shuddered. Then he would rather live with the sword for the rest of his life. Yi Qiao here was still exchanging messages with the other 3 senior brothers, and Mu Chongxi floated back devastated. Yi Qiao didn't expect that he would also experience a wave of marriage urging in the ancient version. Mu Chongxi is only 17 years old this year, but if it was in ancient times, he should have had a son. Unfortunately, the monks in the cultivation world are all single dogs, and their Changming sect doesn't even have a teacher wife, which is sad. Junior sister, in the days when you're not around. Ming Xuan coveted Zhu Yu, and snorted twice. "We were born and died outside, and he secretly flirted with people behind our backs. Yi Qiao was shocked. Zhu Yu. I didn't. They took the initiative to talk to me. Zhu Yu has a good temper and good looks. Anyone who sees them can't help but chat a little more. Naturally, Zhu Yu would not refuse the clue. After Zhu Yu finished speaking, he grabbed Ming Xuan's neck and shook it vigorously. I haven't reported you for ostentatiously wearing women's clothing. Ming Xuan, you are no longer the gentle third junior brother I used to be. Don't be noisy. Zhou Exingyun gave a punch alone, and the two fists of justice from heaven calmed down the two crazy juniors. The ruthless iron fist of the elder brother made the two of them as quiet as chickens in an instant. Yi Qiao is here, so it is enough to pile up all the clues in front of her. Ming Xuan is too lazy to use his brain. We first searched from the royal family and nobles. The whole palace was turned upside down by us. We can roughly confirm that evil cultivators often a gathering place. Yi Qingyan is going to ask several sword cultivators from the Shangwen sword sect to fight up and blow up their lair. About tonight. They checked everyone, and the involvement was extensive, and some nobles wanted to cover up the things they committed, so that no one could catch any clues. But with so many evil cultivators mixed in, it is impossible to wipe them all out in one go. If it is really possible to catch them all in one go, the world will not send monks down frequently to deal with them. Some more can be eliminated. In the final analysis, the source of so many evil cultivators being so rampant is the greedy nobles who pursue longevity as well as power. Unexpectedly, Zheng Piao came out. It doesn't matter if they're innocent or not, call all those suspicious royal families in front of you, get together and kill them. The sword spirit is an existence that is neither good nor evil, so the Zhaoxi sword floated out, shaking, agreed. Yi Qiao smashed the two sword spirits into pieces with one fist. The children are so hostile. It's fine if you don't see you, and you come to join in the fun every day. Song Hansheng. Then let Yi Qingyan take a few sword cultivators from Zhanjianzong to blow up their lair, and the rest of the cultivators stay in the palace and be careful not to be taken advantage of by those evil cultivators. They want to summon evil gods through sacrificial ceremonies. In a few days, people will definitely go missing on a large scale. Monks should also be arranged outside the palace to watch. In the evening, a group of relatives gathered on a big round table for a meeting. The content of the meeting made a group of pro-departments who didn't want to use their brains drowsy. Song Hansheng mercilessly slapped the table down, making a vibrating sound. It startled the few Jianshu who were lazy to sleep. What do you think? Song Hansheng looked at Ming Xuan and the others who were sleeping soundly just now. Ming Xuan didn't have any opinion. He was so sleepy that he didn't know what time it was. The young man bowed his head deeply, pondered for a moment. I think Yi Qiao is right. Chu Exingji was not to be outdone. I think the elder brother is right. What our little junior sister said is the most correct. You are talking nonsense. Ming Xuan, you're just talking nonsense. Don't you count on my junior sister at critical moments. Song Hansheng. Question marks appeared above his head. Yi Qingyan and Yi Qiao didn't interrupt the whole time. How did you two talk to yourself to such an extent? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel with their necks stuck, they were hit on the top of the head with a fist by their respective senior brothers, and they fell silent. Yi Qiao covered her face. To be honest, her eyes were hot again. These two guys, as if they were born without shame, quarreled in women's clothes, and asked Jianzong for some reason, and everyone got a woman's clothes. Do they have a future in this world of comprehension? With the arrival of the monks, those evil cultivators have also restrained themselves, but they have only changed from the outside to the back. It is definitely not enough to rely on them alone. The cultivation world has successively allocated several groups of monks. Among them, there is a personal biography of quietly gathering together. Considering their safety issues, The personal missions are usually carried out in secret. Everyone is very low-key. Si Miaoyan lightly made a forehead and stared blankly at Ming, who passed by him in disguise. Xuan, the other party, was also very happy to see her, waved his hand, and asked him to gather together. Miao Miao covered her mouth. Why did they go crazy after they came to the world? Si Miaoyan shook his head dully, not understanding. She really didn't understand what these personal transmissions were doing. Theoretically, it is a good thing for the cultivation world to send people to the human world. With the help of several other sects, the pressure has been relieved a lot. During the day, the evil cultivators nearby are swept away, and at night, they have to secretly investigate the places where the evil cultivators are hiding. Place. Stay for 2 months. They were so busy that everyone was so tired that they fell asleep. It was strange to say that since they came to the world, Wuzong didn't have any news. Before, they wanted to teach them how to do it step by step. It can be called nanny-level behavior. It's normal that Yi Qiao and the others couldn't get in touch. What they did was immoral. It's reasonable for the elders not to want to get in touch, but... She poked Duan Hengdao Yujian. Didn't any news or instructions come down? Duan Hengdao shook his head. No. Maybe it's to test our own processing ability. That's why we didn't contact you. Yi Qiao thought for a moment. I'm going to go back to the cultivation world to have a look after the matter is resolved. The evil cultivators couldn't solve it at all. While they were arresting people, that group of evil cultivators were also very good at hiding. Counting the time, if they couldn't solve it, they could only let that evil spirit descend. Then it will be a big trouble. The evil god will not cause trouble for those ordinary people, but will cause trouble for the cultivation world. Evil cultivators are no less difficult than the demons. Even if the elders come in person, it is impossible to solve them all at once. They have wasted a long time on Earth. All Yi Qiao and the others can do is to save as many people as possible, running back and forth to save the ordinary people who were sacrificed. She also witnessed many people who were killed, and even some of them were wiped out mercilessly just because they came a step late. He cut his neck and sacrificed it to evil things. For 2 months in a row, the mentality will be affected to some extent. The atmosphere also became a little depressed. Yi Qing'an said lightly, I'm curious to go back after finishing the affairs of the world. Are they going to hide like this forever? Of course it's impossible. Zhu Yu shook his head. They're waiting for the sacrifice to be almost completed, so they came to seek revenge from us. It took nearly 2 months for the monks and the evil cultivators. The progress of the evil cultivators was greatly delayed, but it was only a little slower. The monks could not stop them all the time. People inside and outside the palace were panicked. It feels like it's almost time to be born. Yi Qiao stretched her waist. Let's protect those ordinary people first, and I'll discuss it with those monks. As the power of that evil god continued to grow, she had 3 restraints on hand, but it would be best if she could stop the evil god from appearing in this world. It wants to violate, but there are loopholes to exploit. The monks in the cultivation world have their own organizations and leaders. Si Miaoyan tried to communicate with them, but no one was willing to talk to them, and they all dismissed them. Si Miaoyan was helpless. Yi Qiao defeated these people by relying on her shamelessness. She set up an old lady persona for herself, relying on perfect age suppression and moral kidnapping. The monks reluctantly agreed to listen to her say a few words talk. Half of them went outside to evacuate the crowd, so as not to cause panic when the evil god really appeared in this world, and the remaining half stayed in the palace to face those evil cultivators. Thanks to the plastic love that came out of the fight in the Dabi secret realm, the 5 sects cooperated fairly well, and the talisman repair strengthened the formation. A group of people waited for the next move of the evil cultivators, and all stood outside holding their breath. Yi Qiao was not so nervous anymore. She looked up at the sky, Basically she would not appear until night. As the sun set, Yi Qiao was afraid that those ordinary people would run around in terror, so she and Ming Xuan set up a confinement formation to trap them inside, which was equivalent to protecting them. Theoretically speaking, if the enchantment is set up, even if the evil god really comes into the world, it is still just an evil thing. There are ways to deal with it. But now the elder can't be contacted, so he can only bite the bullet. Yi Qiao contacted here for a long time, but only got in touch with Xi Chuxu, and the other party's voice was a bit vague. You all went to the world. Then just stay here and don't come back. It's something like an evil thing. Xi Chuxu replied more casually, it doesn't have any IQ, just find a way to seal it. The corner of Yi Qiao's mouth twitched, and asked, how to seal it? The people of the Yuqing sect understand this. Let Song Hansheng bring him along, Yunk. After a pause, Xi Chuxu's tone became colder. It's not important to lose one Yunk, you go to the top. Find a way to seal it, and you all stay in the world obediently. It seemed that something really happened. Yi Qiao suddenly felt that letting him down was not necessarily a mission, but more like taking refuge. She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Now not only the palace is in chaos, but the outside is also in chaos. If the elders don't come to help, then it proves that something really happened. Yi Qiao took a deep breath and calmed down. As night fell, the evil cultivators who had been hiding for nearly 2 months finally made a move. This time they obviously had the confidence. They're all ready to summon the evil god. Don't they have the confidence? But Yi Qiao looked at the rampant faces of these evil cultivators inexplicably, and laughed a couple of times, but didn't know if the evil god would dare to come out. Set 3 constraints with her, and when the evil god thinks she is an evil cultivator, and an evil cultivator is calling it, its first reaction is definitely uneasy and kind. Whether this sacrifice was successful or not is another matter. Whether the evil god dares to respond is another matter. It's best not to come out, but if it dares to come out, Yi Qiao doesn't mind giving these evil cultivators a surprise. Chevron_left, I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 181 Changmingzong Yi Qiao. Because it is not clear when those evil cultivators plan to start the action of jumping over the wall in a hurry, they can only send people to guard outside at any time, and they must pay attention to the slightest disturbance. Chu Xingji got bored with the night watch, and started to frantically beat the jade slips, asking the 8 great families how the investigation was going, and when they would let them go back. The result, of course, was that there was no response. Didn't the elders ask you to bring news when you came to the world? Zhu Yu turned to ask several members of the Bishui sect. The Green Water sect can be regarded as a very Buddhist sect, and this robbery has nothing to do with them, so they should know something. Being stared at by Zhu Yu like this, Si Miaoyan shook his head. I'm sorry, we didn't get any news. But Yi Qing'an and the others are definitely innocent. It's just that the face of the 8 great families was stepped on the ground by you not long ago, and they will definitely be angry. Just get through this period of time. What about Yun Q's punishment? Chu Xingji squeezed to the side, and said viciously, it's all her, who caused us to be so innocent, we must not let him go. He was so capable of destroying the atmosphere. Si Miaoyan decided to ignore Chu Xingji, and continued to speak, I feel that Yue Qingzong must not be willing to depose the cultivation base, but if she really put the magic cultivator in, Yu Qingzong it doesn't help to be dissatisfied. But it's strange that she seems to have nothing to fear. She can still be calm under the hands of the 8 great families and the 5 schools. Should I say that she is fearless without knowing, or does she have any trump cards? Yi Qiao let out a sigh. She didn't get involved in the conversation between the few people, and she suddenly let them look over. Yi Qing'an asked, do you have any opinions? Yi Qiao's tone was vague. Yes. Maybe she is the young master of the demon clan. The demon king of the demon world is here to save the beauty as a hero. These are all uncertain things. Yi Qiao has always done things without concern to herself, and she is high-spirited. She doesn't care if Yun Qiu finds another servant, or another flower protector. But if he insists on messing with her, then Yi Qiao doesn't mind tearing up her flower protector. You mean, someone will save her? Si Miaoyan followed Yi Qiao's train of thought strangely, and she couldn't help but think of something from a long time ago. It seemed that Yun Qiu followed a man beside him on a mission about the demon clan. Yi Qiao spread her hands, maybe. Her vague words made Simiaoyan even more suspicious. She pulled the jade slip and tried to contact the elder. Chu Xingji noticed her actions and was a little vigilant. Si Miaoyan, what are you doing? Si Miao said, contact the elder and ask him if he can strictly guard the water prison where Yun Qiu lives. As a result, after repeated attempts several times, there was no reply, and Si Miaoyan was helpless, as if the elders had frequently lost contact since they came to the world for a few days, and they didn't know what happened to them. Maybe they got stuck by something. Yi Qiao clapped her hands, otherwise there is no reason not to contact us. The elders have no hope, so we should do it ourselves. The first step now is to appease those ordinary people. In the past few days, due to the rampant chaos caused by evil cultivators, many people have disappeared in a row, causing panic. The talisman cultivators set up an enchantment, trapping them in the palace and not being able to enter or leave, which caused dissatisfaction among many royal families and questioned who they were. I see that you people simply don't know the dignity and inferiority, and you are deceiving the king. Simiao said, Old man, please listen to us first. Mu Chongxi went to give psychological counseling to her own father, and the rest were a group of royal families who were trapped in the palace and could not enter or exit. He didn't listen. You people, what are your intentions? Si Miao said, She had a soft personality, and she was interrupted after a few words, making her a little helpless. Yi Qing'an pressed his sword against the old man's neck impatiently. His eyes were cold. Now, can you listen to us? The other party's voice was instantly stuck in his throat, as quiet as a chicken. Si Miaoyan looked at the restless royal family and the royal family, and said softly, We are monks from the cultivation world. So many people missing in the imperial city are probably caused by evil spirits. You don't need to believe us. But we don't make fun of the life and death of people here. So please stay calm. Si Miaoyan seemed too gentle and not very reliable. Yi Qing'an frowned, ready to go up and scare them. Just then, the door opened with a bang. Shi Shiran, a few members of Chang Mingzong led by Yi Qiao kicked open the door. Yes. That's right, this is our responsibility. Zhu Yu covered his face. Who did you Chang Mingzong learn from when you kicked the door when you disagreed? Accompanied by the arrival of Chang Mingzong, the tense atmosphere disappeared, and Yi Qiao walked over, acting like the leader of the 5 sects. If you don't believe in him, you can believe in me. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. The level of narcissism makes people want to pat her on the head. But sometimes, self-confidence has its benefits. Too soft a character can't hold the scene, but Yi Qiao can perfectly control the scene. Even if you don't believe us, you can at least trust her. Song Hansheng was a little annoyed by them. Even if he couldn't get used to Yi Qiao's snarling at this time, he could only let it go. Our number 1 in the cultivation world, I believe she will be fine, right? If you pick a monk at random, you may not have seen what she looks like, but you have definitely heard of her name. Yi Qiao smiled. With me here, nothing unexpected happened, don't worry. They also calmed down. These people are absolutely impossible to be ordinary people. They can't get out under the formation, but these people can come and go freely, and they are all royal families. They probably know a little bit about the matter. Some of the older ones had even dealt with monks, and they didn't believe it just because this group of people looked too young. Mu Chongshi followed the emperor, and he didn't know how Mu Chongshi persuaded him. The emperor looked a little dazed, and it seemed that his worldview had been refreshed. He cupped his hands and said solemnly, "If that's the case, then I'll leave it to you." Seeing that it finally made sense and these people stayed quietly, Si Miaoyan heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go. Prepare the people in the palace, and the rest is for them to solve." Calculating that the time is almost up, the sky is dark, lying quietly like a dormant beast, ready to choose to eat someone, a few nascent souls stage to expand the consciousness, pay attention to the wind and grass around. Late at night, the grass ball rolled gently. Yi Qingyan said, "Coming." But it didn't come completely. Yi Qiao added for him, after all, there was no movement from the evil god. This made Yi Qiao even more confused about what this evil god wanted to do. It didn't go out, but let its little brother come up and send him a wave first. Interesting. The evil cultivators are all coming towards the monks. They have more people than the monks. They have been dormant for more than 2 months. What they have been waiting for is today. They all showed up and came straight in the direction. Muttering words, "Keep yelling, for my lord." They were completely brainwashed, and the evil spirit spread out, locking onto a few positions with high cultivation bases, and then entangled them immediately, which is a completely desperate style of play. Danshu has no fighting power, and Si Miaoyan is another matter. She lightly blew the melodious flute, and the moment it sounded, there was more or less a delay in her movements, and the sword cultivators who seized the opportunity were killed with a single sword. Hasn't the evil god come out? Hasn't the evil god come out? No, at least I didn't feel that kind of pressure. Yi Qiao had summoned it before, and it felt very oppressive. If it really came, the scene would not be what it is today. While frantically thinking about the evil god's intentions, Yi Qiao dealt with the evil cultivators who were rushing straight at her, and she didn't even notice that she just wounded people with the bamboo shoots and then went to find the next target. She did this subconsciously, and so did Mu Chongshi and the others, only to injure them. Looking at these indecisive personal heirs, several monks rolled their eyes, and reaped the lives of those evil cultivators neatly for them. This is not a big competition between you. Those evil cultivators have more than enough time to die. What kind of words are hesitating? 2 nascent soul stages, and the rest are all in the mid-stage or peak golden core late stage. How could there be so many teenage Jindan nascent soul geniuses in the cultivation world? Their identities would be easy to recognize. A group of 5 sects of treasures handed down. It's like killing a monster. Seeing them grinning, a few casual cultivators who had watched their competition couldn't help but cheer her up. "Lang Lang. You chased the monster with such vigor. Where is the sun? Kill them. When all of your classmates are dead, you can beat 9 of them, Lang Lang." Yi Qiao almost staggered and fell to the ground. Is it appropriate to mention this shameful title at this time? She moved her wrist and took a deep breath. I know. She will not show mercy. Zhou Exingyun was the first to come back to his senses, and with a twist of his wrist, bloody aura rained down on the deadly part of the opponent. He easily dodged without getting his clothes dirty. This is also the first time for a group of people who have never experienced the big world to kill someone. Song Hansheng, why are you standing there? Come help. Song Hansheng held a few talismans in his hands. Are you ordering me? Mu Chongshi urged. Hurry up. No matter how powerful the sword repair is, the scope of this kind of team battle is not as wide as that of Fu Xiu. He is impatient. I will cover you, stop beeping. Song Hansheng reluctantly walked over, the talisman flew around, and he threw it out without raising his head. Why did you ask us to come here to save people? Why should these people be protected? Song Hansheng couldn't figure it out. The monks deserve it. They obviously practiced at the beginning just to live up to the expectations of their sect and family. Responsibility. This is our responsibility. Mu Chongshi kicked Xieshu away, stabbed down with the sword, and the sword transformed into shape day and night, and fought side by side with him. Didn't Yi Qiao hold you back without hesitation? Nothing else. This is what a monk should do. That scene is clearly recorded in the photo stone. Song Hansheng sneered. So you Changmingzong are the most stupid. If it was him, he would definitely not reach out. Mu Chongshi rolled his eyes at him, and continued to cover Song Hansheng's actions. Fu Shu needed a sword cultivator to protect him. It was enough for Dan Shu to stay in a safe barrier. Zhou Shu saw that his grandmother was also among them, and she was holding a sword in her hand. Almost only after-images remained of her sword skills. The shadow of the sword was too strong. Always feel cheated. Zhou Shu couldn't hold back, and asked, "Who the hell are you?" This method of making a fuss is probably not as good as that of Changmingzong. Yi Qiao took a look. It was her grandson. She didn't have the heart to tease him, so she replied, "Changmingzong, you can guess." 4 talisman arrays were opened in a row, but there are still many evil cultivators jumping up and down, and the target is clear, and it is directed at the relatives. Get out of the way. Let me do it. Mingxuan took out a dozen talismans from under his skirt. Accompanied by the sound of the word, broken, the electric current immediately went up, crackled and exploded, and the surging spiritual energy swept away and set off a movement. Oh no, Mingxuan just hung the mustard seed bag around his waist. The mustard seed bag was too conspicuous, so he was afraid of being recognized by others, so he just covered it with his skirt. But in the eyes of others, it was this female monk who took out a dozen talismans from under her skirt. Then Chu Xingji also took out a sword from under the skirt. Kunzu was hanging on his waist, and he took it out from his waist. In the eyes of outsiders, they were 2 abnormal combinations. Okay. You guys from the 5 sects are awesome. Looking back, the scene on the other side was even tougher. Qin, who I disliked that the skirt was in the way, tore the skirt with one hand, and easily jumped to the top. A few swords turned into shape, and Yinlong jumped up. The Qingfeng sword formed an invisible sharp edge in his hand, and the young man forced himself to the front with the bloody means of controlling violence with violence. Such a fierce sword intent, such a powerful sword technique. So why are you tearing up your skirts? Yi Qiao was delighted to see this rare scene, so she simply opened the photo stone and stuffed it in her bosom, and then went back to Zong to find an auction to sell it. Sprinkling bright light green sword energy, the vibrant flower seemed particularly out of place in the melee, and the moment Kang Shengdao's sword intent waved away, the impetuous emotions were inexplicably calmed down. The breeze blew away the evil spirit surrounding him. Yi Qiao frowned and looked into the air, always feeling something was wrong. She and Mingxuan were back to back, covering each other, and said in a low voice, "The evil god hasn't come yet. You said these evil cultivators, why did they attack us?" Mingxuan squinted his eyes, looking at the black mist like gas. He also vaguely sensed something was wrong. "I always feel, the lord they're talking about is someone else." Someone else. Yi Qiao thought about what was wrong. On the other side, Zhou Shu was also brainstorming crazily. There is no doubt about the strength of that Grandma Li. Although they are both at the Golden Core stage, there is still a big gap between the personally past Golden Core stage and ordinary people. No matter how you think about it, it is absolutely extraordinary to be able to fight with those personal bishops whose eyes are higher than the top. The green-clothed girl's tone was slightly sad, as if she had been deceived. She swung her sword and sighed. "Haven't you seen it yet? That stick, is it called bubujan? Or grabbing bamboo shoots? It doesn't matter anymore. treading the breeze and not seeing you. The other party was silent for a while. In the Changming sect, who else do you think she is? To be honest, it is a joy to form a team with this kind of cultivation, world's first team, and it would be even better if you don't get tricked. Poor Zhou Xiu, who was played around from beginning to end. Except for Yi Qiao from Changming Zong, who can be so coquettish, provoke the evil god and retreat completely. Zhou Xiu's movements suddenly stopped. If I remember correctly, Changming Zong seems to be just a junior sister, right? The news of the thunder from the blue made his voice faintly tremble. My grandma, Changming Zong Yi Qiao. _ left previous home index next _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 182 Former Sword Master. Hit your mother, Yi Qiao. Ellipsis. Yi Qiao didn't know how broken Zhou Xiu's mood was. She was busy dealing with those evil cultivators. If the evil god descends successfully, they can run away if they can't beat them. Even evil creatures will not slaughter ordinary people recklessly, otherwise the world would have been destroyed long ago. The most important thing is to destroy these evil cultivators first, so that they can return to their ancestors. I don't see Jun's methods are more bloody than theirs, but all the evil cultivators who try to get close will have their necks broken by the sword spirit expressionlessly, and the way to kill and stop killing is really cruel. Is your sword spirit crazy? Mu Chongxi easily avoided the attack, stabbed the evil cultivator with a backhand, leaned against Yi Qiao, and said casually. Yi Qiao changed the shape of not seeing Jun in her hand, without looking back. No. He was not so impetuous before. Since he came to the world, he has become more and more ferocious. Also don't know what happened. The more Yi Qiao thought about it, the more she felt strange. After chatting with Mu Chongxi, she rushed over angrily when she didn't see Jun. Qiao, when are we going to leave here? Mu Chongxi looked at his expressionless face stained with blood, and clicked his tongue. Duosen, are you crazy? It's rare for you not to be angry, and wrinkled your nose. I smell a disgusting guy. It caused him to be very annoyed. He has been very irritable since he came to the human world, and now Yi Qiao released him, using this scuffle to express his suppressed emotions. Disgusting guy. Yi Qiao paused slightly when she cast the curse seal. Who? I don't see Jun should have no contact with anyone other than her, so there is only one possibility, she asked in a low voice, your former sword master. Bu Janjin puffed his face. Maybe. He smells too disgusting, and it makes me uncomfortable when I get close. Let's get out of here quickly. As he said, he coldly wrung the neck of another evil cultivator, and the smell of blood became stronger. Rich hair. It tastes disgusting. Could it be that your former sword master doesn't take a bath? Miss you. He tilted his head like a cat, as if he had never thought about the problem from this angle. Maybe it is. Seeing Jundao, he smells very nasty. Mu Chongxi, who was wielding a sword while listening to the two chatting, still felt that things were weird. How could the former sword master who didn't see you appear in the world? The sword spirit would actually say that the smell of the former sword master was disgusting. You must know that the sword spirit is neither good nor evil, and it is rare to define a monk in this way, not seeing Jun's former sword master. For some reason, Mu Chongxi had a very bad premonition. May I ask, who was your former sword master? Bu Janjin tilted his head. I don't know, I forgot his name long ago. When he was with the former sword master, he didn't change his form, but it didn't affect Bu Janjin's distaste for him. The more he listened, the worse it became, and then he looked at the evil cultivators who were rushing one after another around him. Yi Qiao stepped on the breeze and flung out the 4 styles of Qingfengju one by one, swinging across an open space. Just say, is he a good guy? Jun Jian didn't hesitate. No. He belongs to the demon race. Yi Qiao's scalp went numb for a moment, and she finally realized what she had overlooked: demon race. There are not only evil cultivators in the world, but also demons, but so far, it seems that the demons have not appeared from the beginning to the end. Mu Chongxi also turned his head suddenly. The demons. He quietly swallowed, and continued to ask, "Your former sword master, is he nearby?" Jun Bujian shook his head. "It's not here yet, but I smell it." That's why he was a little annoyed at first. He had broken up with the former sword master for at least 100 years, not sure if it was the other party, but the taste should be unmistakable. It is the breath of the demon race, and it smells extremely unpleasant. A group of personal descendants attacked very quickly, and nearly 2/3 of them were wiped out. With 2/3 of them wiped out and only a little progress left to complete, the evil god still showed no signs of coming. Song Han pursed his lips, sensing something was wrong. He turned his head and asked, "What about Su Juo and the others? Why didn't they come over?" Confluence. It should be safe outside the palace. There are not as many evil cultivators as there are hidden in the palace. They are divided into two groups. One group intercepts the evil cultivators who want to escape outside and wipes out the base camp, and the rest meet the evil cultivators in the palace. Song Hansheng also tried to establish contact with Su Juo, but the jade slips remained silent. "Why can't I get in touch?" Yi Qiao stepped on the head of an evil cultivator, and stood with Zhu Yu, holding several talismans tightly at her fingertips, and she said, "There are demons hiding in the dark watching us. If there is nothing wrong with seeing you, there must be demons hiding in the dark. The demons are here too. Have you confirmed the location?" Before, Zhu Yu was a little strange. There are not only evil cultivators in the world, but also demon cultivators. Why isn't Moxiu here? The evil cultivators did this to let their evil gods come down, and there is no reason why the demons would not come and get involved. After all, the demon world aims to occupy the cultivation world and unify the three worlds. Although the goal has been maintained for thousands of years without any progress, the existence of the demons is like a shit-stirring stick. They are everywhere. It doesn't make sense that so many monks have been wandering in the world for 2 months, but they settled down. Can you still be a demon if you don't do anything? Zhu Yu always felt that there was something shortcoming from the beginning to the end. They're lurking in the dark, because they want to wait for us to consume each other, so that they can have a praying mantis catching cicadas and orioles behind. A group of demon cultivators probably don't have the guts to play mantis catching cicadas with us, unless they have a certain confidence or strength. But the strongest demons are the 2 nascent soul stage, and they were arrested later. Above nascent soul, then it is an old thing like an elder. Realizing that something was wrong, Yi Qiao immediately sent out a distress message, and the others followed suit and sent out the distress message. Don't think about leaving so much. Ming Xuan stepped on someone. Anyway, it's useless to think about it. When you think about it, the grass on our grave is 3 meters high. Zhu Yu. Also. All will be good. Something happened to Warong, but only Yu Qingzong was the one who actually had an accident. The other sects Wenjianzong were also somewhat implicated. Fortunately, the problem is not serious. They planned to speed up the investigation, and Yun Qiu was imprisoned. They never expected that someone would score twice for them and imitate Yi Qiao to rob the prison. The person who robbed the prison was none other than the demon clan, but Yue Qingzong was famous for his formations, so it was so easy to break through. They didn't care too much, until what happened later shocked all the elders of the sect. The young master of the demon clan brought a large number of demon cultivators to create chaos at the foot of Warong Mountain, and all his personal disciples were sent down. They could only send inner disciples to help, and finally managed to control the situation. Turning around, Yue Qingzong was stolen home. The other party is familiar with the various formations and talismans of the Yuqing sect, and easily avoided all possible trigger formations. His strength is probably in the stage of transforming gods. In the cultivation world, only the suzerains of the 5 sects have this kind of strength. No wonder they have always been confident about how to catch up with each other. For a moment, Qin Fanfan was laughed out of anger. Really, after going out, I did not forget to give back to the sect. Among them, the Yuqing sect was the worst, and the formation was fully understood by the personal transmission. They hurried to support, but fortunately, the demons did not reach the level of slaughtering a sect. Even if it was so, it was also messed up. Wu Zong can't take care of those children in the world now. As the saying goes, fat water doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. No, Yun Qiu has come back to benefit Yue Qingzong. Xi Chuxiu gloated and stepped on the stool, almost knocking it over in excitement. Yue Qingzong was probably driven mad by anger, and the one who was raised by himself stabbed them backhanded, and became possessed. Qin Fanfan could see his schadenfreude. He actually felt that Xi Chuxiu was also quite strange. When Yi Qiao didn't come, he was always on the lookout. Shaking his head, let's go. Go and help. No matter how much you don't like Yuqing sect, the 5 sects can't do without it. Xi Chuxiu stood up, and the jade slips around his waist suddenly lit up with white light and became slightly hot. He raised one side. It's for help. After confirming that the group of brats were not joking, Xi Chuxiu frowned, and said, I'll go one trip. Xi Chuxiu's strength has always been unpredictable. According to outside speculation, he is only higher than the sovereign, so it is most suitable to send him now. The 5 sects are indispensable, and the Yuqing sect has a high status. Although they rank 3rd every year, the formation of the Yuqing sect has never been surpassed among the 5 sects. Now that it has been broken, a group of elders are so busy that they naturally have no time to take care of the relatives who are still in the world. And they think the world is a safe place. Unexpectedly, it seems that there is something wrong in the world. Ellipsis. Crazy, you Song Hansheng, you splashed blood on my clothes. Chu Xingji was furious, turned his head, and kicked Song Hansheng's waist precisely with a roundabout kick. Song Hansheng sarcastically said, ask the waist of Janzong. After the words fell, the 2 talismans flew out at the same time, passing by, and the evil cultivator next to him who was trying to make a sneak attack was blown to pieces by the flashing golden talisman. Song Han snorted coldly. He has been plotted by Yi Qiao in the secret realm for so long, and he has already gained experience in plotting. Can it still be succeeded by these people? Yi Qiao on the side lowered her head and began to try to pray frantically. The evil god was also very stubborn, unable to survive. She almost sneered out loud. If the evil god doesn't come out, firstly, it might not want to come out. The second point is that the blood of the sacrifice is not enough to trigger the constraint. After all, when she prays, it must give a response. If it doesn't, then only the progress bar of the sacrifice is not full. A possibility. Your former sword master, is he the demon lord? Yi Qiao asked from the bottom of her heart without raising her head while trying repeatedly. I don't see you. I was stunned. I don't know. Yi Qiao, is he wearing black clothes? Judging from her experience of sneaking in, the uniforms of the demon world should be all black. I don't see you nodding. Then Yi Qiao guessed pretty well. Slaughter Dao, who is a good person in the cultivation world, who is the leader of the Slaughter Dao, and who is the one who respects the devil. Bu Jun wrinkled his nose. He's coming soon. The smell is too bad. Yi Qiao's hands moved faster. After getting no response on the 3rd attempt, she calmed down. Then there is only one possibility. It is the demon clan who instigated these evil cultivators. The Demon King wants to come to the world. For him, the biggest obstacle is the high-level people in the cultivation world, as well as the evil gods. If you kill them with your own hands, the evil god will naturally not come. After the Demon King has completely descended, who can resist him? Hearing Yi Qiao's conjecture, Zhu Yu said, I sent the elders for help. There is only one doubt, that is, what if they're just thinking too much? Can't we run? Duan Hengdao looked at the sky, so dark that it almost covered the only remaining moonlight in the night. He was inexplicably flustered, looked away, and put forward the safest suggestion. The arrival of a demon lord at this level will only be a massacre, and heaven will not allow it, so it is a short-term arrival. Su Juo couldn't get in touch with life and death, so there was only one possibility, they should also be stumbled. Of course we can run. Ming Xuan made a mistake, blocked Xi Shu's attack, and put the explosive talisman into Xi Shu's mouth with his backhand, but we ran away. Who cares about those mortals and other monks? The only way to escape now is to leave those monks and ordinary people behind. Even if they run away, no one will blame them. The question is, can they pass the test of conscience? Song Hansheng, I want to run. Yi Qiao, bring me one. The two reached a tacit agreement and couldn't help but give a high five. After the high five ended, each of them shook their hands in disgust. Hey, Zhu Yu reined in the two of them. At this time, there is no need for the two of you to have a tacit understanding. I'm just kidding. Yi Qiao shrugged. Her senior brothers are all here. Where is she going? Song Hansheng immediately opened the teleportation array. This was arranged in advance, in preparation for escape. He just turned it on, and all connections were forcibly cut off in the next second. He suddenly thought of something again, took out a few talisman escapes, put them on Yi Qiao's body, and experimented. Sure enough, there was no response. The ones with high cultivation forcibly cut off the formation. We can't get out, at least in this area, we can't get out. The problem is, if it is true that the Demon Lord personally came to catch them. A group of relatives looked at each other in blank dismay. What can they do? Duan Hengdao scratched his head, rummaged through things in the mustard seed bag, and finally found a magic weapon that could temporarily block cultivation under suppression. It's very expensive. He reiterated. Bring it to you. Mu Chongxi rushed over without quality. Send Yi Qiao and the others out first. Ha! Chu Xingji. Why? There is also Zhu Yu. What are you in a hurry for? Mu Chongxi was speechless. I mean, send the little junior sisters out first. Little Master Uncle will come and save us when the time comes. Little Martial Uncle, TSK. Is he reliable? Zhou Xingyun thought of Xi Chuxu's nonchalant image. Little Uncle is better than Master. But the position of suzerain does not depend on strength, but on reliability. If the sect really falls into Xi Chuxu's hands, it may close down in less than a year. Miao Miao shrank her neck. Can't we walk together? It's useless for Danshu to stay. Song Hansheng glared at her unceremoniously. Let's go together. Are you using the teleportation array? So fierce. Surrender if you can. It's best to show your loyalty first and join the demon camp. Yi Qiao looked at their faces as disciples of the righteous way. All of them had a somewhat indifferent expression, and muttered, forget it. These are all idiots who would never die. Let her stay and procrastinate. Survival is the most important thing. If there is no accident, the Demon Lord will hate the monk to the bone. Yi Qiao's eyes flickered slightly, thinking of the evil god who could not survive, and then thinking of the demons who were plotting secretly. She sneered twice. I probably have a way to delay the time. That demon better hope she doesn't succeed. We also have things to save our lives, so we can rest assured. Duan Hengdao could only comfort her, since they're all the arrogance of various sects after all. and they only have a lot of resources, so they are not completely powerless to fight back. Anyway, you are different from us. He lowered his head and muttered. Yi Qiao is different from them. So if one had to choose, the one who was sent out could only be her. Yi Qiao froze for a moment. A gentle wind of sword pushed people away, and it was Zhou Xingyun who did it. He sent these little girls into the formation. Without giving anyone a chance to refuse, Song Hansheng quickly activated the formation, his tone slightly complicated. Bon voyage. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 183 How hated she was. A few people didn't have time to react. They were pushed in. There must be a personal pass to stay. After all, there is a group of ordinary people who don't know why to protect them. If they all leave, in order to force them to come back, there is no guarantee that Demon Venerable will not go on a killing spree. Yi Qiao didn't say anything when she was pushed into the formation, and her thoughts were a little messed up. The transmission of the formation takes time, and it may appear anywhere. I just hope that the little master will come faster. She can be considered a solution. It's just that she was going crazy in every way, leading a group of girls wandering around. Yi Qiao was not ready yet. The transmission speed of the formation is very fast, and when you look up, you can't see any light in the air, and the Demon Lord is probably about to descend. After the arrival, they probably won't be able to escape. The teleportation formation is only a small-scale teleportation in the final analysis, and it can't reach the power of Xi Chuxu's teleportation formation to send to the demon world. What should we do now? Miao Miao struggled for a moment. Should we meet Su Juo and the others? Du and Hengdao. Hey, you guys. I'm a man. That's why I was left behind. Duan Hengdao frowned. He seemed a bit out of place among a group of junior sisters. Who told you to be the only junior brother in your sect? Miserable or Cheng Fengong miserably, there is not a single female disciple. In the end, he chose to send this little junior brother out. I feel like I can't escape. Zhu Yu sighed. If your little uncle wants to come, it will take at least 2 days. Yi Qiao didn't refute. Looking at the situation, all of us were brought back, sooner or later. This feeling of being manipulated is too uncomfortable. Si Miaoyan pondered for a moment. Let's go find Su Juo and the others. They couldn't get in touch with the personal biography outside the palace. They must have encountered evil cultivators more or less. The others had no objections, so they all rushed outside the palace. Since you can't escape, there's no need to struggle uselessly. Seeing this, Yi Qiao pulled Zhu Yu and quietly left the team. Zhu Yu didn't understand her meaning at first. Her eyes were a little confused. Yi Qiao pulled her and left. The tone became brisk. Want to have an exciting adventure. Zhu Yu was stunned by Yi Qiao's sudden second attack. Where are you going? How exciting could this be? Seeing Yi Qiao's confident appearance, Zhu Yu couldn't help but said, well, do you have any ideas? Yi Qiao. Thoughts? No. She threw the Phyxian sword into the air and stepped on it. Come. Zhu Yu. Wait. People will see it. Yu Jian or something. It's too conspicuous. Yi Qiao didn't take it seriously. She was flying around on the Phoenix. Was she still worried that Yu Jian would be seen? Anyway, the violations have been violated, so is it only once or twice? Zhu Yu was encouraged by her eyes. The girl hesitated for a moment, took out the Luoshui sword, stepped on it, and the two of them flew in the air one after the other. Zhu Yu said, where are we going? Run away. If you want to escape, the direction is not right. Yi Qiao looked at the approximate position in midair, thought for a moment, then let's go to the base camp of evil cultivators. Zhu Yu spoke quickly and replied, but there are no people in their base camp, and they were basically wiped out by us, so it's no good. Yi Qiao didn't care if there was anyone in the base camp of the evil cultivator, she just wanted to complete the rituals that the evil cultivator hadn't completed. Speaking of which, the evil god should thank her. Without her, it wouldn't be able to come out in 8 lifetimes. Because of their fast speed, the light from Fexianjian and Luoshui was particularly eye-catching in the dim night. The little girl below saw the 2 people standing one behind the other in midair, and exclaimed, "Mom, look quickly, the sword man. What nonsense are the children talking about?" Then the little girl was pressed and beaten. Ellipsis. Watching the younger junior brothers and younger junior sisters leave, the remaining monks and the personal disciples began to discuss countermeasures. When following the strategy provided by Yi Qiao, we will surrender first when we see the demon lord. This suggestion was rejected by Zhu Yu. It is impossible for him to believe our nonsense. And if Mozen came here in person, he would definitely hate them, but what Song Hansheng couldn't figure out was that Mozen would go to trouble with the 5 sects. What would he do with these personal heirs? What good does killing them do to the demons? The demons should not be so arrogant as to go to war with the 5 sects directly. In the personal biography, there are not only the disciples of the 5 sects, but also the direct descendants and collateral descendants of the 8 great families, fighting against the righteous monks. The demons do not have the confidence now. In the final analysis, the demon race is going in a crooked way, and the mirror is broken very quickly, resulting in as many golden core stages as dogs. But the nascent soul stage is only a few, and the glory of the demon realm is all supported by the demon lord and those old things in the demon realm. He will definitely not believe our nonsense. Mu Chongxi held his chin. If Yi Qiao was there, he might believe it. Yi Qiao's mouth is quite eloquent. It's okay for other people to be cheap, but brainwashing is completely out of reach. Surrender. Song Hansheng sneered and began to pour cold water on him. If you have the time, it's better to contact people from the 8 great families as soon as possible, and prepare the cemetery in advance. Mu Chongxi, don't destroy our own ambition like this, Song Hansheng. He counted with his fingers. Look, we have talisman repairs, sword repairs, alchemy repairs, weapon repairs, perfect. Wait a minute, Song Hansheng corrected. Who is your own person? He was so good at spoiling the scenery, so the other pro-bishops decided to ignore Song Hansheng Kiki. Zhou Xiu paused, then hesitated to speak. My grandma. Oh no, Yi Qiao is gone. Ming Xuan didn't raise his head. Junior sister has been sent out, but I think she should have something to do. Yi Qiao was quite calm, making people calm down for no reason. They now have a kind of confidence in Yi Qiao. The corners of Zhou Xiu's mouth twitched. Thinking of her provoking the evil gods to chase after her and jumping up and down, she said sincerely, being in the same class as her should be very exciting every day, right? In fact, his understanding of Yi Qiao's personal biography is limited to other people's mouths. It is said that there are a lot of tricks, and he was mentally prepared when he came to the world. They won't necessarily be that exception. Zhou Xiu was mentally prepared, but he still couldn't help it when he saw these pro-brothers calm down one by one. Hey! Aren't you all afraid? Scared? Ming Xuan glanced at him. But don't be afraid, because the demon lord probably didn't come for you. If we die first. Zhou Xiu was speechless. That's right, there's no rush to pass it on personally, and it's useless for him to follow suit. Did something happen outside the palace? Ming Xuan, who was sitting cross-legged, sensed the movement outside. He probed with his divine sense and found that a group of people without any cultivation were slaughtering on the street. The calm was broken. He raised his eyebrows. Sure enough. It's the demon race. The demon race, who had been refusing to hide in the corner in reality, finally made a move. The evil cultivators have already been solved by the monks. so the hidden demons will naturally start to come out unscrupulously. They will not kill themselves, lest they be noticed by the heavens and bring down thunder disasters, so they learn from the evil cultivators and find them. A few high-ranking people in the world reach to deal with them. A group of mortals killing each other is a good thing for demon cultivators, but it is not a good picture for monks. Ming Xuan frowned, and patted Zhu Yu. Come and find out what's going on outside the palace. He seemed to sense it, and thoughtfully spoke of their aura. Zhu Yu Jinden's late-stage cultivation base, Dan Shu's spiritual sense is broad. He lowered his eyes, and quickly came to a conclusion. After Si Miaoyan and the others ran out, they went outside to save people. Let's guard it in the palace. Lu Yun sat back, lowered her head and drew circles. I'm so kind. Anyway, even if they run out, if the demon lord really comes down, they won't be able to get out unless they meet the elders of the 5 sects, right? The point is not to let them run out, the point is to send Yi Qiao out. If Yi Qiao can't do anything. Ming Xuan clapped his hands. Let's lie down and wait for death tilde. Zhou Exingyun was happy with this suggestion. You can find a beautiful tree and crash it to death. Ming Xuan. Just kidding. We still have to save ourselves. In the hands of the demons, the best result is nothing more than being imprisoned, and the worst result is demonic possession and death. Who is going to be enchanted? A group of monks were waiting in battle, and the talisman cultivators took the opportunity to strengthen the formation in the palace. As for them, it doesn't matter, this kind of formation can't stop the level of Mozen. Ha 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 ha. When a few relatives were flipping through the mustard bag, busy looking for the magic tools and treasures that could be used at the bottom of the box, they heard the laughter one after another. Yi Qing'an paused, remembering that they entered the demon world a long time ago. Those demons Shudu likes to laugh like this. Is it some tradition of the demon clan? Yi Qing'an said coldly. Ming Xuan rubbed his chin. Maybe it's because I've been in the demon realm for a long time, and I need to laugh out of nowhere once in a while. All the people listened to the wild laughter in silence, speechless. What else did Yi Qiao say? Kneel down the first time you see the demon lord, and don't say anything else. Chu Exingji. Who wants to kneel down? They still have a bit of backbone. Zhu Yu looked at those demons silently. He could feel the bloody smell of killing, but only at this moment. They clearly felt what it means to be crushed by absolute strength, and there is no resistance at all. Mind, the slightest bit of spiritual energy can't be mobilized. Demon race. Is it the demon? The monk behind him trembled. Zhu Yu hummed softly. If the strength reaches a certain level, they can't remember the opponent's appearance at all, and they can't remember the face even when they see the face. Some people whose cultivation base is below the foundation establishment kneel down on the ground with a thump, and before they can release their coercion, they can't remember it. Can't stop. Chu Exingji. I don't kneel. Ming Xuan Liluo knelt down, saw that his neck was still stuck, and clicked his tongue. Zhou Exingyun looked at Yi Qing'an's iron-boned appearance, pulled the corner of his mouth, kicked him, and made him kneel smoothly. A. Are they all so decisive? Zhou Shumeng was stunned, and he found that Yi's personal biography was a bit different from what he had imagined. To be precise, it belonged to Chang Mingzong. It is not the same as the other 4 sects. Whose family passed on kneeling so decisively? What about the backbone? Seeing a group of pro-passengers knelt down on their own initiative, Mozen was very satisfied with this scene. Before coming, he was still thinking that if all these pro-passengers did not know how to live or die, then he would not mind killing a few to let this group of righteous little sheep grow their memories. A group of progenitors kneeled neatly at the front. This feeling of being slaughtered was not good, and there was no movement from the side of the demons, and it seemed that they didn't intend to do anything. Just look at the terrified appearance. Mu Chongshi. He seems to enjoy the feeling of watching us obediently waiting to die. Zhu Yu. It's a common problem for those who are superior. Being superior, he likes to play with all the people whose cultivation level is lower than him, and see them humbled to survive. Ming Xuan said sincerely, then please make sure he discriminates against us for a while longer. They don't want to face the Demon King head-on. Although the Demon King is also restricted, it's not something they can fight. Or can we fight him? Mu Chongshi touched the sword at his waist, feeling a little unbearable in this oppressive atmosphere. After listening to all the whispers of the group, the Mozen lightly lowered his coercion, and everyone's collective expressions changed slightly, as if they were satisfied with their reactions. He finally opened his mouth slowly. Where's Yi Qiao? The first sentence made everyone's face change. Yi Qiao is Yi Qiao again. Chu Xingji can't help it, she is so hated. Seeing that the Demon King was about to exert his pressure again, Ming Xuan frowned, stretched out his hand, and the talisman was flying on his fingertips. Protected in the circle, one can clearly feel the pressure decrease. Ming Xuan raised his head cautiously. Seeing that Mo Zun didn't pay attention to his small actions, he was slightly relieved, and then replied slowly, "Little junior sister is not here." Mozen looked at him gloomily and said nothing. His original intention was aimed at that Yi Qiao. Did you let her run away? The Demon King came for Yi Qiao. Yun Qiu of Yue Kingzong was willing to surrender to the demon and offered a position, so he would naturally not let go of the opportunity to recruit people from the demon clan. Chang Mingzong Yi Qiao, Qian Lingen, it would be even better if she can join. She was looking forward to the painful appearance of those righteous disciples like Yi Qiao after they became demons. Without Yi Qiao, Mu Chongshi would be fine. For some unknown reason, Yun Qiu never mentioned Yi Qing'an. Hearing that Yi Qiao was not here, the Demon Lord was not in a hurry. After all, he was in the human world, and it was only a matter of time before she was caught. Several of the tied relatives knelt obediently on the ground. In the face of absolute strength suppression, apart from kneeling, I'm afraid I can't sit still. Seeing that Yi Qing'an was still trying to stand up and face the Demon Lord, Song Hansheng quickly pushed him to the ground and knelt together. What a joke. Can they provoke a Demon Lord at this level? A group of relatives pressed Yi Qing'an firmly, telling him to be calm and calm. This strange movement caused the Demon Lord to cast a strange look. Have all the personal transmissions in the cultivation world grown into this kind of virtue? Since Yi Qiao is not here, then Mu Chongshi and Yi Qing'an. Mazun's expression was quite indifferent, showing a hint of contempt. If the two natural sword bones are not killed, then in time they will definitely be extremely terrifying sword geniuses. It would be too wasteful to kill them. It would be more interesting to force them into demons. Hearing his plan, Mozen waved his hand lightly, and the two floated in the air, apparently intending to use brute force to pull them over. Several members of Chang Mingzong subconsciously grabbed Mu Chongshi. Seeing these personal transmissions seem to want to do something, Mozen smiled. Next second, blood was splashed on the clothes, and the atmosphere was suddenly dead silent. Everyone turned their eyes and looked at the one who fell on the ground. The dead one was a monk, and his movements froze slightly. Kill the chickens to warn the monkeys. It is self-evident who is threatening. If you don't let go, you will be the ones who will die in the next second. Mu Chongshi didn't struggle, and was brought in front of him. Mozen seemed too lazy to look at him. Take them away. His goal was not these two personal transfers from the beginning to the end. The dead monk was right in front of them, and the smell of blood filled his nostrils, making Zhou Xingyun feel sick for a moment. Looking at the younger brother who was taken away, he raised his head expressionlessly, and put his hands on Duanchen. Before he could take action, the position of the formation changed, a golden floating light flashed past, and a familiar voice came lightly. If you want to take away our sect's disciples, you should at least ask our Changming sect's opinion, right? Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tag the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 184 Yi Qiao's Second Faith. Xe Chuxu. Several people raised their heads suddenly, with joy on their faces. So fast. Xe Chuxu blinked at them, showing a calm expression, stretched out her hand and patted Mingxuan's head, and said to herself thoughtfully, the 5 sects made trouble under their feet, and took the opportunity to quietly go to the world. Who gave you the idea? Cloud Magpie. His eyes were unusually cold. There are so many great talents in the comprehension world who don't look for it, but choose their relatives to pass it on. To be honest, a personal inheritance that hasn't grown up is an existence that is not eye-catching to the Demon King. Unless there is a personal biography that can attract him. For example, Yi Chao. Xe Chuxu was a little distressed. As expected, a genius really has a certain troublesome attribute. Changmingzong. One of the demon's voices became cold. Why don't you kneel when you see our majesty? Yeah. Xe Chuxu stood still, as if she had just noticed the Mozen, stretched out her hand to block their sight, and showed a bright smile. Ha, who did I say? It turned out to be Lord Mozen. Sorry, you were too dark, the night was dark just now, I didn't notice you. The other 4 sects looked at Xe Chuxu with strange eyes, with some admiration. Niu, this uncle. Not many dare to talk to the demon lord like this. Yi Qiao of your sect, dedicate her to me, and I will not pursue this matter. It had been a long time since Yi Qiao had seen the heavenly spirit route. He wants to study this personal inheritance. What is unique about it? The demons are all walking in crooked ways. If more heavenly spirit roots can be produced, then it is only a matter of time before the demons unify the 3 realms. In the end, Yi Qiao ran away. What went wrong? Mozen couldn't figure it out. He couldn't even imagine that his previous sword fell into Yi Qiao's hands after being betrayed. Xe Chuxu. That can't be done. He looked at Yi Qing'an and Mu Chongxi who were being held hostage, thinking about how to get them down without injury. It's not easy to fight against Mozen now, even Xe Chuxu can't. He is good at gossip formation, but he is not a ruthless person who can be tough with Mozen. After being rejected, Mazun's expression was ruthless, and a world-shattering devilish energy spread over a group of people. After Xe Chuxu got out of the way, the formation in her hand unfolded. Mingxuan and the others were shaken to pieces. The 5 elements formation was in the hands of Xe Chuxu, and they couldn't catch anyone's figure at all, and the transfer speed was so fast that Mozen couldn't even find a chance. He laughed wickedly. Talisman repair. What he hates the most is this kind of talisman. Unpredictable. Xe Chuxu relied on stepping on the breeze to dodge back and forth. This is the ultimate use of stepping on the breeze. You can't even see the afterimage. It comes and goes like the wind. It's as if the whole person is hidden in the wind. If it wasn't for the formation, if they kept changing, they might think that Xe Chuxu was gone. Tired of being played by Xe Chuxu's tricks, the Mozen finally moved. The moment he stretched out his hand and touched Xe Chuxu, he tightened his strength suddenly, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Xe Chuxu moved her fingertips slightly and smiled. The formation under him unfolded and was detonated by him, and all the surrounding demons, including the Demon Lord, were affected. Zhu Yu stuffed Xe Chuxu with the elixir, which was refined by him, and the quality was of heavenly quality, and anyone who wasn't destined to die could be pulled back. They looked at this crazy demon with vigilance. Xe Chuxu also frowned slightly. The effect of Zhu Yu's pill was really good, except for the pain in his chest. His wounds were almost healed, but this demon lord obviously didn't intend to let it go. Xe Chuxu was caught off guard and plotted against him, and the surrounding demons fell to the ground in disorder. Seeing the aura becoming terrifying, and even laughing at the completely enraged demon lord, Xe Chuxu moved her fingertips, ready to form an formation again. Right here suddenly, there was movement from the jade slip around his waist. Mozen stopped suddenly and grabbed Yu Jian with great interest. At this time, the news of the jade slip was either Yi Qiao or the old men of Wang. No matter which one it was, it could easily arouse his interest. This is the effect Yi Qiao wanted. She frantically called Xe Chuxu, hung up after the call, and only said when his patience was almost exhausted, "Little uncle." The other pro-brothers almost broke out in cold sweat. The other party did not answer. Yi Qiao understood. It was similar to what she thought. The one who received the jade slip was Mozen. She whispered, "Wait for me to have a cup of tea. I will go find you." Under Yi Qiao's manipulation of the jade slips, the scene became strangely peaceful, and the Mozen laughed twice. Looking at his gloomy appearance, he seemed to be looking forward to her arrival. Zhu Yu saw that she did not forget to give Xe Chuxu a jade slip on the way to Yujian, and couldn't help but said, "What's wrong?" "Yi Qiao, the little uncle is here." And not surprisingly, Xe Chuxu's bad character definitely angered the demon venerable. If she didn't make a jade slip to impress the other party's interest, what she would see when she rushed over might be a corpse. The Mozen should be very interested in her, whether it's his saintess being arrested, or the last time he swayed around the Mizu to sabotage his plan. In short, Yi Qiao has to stabilize him first. Ellipsis. Simiaoyan and Miao Miao, who ran out on the other side, distributed the elixirs, and if they could save one, many innocent people who were dying died in this scheming against the monks. The ideas they instilled since childhood prevented them from doing nothing but refusing to save them. After meeting with Bishuazong, Su Juo took a deep breath and asked the most concerned question, "Where's Yi Qiao? Was she also arrested?" He was belatedly aware that something was wrong. After listening to these people's guesses, Su Juo could only grit his teeth to protect the group of alchemists. The powerful ones were either in the palace or disappeared. This refers to Yi Qiao. No, she didn't know what to do with Zhu Yu. Hearing that Yi Qiao had run away, Su Juo breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Si Miao said, "Now we have only one way out, dragging to the rescuers of Changmingzong, and then hoping that Xe Chuxu can step on the demon lord, and the gods will come down to earth." Su Juo didn't hesitate. This is impossible. If Xe Chuxu could beat the demon lord, would it still be called the demon realm? Just change the name to XEG, and with Xe Chuxu's character, if he can fight well, he will definitely be able to do this kind of thing. So the second way out is to wait for Yi Qiao. She left with Zhu Yu. I guess she has other arrangements. After a pause, Miao Miao said, "I trust her. Probably. She doesn't know what to do now. They are well protected." It is the first time that Miao Miao understands the meaning of this sentence. There will be no elders watching them all the time from the sidelines. Su Juo exhaled slowly. Yi Qiao. Second senior sister. He couldn't pronounce these three words no matter what. Si Miaoyan said in a low voice, "Go save people first." Su Juo reluctantly nodded. The sky turned purple, as if something ominous was about to come out. The devilish energy that was surging around was vaguely suppressed, replaced by an obscure dark mist. Su Juo subconsciously wanted to try to stick a talisman. Miao Miao quickly stretched out his hand to hold Su Juo. "Don't touch that thing. Contamination will erode." Some dead people at the entrance of the street exposed their bones when they were covered by the mist. "What is this?" Si Miaoyan shook her head, and also broke down. "I haven't seen it before. Seems to come out of nowhere. Why is the sky this color?" Miao Miao was puzzled. It was obviously black before, and the darkness was so dark that no moonlight could penetrate it. It was a different feeling from the depression before. It was unknown, and it made people feel a little tense mentally. Ellipsis. On the other hand, Yi Qiao hung up the jade slip and dragged Zhu Yu to Xieshu's base camp. She purposely found a place far away from the palace so as not to be disturbed. Zhu Yu was worried about the situation outside, so she dragged her in. Repair base camp. What are you going to do? Yi Qiao drew out the flying immortal sword, and replied casually, summon the evil god once. Demons, right. Wait. Since you can't beat him, then invite someone from the underworld to fight. There were still a few evil cultivators in the base camp of evil cultivators muttering about some rituals, and when they saw two people breaking in, they subconsciously scolded, presumptuous. Zhu Yu didn't talk nonsense with him. A stream of sword energy passed by, and the man fell to the ground in a daze, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. There were still unfinished rituals on it. The two evil cultivators saw their companions fell to the ground, and subconsciously froze there, motionless. I was afraid that I would be killed in the next second. Yi Qiao scratched the palm of her hand, soaked it, and smeared it on the weird pattern. After that, Shi Shiren kicked away the evil cultivator who was stiff and dared not move, took his place, knelt on the ground, and began to pray. Evil repair. For a moment, I couldn't tell who was the evil cultivator. He looked at Yi Qiao's skillful prayer appearance. After dripping blood, what they worked so hard to do had no effect. Under her blood, the other party responded. It's you. The other party's voice was still as ugly as ever. But now, in Yi Qiao's ears, it was the sound of nature. She said, it's me. Call me, what do you want? For some reason, Zhu Yu could hear the gnashing of teeth in the voice of this evil thing. I hope you can do me a small favor. For example, beating the demon king to death. Zhu was scruples about the constraints of heaven, so the evil god said, okay, after a while. Yi Qiao boasted without changing her face, sure enough, my lord is my only belief in the cultivation world. Xishu was silent for a moment. Yi Qiao looked at the evil god who was eating happily. She really didn't expect that one day she would really invite the evil god. Seeing her pale face, Zhu Yu knelt down in a decent manner, and the gestures Yi Qiao used were accurate. Used it again. Get on your knees, cut your palms, and pray with her. Two disciples of the righteous way just knelt in the headquarters of the evil cultivators so grandiosely, beckoning the evil gods. Yi Qiao and Zhu Yu, a top-grade spiritual root and a heavenly-grade spiritual root, under the madness of the two of them, the pattern on it finally stopped absorbing blood. These two men did it. He was taken aback. Yi Qiao almost didn't maintain that indifferent compulsion, and knelt down on the ground, but fortunately she stabilized. Where are the only remaining members of your evil cultivators? She looked at him calmly. Seeing the scene of Yi Qiao beheading Jin Danqi's evil cultivator with a sword, he shivered. I'll call them. He is sure. These two people are truly evil cultivators. That prayer gesture is more skilled than them. For my lord. Satisfied with his reaction, Yi Qiao smiled slightly and shouted the slogan, for our faith. Xieshu, for my lord. Okay, let's go. Yi Qiao patted him on the shoulder smoothly. Find the evil cultivator for a cup of tea, and get back the honor it deserves for my lord. Yes. Zhu Yu. Under the title of exterminating the demon clan and stepping on the progenitor, the evil cultivators were extremely excited and quickly began to recruit people. There are more evil cultivators in the human world than demonic cultivators. Many of the tens of thousands of evil cultivators who have fled to the human world from the realm of comprehension have gone into hiding. Yi Qiao finished the unfinished sacrificial ceremony, and for a moment the evil cultivators looked at her as if they were looking at the Savior. She calculated how long it would take for the evil god to descend, then set a meeting time, shouted a meaningless slogan, and dragged Zhu Yu to the palace. All is ready except for the opportunity. Zhu Yu was in a trance along the way. Seeing that Yi Qiao seemed to be going to die in the palace, she came back to her senses. If the evil gods are invited, shouldn't we hide in a corner now and wait for them to fight in the nest? Yi Qiao, I don't think they can fight. So she needs to add fire. Zhu Yu had no choice but to follow her all the way. When Mozen waited impatiently and wondered if Yi Qiao was playing tricks on him, the other party finally came late. When Yi Qiao entered the imperial palace, she saw the relatives kneeling neatly on the ground, and blood on the ground. Her heart tightened slightly, and she glanced at those acquaintances, and found that they were all right, then adjusted her expression, looked at the aloof demon lord. Yi Qiao showed a bright smile, and looked at the demons who were very vigilant towards her. Briskly. Do not worry. I'm not here to tear you apart. I'm here to join you. Left and right protectors. Seemingly surprised by Yi Qiao's unconventional behavior, Mozen looked at her with great interest. Yi Qiao. Seeing your fellow disciples, is there any uncle? What do you want to say? He looked a little gloomy. She paused for a while, seeing that the demon lord was ready to kill. Yi Qiao forcefully squeezed away the left guardian, took the lead and knelt down on one knee, offering her loyalty. Of course it is. The sun rises in the east, your majesty is undefeated, and he will rule the three realms forever. The three realms will follow your wishes. The girl folded her body and bowed her head, hiding all her emotions. The other passengers were forcibly pressed to the ground, all with expressions of dissatisfaction. Only this Yi Qiao, no one pressed her to kneel down, she had already knelt down first. Then he began to worship the Demon King. This operation was as fierce as a tiger, and the other passengers were taken aback for a while. But it seems to work really well. Sure enough, this unexpected slogan stunned the demon lord. Mingxuan was eager to try, glanced at the little uncle, and suddenly came to inspiration. Little uncle, how about you also go to learn from Yi Qiao and worship the demon lord? Guy. Xi Chuxiu covered her chest and laughed angrily. He was very curious about what Yi Qiao wanted to do. Yi Qiao raised her head, showing sincerity. Your Majesty is my only belief in the three realms. If Zhu Yu remembers correctly, her last belief was evil gods, right? Yi Qiao wanted to make a time difference. Anyway, the evil god doesn't know what happened on his side. If so, let's fight quickly. The one who wins is her only belief. Compared to your sect, Mozen wanted to see how she would struggle. Yi Qiao didn't change her face and stepped on her. They don't deserve to compare with you. Such a ruthless person. Very fast response time. As long as they have half the reaction speed of Yi Qiao, they will not be reduced to being tied up. I can swear, everything I say to His Majesty is from the bottom of my heart. If you violate it, there will be a thunderbolt from the sky. You will die badly. Be yourself, Yi Qiao. She is not afraid of being hacked at all. Originally, her spiritual roots were almost saturated, but now that it has been so long, she is indeed short of a thunder tribulation, and it has been a long time since her mid-stage golden core, but who taught her to swear at a disagreement? Mozen sneered. You are the heavenly grade Lilingen, right? Swear to him. This Yi Qiao really dared to fool anyone. Yes, Yi Qiao replied casually, looking at the scene not far away. The lavender surge became more and more intense, as if it would surge up in the next second. She suddenly raised her head, showing a brisk smile. Yeah. I really say something from the bottom of my heart to you. Seeing Mozen slapped her down with a palm, the moment Shaoqi pulled her away, her girlish aura disappeared around her. Just when Mozen was about to tear up the domain and cut this person who dared to trick her into pieces, another one beat him. And the evil breath is spreading. Zhu Yu took a step back a little later. Coming. Here comes the evil god. The others didn't respond. Who's here? Zhu Yu's tone was calm. Yi Qiao's second belief. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 185 Love is so deep. Yi Qiao's second belief. Isn't her only belief in the demon lord. The eloquent words just now made Mo Zun stunned for a while, and with her opening her mouth, she forcibly controlled the situation, and she couldn't accept it. The blackness of the sky was rendered into a gloomy purple, and the world became extremely strange. A black mist spread in the sky, and Xe Chuxu's pupils shrank slightly. Cthulhu. This is an extremely contagious evil spirit, and it seems that this breath is about to come, and it is constantly approaching them. Xe Chuxu suddenly saw the sign of its emergence, turned her head suddenly, and was slightly taken aback. Didn't you stop it? When he arrived, most of the evil cultivators had been eliminated, and the remaining mob couldn't make a difference, so they shouldn't have succeeded. Something must have happened that Xe Chuxu didn't quite understand. Stopped it. Zhu Yu said numbly. The two of us came back after praying. Xe Chuxu. Ha. He could barely understand the word by word, but the moment he put it together, his expression was a little blank. What do you mean by being prayed back by the two of you? Zhu Yu. Literally. Yi Qiao and I are going to invite the evil god. Just please come over. Look at this posture. It is not a friend but an enemy, and I don't know if Yi Qiao can control this exciting scene. Yi Qiao confirmed again and again. Little martial uncle, you can run away. Confirmed again and again. Little martial uncle, you can run away, right? Xe Chuxu pondered for a moment. So, is there something wrong? Yi Qiao, if the demon lord and the evil god come at the same time and want to trouble me, little uncle, is it very likely that you will take us away? Xe Chuxu. He smiled, and instantly understood what Zhu Yu said about bringing back the evil spirit's prayer, who came up with the idea. What are you going to do? Yi Qiao looked at the purple and ominous air in the air, touched her chin, and said in thought, I seem to be playing off. But it doesn't seem to be there. She holds 3 heavenly restraints in her hand. These 3 methods are not safe. If they are all used up, then it will be useless. Judging by the evil god's desire to swallow her alive, Yi Qiao needs to be more cautious. Demon Venerable. Evil God. He looked at the evil spirits that kept gathering, and didn't think much about it. He just thought that those evil cultivators' prayers had succeeded. Seeing the plan being ruined, Mozen felt gloomy for a moment. The purpose of his trip was for Yi Qiao. He hoped that Yi Qiao would be more sensible and not struggle too much. How could he have expected that when the evil god descends, the failure of the evil god's descending has a part of his calculations in it, and its believers are basically killed by personal transmission, so how can we talk about descending? A failed evil god is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. At this time, it turned out to be a success. Mozen felt incredible. A cloud of black mist slowly gathered in front of him and turned into a human form. After it descended, it went straight to Yi Qiao. I'll eat you, you brat first. New and old hatred added up. The evil god was furious, and a terrifying breath spread. It's all this damn monk who dares to play with it. Yi Qiao didn't even take a step back. She sent her heartfelt voice to the other party, and lightly said, within the rules, you can't hurt me. Righteous monks are not afraid of heaven's punishment, but evil cultivators can't avoid it. Those of the righteous way crossing the tribulation may still be able to resist being hacked twice, but they will die if they are hacked twice. Tiandao is not so gentle to everyone. Sure enough, it was afraid of the rules set by Yi Qiao. It stopped suddenly, its expression changed several times, and it really didn't dare to hurt her. In the eyes of others, it was the evil god rushing towards Yi Qiao, and then stopped obediently there. Chu Xingji asked, when did she become so awesome that she dared to control the evil god? Zhu Yu. She also frowned. To be honest, Zhu Yu didn't think the evil god would be so friendly to the believers, but the evil god actually stopped in front of Yi Qiao, like a beast with its claws retracted. Brain supplementation is a disease. The superiors always think too much, and the demon lord is even more suspicious by nature. Seeing Yi Qiao's back and forth conversations with the evil god, the disregarded devil gave a smirk, and naturally put the evil god in Yi Qiao's camp, thinking that this evil thing was calculated from the beginning to the end, and joined hands with Yi Qiao. Deal with yourself. As long as he is willing to ask, he will understand that the two people's goals are actually the same. They both want to kill Yi Qiao. But he didn't ask, but squinted his eyes, turned towards the evil god, and slowly sneered, "Things that don't know how to live or die are my believers." "What are you?" The evil god replied subconsciously. "That's my believer." "That's right, believers are all on its plate. For eating." This is no less than provocation. How could an evil Yi Qiao, a righteous disciple, be its follower? When Mo Zun looked at it, he dared to be arrogant. His expression was as cold as a blade. The eyes of the evil god and the devil who had bumped into the believers were tinged with terrifying murderous intent. The evil god is actually quite confused. It doesn't know what happened. It just knows that it was tricked by a little Jindanchi and set 3 constraints. If it wants to kill and go to the realm of comprehension, then it must use up these 3 constraints. So after being awakened, she sensed Yi Qiao's aura, and immediately chased after her madly. When she wanted to kill her, she was restrained. What was even more confusing to the evil god was that since it couldn't hurt her, it could manipulate her and turn her into a puppet, but before it could attack Yi Qiao, it was stopped by someone called Demon Lord. The black mist on the evil god kept churning, making strange noises, and those who blocked it would die. Protecting that Yi Qiao so much. It can't kill that Yi Qiao for the time being. Can't it kill this guy? Yi Qiao didn't even open her mouth to use the second law of heaven to restrain her. The demon master, who was good at brain supplementation, automatically put the evil god into her camp, so the two monsters started fighting. The collision between the evil thing and the demon lord caused those with poor cultivation to prostrate on the ground and tremble all over, not daring to move. Mingxuan and the others barely stopped. With their cultivation base, they couldn't even look directly at them. The two terrifying forces were fighting together. Not to mention the result, they could only see the sky clearly, as if they were surrounded by these two forces. Torn apart, the momentum was huge, and the ground cracked like a natural disaster. Countless black gas and corrosive mist diffused, and Xuan cursed inwardly. Arrangement. At least not to bring disaster to those ordinary people. The talisman cultivators woke up like a dream. They were dumbfounded by the situation in front of them. The demon lord and the others knew each other, but what was that terrifying behemoth? He was able to fight back and forth with Mozen. That's the evil god. Zhou Xiu had seen it before. His lips trembled, and he remembered everything. It should be this evil god that chased them back then, so it must hate Yi Qiao very much. How could you fight with the demon venerable? Zhou Xiu couldn't figure it out. The goals of the two are the same. Ellipsis. Even the demon king and the evil god dare not do anything to those ordinary people. It doesn't matter if they kill a few, but once the number is too large, it is impossible for Tiandao to sit idly by. The two were scruples about the way of heaven, so they simply ran to fight in midair. The sun and the moon were dark, and the sky was dark. The human world obviously couldn't bear this kind of unreasonable fighting. The sky thunders gradually gathered in midair, eager to kill the two guys who broke into the human world and violated the rules. Even if their strength has been weakened, it is still beyond what the world can bear. One is enough, and heaven can choose to pretend to be blind. Two at the same time. How can two appear at the same time? Too weird. The sky thunder gathered to set things right. One person gave a sky thunder. The thunder and lightning flew down like a silver dragon, the ground was scorched, and the whole night shrouded in evil energy was as bright as day in an instant. Boom! With a loud noise. Not to mention the human world, even the cultivation world was shocked. What happened in the world? Two lightning tribulations forcibly separated them, and another force that could be said to destroy heaven and earth wanted to collide again. Xe Chuxu only raised her head and glanced. Let them fight, whoever wins, you will be his believer. Any one of them can crush Yi Qiao to death, but she actually provoked two. Xe Chuxu, who has always been unreliable, is deeply admired. Yi Qiao, I may not be able to leave for the time being. Things are not done yet. The evil god and the devil are not purebred fools. After realizing that their strengths are similar, they will definitely not face each other head-on. It is impossible for Yi Qiao to order the evil god to kill the demon venerable. The only constraint she has left is not yet ready for use. If the evil god cannot kill the demon venerable, or one of the two is dead, then the one who died was her. The two evil creatures restrain each other, and a stalemate is the result she wants to see. During their struggle, Yi Qing'an and Mu Chongxi, who were captured by Mozan alone, touched the sword at their waist at the same time, cut off the chains that bound them, and landed from mid-air. With the current cultivation, it is completely unclear how the battle is going. Why did they start fighting? No mental preparation at all. Mu Chongxi moved his wrist. What should we do now? What are you looking at? Running is definitely not possible. There are many innocent people behind, they at least have to deal with the affairs of the world before running away, and they can't escape even if they run. It's just a useless struggle for this level of power. That is the demon venerable who even the 5 sect masters dare not face up to. Little martial uncle. Yi Qiao didn't know what she was thinking. She took out a map paper, and after a long time of calculation, her tone became a little more sincere. Now, let's run. Xe Chuxu. He was somewhat dumbfounded. I have seen Yi Qiao cooperate happily with anyone in the photo stone, but I never thought that one day it would be my turn to cooperate with my nephew or something. Xe Chuxu scratched her head. Okay. The top priority now is to save Yi Qing'an and the others first. Xe Chuxu tried to use formations to transfer, but under the Demon Lord, he was afraid that if he failed, it would not be worth the loss if he angered the Demon Lord. Your believers and his believers seem to look the same. Xe Chuxu kicked up the flames. In the next second, she carried Yi Qiao and disappeared in place. Undoubtedly, the evil god and the demon lord have enmity. One hates the evil demon lord for preventing it from appearing in the world, and the other hates the evil creature for disrupting his plans. Hearing Xe Chuxu's words again, they became even angrier, and the believers on both sides fought hard. While the two of them were fighting, Xe Chuxu asked, "Where are you going?" To be honest, at this moment, he really wanted to be possessed by Master Ma, grabbed Yi Qiao by the collar and yelled, "Why do you irritate the boss every time?" Yi Qiao seemed to have just come back to her senses. She groaned, and replied, "Run to the realm of comprehension." Xe Chuxu frowned subconsciously. Cultivation realm. Xiao Qiao. He had to remind her, their strength in the cultivation world will be more terrifying than now. I'm afraid it will be difficult to clean up the trouble you caused. In such a situation, not only would the 5 sects be in chaos, but they would also have to ask the 8 great families and the old ones to take action. After all, the evil gods in the world are easier to deal with. Who would have thought that she would invite her back? Stimulate. Xe Chuxu's heart couldn't take it anymore. And get rid of the evil god, and the demon lord. The demons don't dare to start a war with the monks, but while they're sealing the evil gods, it's okay to do something. They're like shit-stirring sticks, and there are demons everywhere. If the evil god and the devil are brought back to the realm of comprehension at the same time, it will definitely be two troubles. Forget it. Xe Chuxu thought for a while, let's leave this kind of thing to those old men. If Yi Qiao didn't invite the evil gods to come over, I'm afraid they would be the ones who had the accident. Although the approach is a bit crazy, it is better than sitting still and waiting for death. You can't just wait to die after being caught by the demon lord. Xe Chuxu switched formations, grabbed Yi Qiao, and shrunk to an inch at an extremely fast speed. Yi Qiao slipped away, and the Mozen, who had been paying attention to her movement all the time, figured out that the route of the two was to run to the realm of comprehension, and suddenly he was relieved. He squinted his eyes and almost laughed out loud. Are you going to ask those old things for help? The Mozen chased after him. The evil god watched Yi Qiao disappear, and recalled it. After it realized that this demon lord wanted to kill Yi Qiao, he resolutely chose not to pursue him. It's best for Yi Qiao to die. If she dies, then the restriction will no longer exist. It is now going back to the cultivation world to take back everything that belongs to it. With the disappearance of the two evil spirits, the dark sky that had been hit by the sun and the moon gradually changed, and gradually became normal. Safe. Isn't it? Their knees were almost numb, but Yi Qiao solved the quarrel for a long time. Kneeling like tall people without emotion, a group of relatives knelt neatly and felt happy. It seemed that there was really no danger. The two evil spirits rushed to the cultivation world and went straight to the route where Yi Qiao escaped. To Yi Qiao, the love for each one is really deep. My lord. My lord. A group of evil cultivators knelt down, tears streaming down their faces, trying to get my lord to take them with him when he went to the cultivation world. Zhu Yu looked at these evil cultivators thoughtfully. These were all called by Yi Qiao. Never mind, Yi Qiao must have her reasons for doing this. The people who know Yi Qiao best must be her seniors. Zhu Yu repeated the previous scene and asked them how to deal with these evil cultivators. Mu Chongxi squinted her eyes, reached out and patted one of Xe Xu's shoulders. Seeing that it was a personal transmission, they were so frightened that they almost screamed. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Ming Xuan took a deep breath, thinking of the disappearing junior sister. His face was a little ugly. We are not good things. But coincidentally, neither are you. Thinking of the scene where Yi Qiao was being chased by two evil creatures, he was a little worried that Yi Qiao would play off, so he regained his composure, and Ming Xuan smiled and said, aren't you going to catch up? Follow in the footsteps of your lord. Hurry up, let's go to the realm of comprehension together, and we must never leave you, my lord, lonely and cold. Zhu was encouraged by this group of personal transmissions, and the evil cultivators immediately chased after him. For a moment, the chaotic world was quiet at this moment. After the catastrophe, the whole palace became in disarray, and there were some monks sobbing softly, but others were not interested in hurting spring and autumn, and their heads were not in the mood. Go back to the realm of self-cultivation to see how Yi Qiao is doing. I know that she has always been able to wave, but this range is within her control. To control the evil god and the devil. Who the hell can control that? Without the restraint of the evil god, the demon venerable chased him very smoothly. Now Wu Zong can't move his hand, and those old things can't stop him. Yi Qiao was already in his pocket. Xe Chuxu was almost smoking in the breeze, and he took Yi Qiao around several places in succession. Yi Qiao didn't rush, she still held the map in her hand. Xe Chuxu glanced at it before realizing what she had been looking at. Do you still keep it? Every secret realm has a map of the Dabashi secret realm. Those who go to the secret realm need to do a strategy in advance. How can someone be stingy enough to keep this kind of thing? Yi Qiao was carried away by the junior uncle as if nothing had happened, Xe Chuxu really has the ability to turn places continuously, but if it is not the demon lord, they can't even see Xe Chuxu's figure. She is so envious of this kind of movement. Take me to the great secret realm, little uncle, Yi Qiao said suddenly. Xe Chuxu was slightly stunned when she heard these words, and immediately rushed to the location of the secret realm without any nonsense. The great secret realm, which only opens once in 100 years, requires luck. But it wasn't long before the secret realms of the pro-biography ended, and it was the time when various secret realms of various sizes were opened one after another in the past 100 years. Xe Chuxu hurriedly took Yi Qiao to find several small secret realms. I didn't find any big secret realm to enter at all. Seeing that the Mozen was chasing him more closely and Xe Chuxu became a little weaker, Yi Qiao suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and raised his middle finger towards the air. Thunder rolled down from the sky. Xe Chuxu, little brat. He was nearly hacked straight. Far away in another great secret realm, the pitch-black secret realm crazily devoured all kinds of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. When it sensed the movement of the sky thunder, it trembled subconsciously. Xe Chuxu paused while shaking Yi Qiao, and understood what she wanted to do. He patted her. I found it. The secret realm is a dead thing. Everyone knows one thing, but there is a secret realm that is different, the ghost secret realm, the secret realm transformed by the favor of heaven. Since it was split by Yi Qiao once, it needs to recuperate and constantly devour spiritual things. This secret realm is also very wretched, appearing from time to time, and leave after eating. The secret realm has no conscience at all. It sometimes even eats people. Xe Chuxu took Yi Qiao to the place where he noticed the gas fluctuations. The ghost secret realm didn't open or close at all, it all depended on its preference. The ghost is gone. Without Xe Chuxu leading her away, Mozen could only catch up in the blink of an eye. Seeing that she was getting closer to the secret realm, Yi Qiao hid for a while with brisk mentality, and seemed to want to run away. In order to prevent her from slipping away again, the demon lord erupted violent demon energy and restrained her forcibly with coercion. Stepping into the range of the great secret realm, Yi Qiao stopped abruptly. Soon, Mozen realized something was wrong. This ghost secret realm seems to be starved, and everyone wants to swallow it. Even the demon lord is not going to let it go, so he opened his mouth and tried to swallow him. Mozen. Presumptuous. Ghost secret realm. Presumptuous. After being hacked mad, it looks for food frantically. It wants to swallow any spiritual thing it sees. There is nothing that the secret realm cannot swallow. Yi Qiao has also seen the horror of the secret realm. She can open it quietly and lock everyone in the secret realm. Inside, as long as you go in, don't even think about getting out without its consent. Ghost secret realm sneered, and almost couldn't hold back a sentence. You are presumptuous. After entering the secret realm, her cultivation was all suppressed at the most reasonable nascent soul stage. Yi Qiao breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately cut her palm without hesitation. My lord, I implore you to come, please respond to me. The evil god who had just arrived in the realm of comprehension and was about to disturb the situation. It was compelled again, bound for the first time, and it had to answer her prayers. But now that Yi Qiao has used it up, now Yi Qiao only has the last constraint left. As long as she uses it up again, she will be completely on its plate. Thinking about it this way, the evil god Gigi laughed out loud, and the evil aura unfolded crazily. Ha 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 ha. It came. Then it was swallowed by the hungry ghost rift. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. By playing badly. Chapter 186 The First Meeting of the Victims Alliance. The ghost secret realm swallowed 3 people in one go, and it was quite happy. It worked hand in hand with the illusion realm. One was responsible for swallowing people, and the other was responsible for setting up the illusion realm to keep people behind as their nourishment. And among these 3 people, 2 of them are very powerful. But so what? In the secret realm, all living beings are equal, no matter it is in the stage of transforming gods or crossing the catastrophe. Once entering the secret realm, in order to avoid the situation of massacre of high cultivation bases and low cultivation bases, the strength will be suppressed to the nascent soul stage. This is the rule set by heaven. So, let it go into the stomach obediently. After Yi Qiao dragged the evil gods together into the secret realm, the cultivation bases of the 2 big bosses were suppressed to the nascent soul stage, and they were particularly stunned by the scene in front of them. Secret realm. You led me into the secret realm on purpose. Mozen smiled instead of anger, and finally understood what her purpose was. Yi Qiao held the talisman in her hand and cautiously did not answer. Even in the nascent soul stage, the Demon King is not something she can deal with, so before she came, she dragged the evil god into the water together. So let's all come down to play together. Just when Yi Qiao didn't know how to answer. So it's really you. Unexpectedly, Jun floated out, and after staying in front of Mozen for a few seconds, his voice became clearer. The guy who is dirty and hasn't bathed for 500 years. Yi Qiao. There is no need to repeat what she said at the beginning. Mazun's aura instantly became terrifying. He squinted his eyes, and recognized the origin of the stick. Don't see you. Just as I don't see Jun loathing the former sword master, Mozen has no feelings for this sword, and the terrifying aura seems to tear the transformed sword spirit to pieces in the next second. Yi Qiao quickly hugged Duoju tightly, without changing her face. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. Children's words are wuji, children's words are wuji. Judging from the birth age of sword spirit, Duosun is indeed only a few months old. The sword spirit follows the sword master. Yi Qiao does what he does. But Yi Qiao's provocation depends on the situation. She won't be so blind as to provoke Mozen. After the evil god was swallowed, his figure gradually gathered. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was horribly divided into pieces like a sharp knife and stabbed at the 2 of them. The sharp sound made Yi Qiao's eardrums feel as if they were about to be shattered. Yes, she frowned. With luck in the breeze, running deep into the secret realm, the evil god will of course want to chase after him. Mozen sneered for a moment, ready to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. No matter which of these 2 things happened, he wanted to see them. At the same time, Mozen also realized that Yi Qiao's personal inheritance was too difficult to grasp. This personal transmission is different from the personal transmissions he has seen before. If he can't obediently use it for him, then there is no need for the so-called genius to exist. No matter what conspiracy she had, even in the secret realm, with his cultivation, he could easily kill Yi Qiao. At this time, the Demon Lord is still very confident. The evil god didn't kill her, but was constantly forcing her to use the last restraint. As long as her wish was fulfilled, it would naturally have the final say on whether Yi Qiao should be killed or cut. Yi Qiao held the last restraint quite confidently. Call me, why don't you tell me your wish? Its voice is piercing and contains extremely deep and distorted malice. This kind of darkness that almost breaks through the shackles makes people uncomfortable just listening to it. The evil god is very good at brainwashing, luring people to fall and become its believers. Coincidentally, Yi Qiao also knows a guy who likes to use people's weaknesses to overcome them. Believers, express your wish quickly. It continued to speak, trying to mentally brainwash Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao noticed that the dark side growing in her heart seemed to be expanding. She said in surprise, "Hey, my wish, Well, my wish is that you come to be my dog quickly. Let me drive you. Evil God. Just kidding. Before the evil god was furious, she quickly changed her words. My wish is that I can have 100 more wishes. Evil God. The scope of the restriction of the law of heaven may not exceed the psychological expectations of the evil god, otherwise it would rather be chased and hacked by the law of heaven than kill itself first. The direction of the evil god was quickly and accurately photographed. Yi Qiao is far more familiar with this secret realm than the evil god, so she took advantage of the surrounding trees to dodge and ran all the way to the depths. After finding the location of the illusion, she stopped on her feet and skillfully made a wish. Illusion, illusion, please answer my call. Mirage. Hearing this familiar voice, it couldn't believe it. Who is back? Yi Qiao's arrival made Mirage wonder if it had recently created illusions and made fools. Leading the evil god all the way to the deepest part of the secret realm, the monsters passing by saw someone breaking in, and subconsciously raised their hooves to crush the monk. Until they saw the whole picture of each other, they turned around keenly, pretending to be blind. No, 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 their 7 aunts and 8 aunts were all killed by the lightning around her, so they can't be impulsive. Seeing that the road was uneven, the army of monster beasts chose to take a detour. Yi Qiao was ready to fight with these monsters, but unexpectedly, they were quite good. Ah, the illusion shuddered, a little horrified. What's behind you? Yi Qiao. Evil God. Cthulhu. It and the secret realm can be regarded as cooperating with each other. One is responsible for swallowing, and the other is responsible for leaving the group of monks in the illusion to die. But it has lived for so long, and has never dealt with creatures like evil gods. This Yi Qiao is a devil, right? The evil god can personally go out and chase her down, but the point is, the direction is aimed at him. Don't come here. Mirage was dumbfounded. Where is Yi Qiao? She can't justify it, she has already stepped into the illusion, and she still wants to go in. The fear of being dominated by Yi Qiao in the past surged in her heart again, and the illusion shouted, "Don't move here. I'm going to meet this evil god for a while. What else can illusion do? Grit your teeth. This damned Yi Qiao. At least the evil god still has desires. It wants to kill the cultivation world to stir up troubles, and eat those personal transmissions. Any one of them is enough to manipulate the illusion, but the Yi Qiao, she actually used it as a wishing machine. After experiencing Yi Qiao's torment, the illusion even felt strangely that the evil god was easier to deal with than Yi Qiao. Ellipsis. Zhou Exingyun and the others didn't have the speed of Xi Chuxu to shrink the ground into an inch, so they wasted several days on their way, and when they came back, they were told that Yi Qiao, Mozan, and the evil god were all gone. Yi Qiao was swallowed by the ghost secret realm with the evil god without the demon lord. Xi Chuxu explained when she saw that they were out of their wits. The time and place where the ghost secret realm appears are all random. No one knows where the secret realm will open next time. Xi Chuxu originally wanted to go in together, but that little ghost Yi Qiao threw her away, obviously wanting to solve it by herself. Xi Chuxu didn't stop her either. These children always wanted to grow up on their own. Ghost secret realm. Zhu Yu said in a strange tone. It swallowed Yi Qiao. It should really hate junior sister. Ming Xuan couldn't forget the thunder tribulation that was enough to split the secret realm. Mu Chongxi was surprised. The evil god, the devil, and the evil cultivator should have entered together, if you add the secret realm that was split by her thunder. Is this the first meeting of the victim alliance? Zhou Exingyun couldn't help thinking about a very realistic problem. Can little junior sister come out alive? Ellipsis. On the other side, the evil cultivators in the comprehension world followed the traces left by the evil gods and chased all the way to the location where the secret realm moved. Personal disciples can't feel the existence of evil gods, but evil cultivators can sense it through prayer. The evil gods finally came, but they disappeared before my Lord gave them the power to become stronger. How could the evil cultivators give up so easily? After the evil god was swallowed by the secret realm, they followed like dumplings. The ghost secret realm never rejects anyone. Every evil cultivator is trapped in the secret realm. Just after throwing the evil god to the illusion, Yi Qiao turned her head and saw a large number of evil cultivators entering the secret realm. She was happy. Zhang Shu didn't know how to deal with that demon lord. She didn't expect a large number of evil cultivators to come to her door. She turned her head and smiled brightly. Hey, do you remember me? That must be unforgettable. It must not be an ordinary person who can make the demon king and the evil god fight. My lord. Seeing her, the evil cultivators respectfully asked the question they were most concerned about. Where is my lord? After they chased here, they couldn't feel the breath of the evil god. My lord, your lord is in love with the illusion. She definitely couldn't say that. Yi Qiao's tone became a little indifferent, and she glanced at them indifferently. I was injured by that demon lord. What? Xi was shocked. They had seen the fight between the evil god and the demon lord for some unknown reason, so they naturally believed what they said, and the leader of the evil cultivator lowered his tone. Then what should we do? Yi Qiao glanced at him and said calmly, naturally, it's to revenge my lord. The evil cultivators would not dare to provoke an existence like the demon lord, but with Yi Qiao fanning the flames, within a short while, the stimulated group of evil cultivators began to eagerly try to defeat the demon lord, and the evil gods would definitely remember them. For my lord. Their voices became tough. Yi Qiao logically took a group of evil cultivators to beat up the demon lord. Anyway, everyone is locked in the secret realm. Who is nobler than the other? Among the evil cultivators, there are many powerful ones. There are more than a dozen evil cultivators in Jindan stage, and with Yi Qiao added, hundreds of people beat up a nascent soul stage, which is nothing to worry about. Even after the group fight was successful, Li Yujun happily stepped on the former sword master. The Mozen didn't even react, and was shot back by Yi Qiao. A group of evil cultivators rushed forward and knocked him to the ground. He let out an angry roar, and the devil energy penetrated almost through Yi Qiao's shoulder blades. He overlooked one thing. Yi Qiao has the nascent soul realm, although it is not hers, but she can be pulled into it for refuge. The demon venerable whose cultivation base was suppressed at the nascent soul stage can only be shut out by the domain, unable to rage. Ellipsis. Yi Qiao hid in the realm, not daring to confront the demon venerable the whole time, and when the demon venerable had almost dealt with those evil cultivators, there were only 3 people left in the secret realm. If the evil god is also considered a person, then there are indeed 3 people. The evil god managed to get rid of the luxurious scene created by the illusion, and just about to seek revenge from Yi Qiao, when he saw a white ball condensed into a shape. In the past few months, the ghost secret realm has swallowed many people contentedly, but none of them are as strong as the ones swallowed this time. It can feel that 2 of the 3 people are very strong. As a result, the ghost secret realm eagerly appeared in front of the 3 tense people. Then, after seeing who it was blinded. In an instant, the shadow formed by the secret realm split in 2. Why is it her? Exclamation mark. Go back. Exclamation mark. Go back. Go back quickly. It desperately grabbed Yi Qiao and tried to push her out, trying to drive her out of the secret realm. Yi Qiao. She didn't expect such a coincidence to fall into this secret realm at first. Originally, the big secret realm was not easy to find, and it was even more difficult to find the open secret realm on the same day, but who made the ghost secret realm move and opened it by itself? This is all fate. Ha 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 ha. What a coincidence. Yi Qiao greeted it without changing his expression. Ghost Secret Realm. Wow. It raised its head and cried loudly. Collapsed. Why is she here again? Seeing Jun was stunned, Nahan said, it's crying. Yi Qiao. It's pretending. The secret realm didn't pretend, it was sobbing, and it even stopped by to check on Yi Qiao's cultivation. Jindan Middle Stage. It seems that the Thunder Tribulation has not yet reached the nascent soul stage. It immediately felt relieved for a moment. Can't help but start to calculate again. Tiandao is very disgusted with Yi Qiao, wishing to kill Yi Qiao immediately, but will give her blessings from Tiandao. This strange situation makes the secret realm somewhat puzzled by the other party's meaning. Due to the shadow of being hacked, it is finally not going to summon a wave of monsters in the nascent soul stage this time to crush her to death. I won't let you out. You're not in the nascent soul stage now, are you? It couldn't help but feel complacent. Those two, one from the demon race, and the other has a very evil aura, so they don't look good at first glance. It won't let Yi Qiao out. Maybe it can get rid of Yi Qiao with the hands of these two guys. Yi Qiao knew that she had offended a lot at once. She was already mentally prepared when she came in. She smiled slightly. Okay. Then you wait. These 4 words made my heart tremble for no reason. What does she want to do? Yi Qiao turned her head suddenly, and turned to the evil god behind her. The Mozen said, do you want to go out? Then cooperate with me. So far, no one can do anything to anyone in the secret realm, otherwise the 3 of them would not have gathered together. Yi Qiao has a little baby in the nascent soul stage in her hand, and various spirit swords. These 2 evil things are obviously special. Be afraid, and will not act rashly for the time being. Mozen looked at her negatively. The evil god also had a very cold aura. The smile on Yi Qiao's face remained the same, like a pyramid scheme leader, and she asked 2 words. Are you coming? Ellipsis. After returning from the mortal world, the disciples are all busy, not only expelling those demons with the inner sect, but also busy stabilizing their cultivation. Actual combat made them grow extremely fast. Mingxuan's cultivation base has reached the late stage of Jindan, and others have more or less raised a level. This is an astonishing speed. It's no wonder that resources are always tilted towards Huang. Mu Chongxi and the others are busy cleaning up the demons during the day, and at night, they often follow the ghost secret realm together, hoping that the secret realm will open from time to time. Can't Cheng Fengong help open it? This has been silent, and it is also very worrying. Zhu Yu shook his head calmly. That's the demon lord and the evil god, and those who become Fengong may not be willing. 2 such terrifying behemoths were imprisoned in a secret realm, and if they were open to let them out, who would suffer? Naturally, it is the realm of self-cultivation. Unless Yi Qiao has a way to suppress the 2 disasters in front of him, Cheng Fengong dare not take such a big risk to open the secret realm. It was really unexpected that Yi Qiao abducted 2 evil things into the secret realm suddenly. Mingxuan lowered his head, limp. The 4 of them were quite listless, with their heads next to each other, dejected, and this was the strange scene Song Hansheng saw when he came. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advice. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 187 The so-called cooperation. The location where the ghost secret realm appears has always been very strange. Song Hansheng watched them sitting on the ground without any image, and took half a step back, a little disgusted. It's useless for you to guard like this. Ming Xuan was disconcerted. The elder wants us to go back. Song Hansheng hummed lightly. The demons are here. After a pause, his tone was strange. They have been in the secret realm for so long. To be precise, the demon realm is in a hurry. If the demon lord doesn't come out again, they will come and destroy the 5 sects. Song Han couldn't hold back his sneer when he said this. Zhou Exingyun said perfunctorily. Oh, we are so scared. Zhu Yu helped his forehead. So we are going to support the scene. The demon world cannot be without a master for a day. Although the demon clan has been in constant friction with the 5 sects, they're always fighting each other behind their backs. There has never been a frontal declaration of war. So it is conceivable that the people sent out are probably some of the demon world's strength strong, and a top-ranked genius came to warn. It is inconvenient for the elders of the 5 sects to take action, so it is natural to rely on them. Song Hansheng nodded. Chang Mingzong still has decent people, he said. It's useless for you to stay here. Besides, in the ghost secret realm, whoever suffered the disaster may not be known. Mu Chongshi mumbled and stretched. Although that's the case, but the devil and the evil god, plus a secret realm. It's right to be very worried. Seeing the 4 of them dawdling, Song Hansheng became impatient. You can wait until the matter is over, right? At that time, he stumbled for a while, and then said expressionlessly, I can wait with you. Mu Chongshi snorted, noticed Song Hansheng's strange stumbling, and smiled instantly. Okay, come on, let's go and see. Which member of the demon clan is not afraid of death, dare to be under the 5 sects? Presumptuous. He happily walked away with Song Hansheng shoulder to shoulder, without treating himself as an outsider at all. A group of people rushed to Yuqingzong to help. Compared with Chang Mingzong's dawdling, the other sects had already arrived. The elders discussed matters, and they listened to each other. After talking about the Mazu's invasion of the Yuqing sect under the leadership of Yun Qiu, they barely cheered up. Recalling the scene at that time, the elder Yuqingzong's face was gloomy. They broke through several formations in a row, as if they were looking for something, but they couldn't find it. They even broke into the forbidden area of Yuqingzong. Caught off guard that his house was stolen, it was the first time for a Dazong like Yue Kingzong with 1,000 years of experience to encounter such a thing. It's not a storybook. Where do so many people who are obsessed with love and exterminate their sects come from? And it turns out that there really are. Moreover, the reason why Yun Qiu rebelled against the sect is completely puzzling. Break into the forbidden area. Is it for the Mingyu arrow? Zhu Yu remembered the Mingyu arrow that was taken away by Yi Qiao. The purpose of the Mazu's intrusion into the Moon Kingzong before was to find the Mingyu arrow. But coincidentally, Mingyujian was taken away by Yi Qiao not long ago, and they could only return without success. Speaking of which, Yue Kingzong had to thank Yi Qiao for his coquettish operation at that time. To be precise, it should be Yun Qiu who wanted the bright moon arrow, so he told the demon race. Song Hansheng figured this out. The treasure of the Yue Kingzong, the forbidden spell of the formation, seems to be in vain, which is really eye-catching. Sure enough, she still underestimated her greediness. After rebelling against the sect, was she so impatient to attack Mingyujian? It's really fat and water that doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. This kind of evil, she shouldn't have been kept in the first place. Yue Kingzong led the wolf into the house, and the foundation of the sect was almost shaken by Yun Qiu, and there was nothing left. This was enough for the other 4 sects to laugh at him for a long time, but compared to this, Qin Fanfan was more curious about Yun Qiu. Shouldn't you pay attention to the traitor? Even if he would be deprived of his personal status and cultivation base because he was put into the Demon Lord, but at worst, he would start over from the beginning. If he became a demon, he would be directly ordered to be killed by the 5 sects, and he would really be like a rat crossing the street in the future. Why did young rebel? Qin Fanfan felt that Yue Kingzong was also very protective of the calf, and it didn't make sense because the sect's treatment was not good enough to rebel against the sect. Yun Hen said in a deep tone, "How can I know this?" There must be something they didn't know that caused Yun Qiu to betray the sect. Yun Hen frantically recalled what was wrong and the atmosphere became dignified. Unusual taste. Master. He looked at Yun Hen, At the beginning, Yunk, if I remember correctly, I heard from the inner disciples that her spiritual root was damaged. Song Hansheng used to be a typical example of not hearing things outside the window. He never went out of the main peak, and he knew only a few words about Yunk. Rumor. Yun Hen nodded. Yun Q is a genius, there is no doubt about it, Yun Hen said with a gloomy face, but there are always injuries, and the cause can't be found, so it can't be cured. It can only be controlled by pills. Later, she practiced outside, and when she came back, the wound on her spiritual root healed. Yun Hen thought that she had found a chance, but Yun Q didn't want to talk about it, so he followed the little apprentice's wishes, explained in a few words, and covered it up. Xe Chuxu's eyes changed slightly. He glanced at Yun Hen contemptuously. Does your Yuqing sect have no forbidden techniques? Dare to say that there is no forbidden technique in the forbidden place where the talisman cultivators gather. Replacing spiritual roots is a forbidden technique, and once it succeeds, the person who was replaced may not be able to survive. There is no proof of death, so what doubts do they have? Yun Hen's pupils trembled suddenly, and he looked at Xe Chuxu in surprise. Yue Qingzong did have this kind of forbidden technique, and Yun Hen once felt compassionate, but in the end he couldn't do it. Xe Chuxu gave him an unclear expression. For a few people's guesses, the pro-bishop's eyes widened slightly for a moment, and Miao Miao exclaimed, so she ran away because she was afraid that things would be revealed and she would be killed. The group of people guessed very well, so the treatment of Yun Q must not be tolerated. Now the leader of the 5 sects has the right to speak in Qin Fanfan's hands. Although Qin Fanfan is a lazy person and always likes to discuss things with Zhangjianzong, but now there is nothing to discuss, and Yun Q is obsessed. Her spirit was simply in doubt. Issue a killing order. Xe Chuxu said calmly, once the demon clan Yunk is discovered, he will be killed on the spot. Yun Q is bewitched, they logically can't control her anymore, but Yun Q is from the 5 sects, if she really does such an outrageous thing, then it is the 5 sects' responsibility to clean up the house. Yun Q is bewitched, they logically can't control her anymore, but Yun Q is from the 5 sects, if she really does such an outrageous thing, then it is the 5 sects' responsibility to clean up the house. Ellipsis. We can make a deal. Yi Qiao dodged the joint attack of the demon lord and the evil god again and again, and jumped to a safe place. You guys make a deal with me, let's go out together. Everyone is happy. In a small golden core period, he made a deal with the demon king and evil god. She deserves it too. Ghost Secret Realm subconsciously wanted to taunt her, but thinking of the crumbling body that had been split by her before, it shut up sharply and did not dare to speak. Look, there are 3 of us. After a pause, she clapped her hands. If secret realms and illusion realms are considered human beings, why can't the 5 of us gather together and have a good chat? The illusion almost cracked. Who wants to have a good chat with you? Don't you want to go out? The ghost secret realm can only be entered and cannot be entered. Mozen has heard of it, but he did not expect to be led to such a ghostly place. He looked at Yi Qiao. What can you do? Yi Qiao waved her hand. Hey, I used to go out because Lei Ji forcibly split it open. As long as the secret realm is unwilling, it cannot be opened by force. It has self-awareness, and the demon lord and the evil god will not have such a thing as conscience. After hearing that Lei Ji can split the secret realm, the 3 of them looked at the mysteries of the shapeshifting. His eyes were simultaneously tinged with threat and coldness. Secret realm. Did these 3 guys who are not good guys reach any consensus? But I broke through the golden elixir stage at that time, and only then did I have the thunder catastrophe. Yi Qiao reminded, now I'm only in the middle stage of the golden elixir stage. 3 realms away from the nascent soul stage. Relying on her thunder tribulation is definitely hopeless. Mozen thought of her swearing in an instant, and stared at her coldly without emotion. The violent emotion in his eyes could hardly be suppressed. Sensing his killing intent, the 4 spirit swords locked in Yi Qiao's domain bounced and ran out, knocking back and forth at the demon lord, causing another round of turmoil in the secret realm. What's your solution? The silent evil god slowly spoke. Yi Qiao, it's also borrowing from Thunder Tribulation. The premise is that you are willing to cooperate with me. She looked at the secret realm, and showed a smile that made the secret realm flustered. The evil god looked at her gloomily and cooperated with her. The grass on the grave of the last one she worked with was probably 3 feet high. Then just spend it. Seeing that the 2 of them were unwilling to cooperate, Yi Qiao didn't mind lying down and pretending to be dead. Anyway, I don't want to let us out in the secret realm. Maybe your country will perish after you go out. And you? She looked at the evil god who was laughing loudly, and said flatly, when you go out, your believers have already changed the beliefs. Evil god. Yi Qiao is really not in a hurry. There are so many personal heirs of the 5 sects. It won't be a problem if she is missing, but these 2 goods are the ones who are anxious. The ghost secret realm can run on long legs again, changing positions frequently, and rescues are too late to save them. Unless it is willing to open the exit of the secret realm. Otherwise, the 3 of them would be exhausted forever. Yi Qiao was also thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of her. The evil god can't let it go out, and the demon lord is also a threat after it goes out. Once the opponent recovers, he will strangle him to death in the next second. The evil god looked at Yi Qiao frequently, wondering what he was planning. The 3 bad guys got together, and Secret Realm was worried about them, and stared at this scene silently after returning to nothing. At the beginning, Yi Qiao was able to sit still. Yi Qiao was ready to work with them for several months. Unexpectedly, it took only a few days for the evil spirit to be overwhelmed. It had been sealed for a long time and hadn't gone out to kill, for it was going crazy after being brought to this ghostly place, but it finally responded to Yi Qiao's proposal. The demon lord is too threatening. It's better to deal with it quickly in the secret realm. As for Yi Qiao, her cultivation base is too low to pose a big threat, and there is no little uncle with a treacherous identity by her side, so she can't escape even if she is tried. Yi Qiao and the evil god exchanged glances, silently pointed at the demon lord, and signaled it to kill the demon lord together through sound transmission. After hesitating for a while, the dark shadow of the evil god moved, which was regarded as a response. After finishing the deal with the evil god, Yi Qiaobu set up a sound-proof formation and tapped on the barrier around the formation. I know you're eavesdropping. Secret realm. She squinted her eyes. When the demon lord is dealt with, help me deal with this evil thing. Yi Qiao raised her chin. This way I won't destroy your secret realm. Secret realm. Why? It fluttered to the ground. You haven't reached the nascent soul stage yet. No matter how perverted she is, she can't break through 3 realms in a row. Want to get out? Secret realm sneered. How could it be possible for her to get what she wanted? In fact, no matter which of the 3 had an accident, it was what it wanted to see. Therefore, the secret realm will not be kind enough to remind anyone. Yi Qiao smiled and said, have you heard of the constraints of heaven? The party who violates will be struck by the thunder of the sky. If it is not achieved, it will be chased and struck. Guess, who is in the hands of this constraint? The initiative to restrain is in Yi Qiao's hands, and she just needs to make things difficult for this evil god, and if the evil god refuses to grant her wish, the thunder will keep falling. That is to say, when the time comes, its secret realm will be constantly hacked. Until it is split again. Yi Qiao is going to use this method to get out. Of course, if this secret realm is more interesting, and she is released after she has dealt with the demon lord and the evil god, she doesn't have to hack it. Never expected that there is a secret realm of this kind of operation. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. The whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 188 surrounded by her. It eventually relented. I can trap it for you. Wandering around the secret realm, Lianji decided to watch and eat something in the future. After all, eating everything would only harm it. The three constraints were played out by her. The demon lord and the evil god all stumbled on the same golden core, and I am afraid no one will believe it if it is reported. The secret realm was dejected, and reached a cooperation with Yi Qiao, a guy who was not as good as a pig or a dog. It really didn't end well for those who cooperated with her. For details, see the evil god who knows nothing. There was also the half-dead demon lord who was being beaten by Yi Qiao and the evil god. Ellipsis. The outside world is going crazy because of the disappearance. Under the banner of asking Wu Zong to give an explanation, the demons showed off their might, as if they wanted to directly challenge Wu Zong to a war, which caused the monks in the cultivation world to rush over to join in the fun. It is definitely not possible to start a war. The purpose of the demons coming here is nothing more than to find an excuse to frustrate the spirit of the 5 sects. There are not many people who are really worried. That is the Demon King. How could something happen? Mingzong's accident. Demons dare to be so arrogant. It's said that the Demon Lord was locked in the secret realm by Yi Qiao and couldn't get out. This dramatic development made the monks silent for a while, so they came to challenge the 5 sects. The demons have a lot of golden core stages, and they are very strong. This year's personal talent is extremely high, so they naturally want to come to demonstrate. The demons are at the lowest stage of golden core stage. Ordinary monks don't even have the qualifications to participate, and the demons came here for a legitimate reason. They didn't make trouble or make trouble. They really can't do anything at will. Demon cultivators and monks coexist in the realm of comprehension, but monks make up the majority, but basically have mediocre qualifications. Although the number of demon cultivators is small, they can be cultivated at a high level, forming a mutual check and balance situation, but this is the first time the demons have come to the door. Yi Qing'an's eyes were full of coldness. How dare you come here while making trouble at the feet of Warong? Ming Xuan chuckled, and said, your courage is commendable. We didn't come here to cause trouble. A man of the late Jindan stage of the demon race looked weak and smiled. I just want to ask you 5 sects, where did you take our demon lord? The demons have never held any of your elders and suzerains hostage. Mu Chongxi said unceremoniously, that's your trash. The other party choked. His smile froze for a moment, and he stared at Mu Chongxi coldly. This time, with Yunqiu leading the way, the Mizu's journey was extremely smooth. This act of surrender has won the favor of many Mizu. Familiar with her, her expression was unclear. Don't waste time with them. That's true. The young master of the demon clan next to him shrugged with a smile on his shoulders. RQ, it seems that your fellow disciple has no affection for you. Doesn't he feel sad when he sees you? Yunqiu also smiled at the young master of the demon race as if no one was there. Maybe. The young master really knows how to ask questions. Isn't he afraid of me being sad at all? On the other side of the demon race, the two laughed and played nonchalantly, completely ignoring Wu Zong, as if they were demonstrating. Just when Qin Huai couldn't control his emotions and drew his sword, they seemed to come back to their senses. The young master of the demon clan blinked. It's rude to forget you. Zhu Yu squinted her eyes. She was really arrogant. Seeing the scene where Yunqiu was fighting with people, Su Juo's heart was deeply hurt. He couldn't help but asked, why? Junior sister. When he learned that Yunqiu had betrayed the sect, he really wanted to ask him this question himself. Yunqiu turned his head, glanced at Su Juo, and sneered, the 5 sects couldn't tolerate me from the beginning to the end, so why can't I abandon the dark and turn to the bright? One sentence stunned Su Juo. Who is dark? Who is Ming? If I remember correctly, they are the righteous disciples of Zhenzang Miaohong. Okay. The man with a weaker temperament smiled. Our demon lord's whereabouts are unknown, and you 5 sects won't give an explanation. Or hand over Yi Qiao. We can ignore this issue. It's fair to replace our demon lord with a personal heir. So the personal disciples could see that people like the demon race had a little respect and love for the demon lord, but not much. Hand over Yi Qiao, you are teaching our 5 sects how to do things. Why? Just because you are more stupid than ordinary people. Song Hansheng stood up with a cold tone. The man withdrew his smile. If that's the case, then don't blame us for doing it. The tone of both sides was not friendly to each other. The talismans and formations on Yu Qingzong's side had quietly taken shape, and the light blue formation continued to flicker and expand, giving people a kind of oppression that was barely there. Yun Qiu knew Yue Qingzong's formation better than anyone else. She lowered her eyes and said lightly, "Let me break it." She got up and stepped into the formation first, holding a few formation-breaking talismans in her hands, and threw them out. Before touching the formation, she was ruthlessly torn apart by a wind knife. Yun Qiu dodged and saw clearly who was blocking her. Yun Qiu immediately set up the formation without hesitation, and the attack talisman rose from her feet, and she wanted to set up the formation. This belongs to the internal grievances of Yue Qingzong. Song Hansheng's attainments are far above hers. After a glance, he disdainfully smashed the formation in her hands and approached Yunk. At the same time, the talisman fell on her. With a calm tone, "I thought you were bad. But I didn't expect you to be stupid and bad." The powerful explosive force and impact on the talisman fell on her body, and Yun Qiu froze in pain. She raised her head and the second talisman followed closely. If it wasn't for the magic weapon to resist, the second sharp aura almost penetrated her left shoulder. Yun Qiu could sense that Song Hansheng really wanted to kill her at that moment. Song Hansheng. Rao knew that Song Hansheng put the interests of the sect at the top, and Yun Qiu was still hurt by his merciless killing intent. She sneered, "I didn't expect you to be so disregarding the affection of fellow sects." Chu Xingji freed his hand and wanted to help, but fell into silence when he heard this. What's your affection? Chang Mingzong still had affection for the forbidden area. Yue Qingzong had almost fought internally in the next secret realm, and he really didn't see the slightest affection. The domain under Yi Qing'an's feet was staggered, and he brought 2 powerful demons into the domain to fight. In terms of strength, the 5 sects were above the demons, but in terms of numbers, they really couldn't compete. However, so far only a group of personal descendants of the 5 sects' golden core stage can meet this standard. Although their strength is weak, they're still at the golden core stage. There are many conveniences provided by Chaoxi's sword after its transformation. There is a sword spirit to remind the location, and Mingxuan is with him. The combination of the two will not dare to provoke Moxiu for a while. Mingxuan took the time to check the situation of other sects, and found that they don't need to worry about it. After several times of experience, they have been able to face these demons with ease. Qin Huai and Zhou Xingyun were stumbled by 2 nascent soul stages who were not weak, and the remaining pro-incarnations faced a 1-on-2, or even 1-on-3 situation. Chu Xingji turned around and slashed down. A little bit of white frost from the Kunzu sword spread out and hit Moxiu on the shoulder. The sword almost split the person in half. Both sides did not hold back, and they were unhappy with each other for a long time. The situation is that the 5 sects have the upper hand for the time being, but it is only for the time being. The number of demons is really too many. It doesn't seem like they're standing out for the demon masters. It is clearly an excuse to take the opportunity to solve these personal transmissions. Several elders watched this scene and restrained the desire to make a move. The nature of their actions will change, and there must be old things guarding the demon race, but if they dare to come down to help, the situation will definitely get out of hand. All kinds of spiritual root attributes flickered, dust was swept up, and swords turned into shapes. Yi Qing'an was expressionless, trying to break this situation with violence, but all ended in failure. These demons don't take their lives as their fates at all, and they are sent to death one by one. There are too many golden core stages. Song Han said decisively, "Kill Yunk, and I will help you control it. At this time, if you want to control the situation and gain the upper hand, you can only rely on the talisman cultivators." Yi Qing'an nodded. Agreed. Yun Qiu's face changed drastically, and he stopped fighting with Song Hansheng. Yi Qing'an's sword wind had already arrived, and a sword pierced her heart coldly. There was no emotion in the young man's eyes. The powerful magic energy bounced off. He barely stopped, looked at Yun Qiu being protected by the young master of the demon race, and frowned. Song Han clicked his tongue, "Not dead." Yi Qing'an shook his head. Song Hansheng didn't bother about whether he could kill Yun Qiu on the spot. He formed a seal in his hand, glanced at Ming Xuan and Yue Qingzong's amulets, and divided the battlefield. At the moment when the talisman formation rose, several sword cultivators joined the massacre with their swords. "The number is really too many," Ming Xuan said. "We want to kill them all. They don't practice the way of killing, and their spiritual energy will always be exhausted. Control the situation first." Zhou Xingyun's tone was calm and concise. "The problem is that I can't control it." Chu Xingji hissed, raised his shuriken, and stabbed a demon to death with his backhand. "They're like mad dogs. Wherever you want to control, you can control it." Amulet. Ming Xuan, "It's useless. The talisman can only control a small area, and there are too many of them. It is well deserved of its reputation that there are as many golden cores as dogs, and it is completely possible to fight a war of attrition wave after wave. Their stalemate is very tiring. The demons are okay, there are a lot of people, and there are only a few of them who have been handed down, which is simply too much to bear." Yi Qiao carried the demon lord who had been beaten half to death by it and the evil god, fearing that he would wake up midway or something unexpected happened, so she stabbed him several times with the Phyxian sword without hesitation. After she was finally sure that the other party would not wake up, she dragged the demon venerable like a dog, staggering and stepping on the flying sword back to the clan. It was the first time that Yi Qiao dragged someone away with Yujian. The sword was wobbly, and almost fell her several times. She was fine after the fall. Mozen was hit by Cuckoo several times. Yi Qiao carried him with a guilty conscience and continued walking. When I arrived at Changmingzong, I found that the elders didn't seem to be there. Yi Qiao asked a few inner sects to ask for directions, and then realized that everyone was in Yuqingzong. When she dragged the demon venerable, the two sides were already fighting fiercely. After observing the situation for a while, the 5 sects had the upper hand. But that's it. If you don't stop until later, the ones who will suffer will be those in person. No matter what the situation is in the war of attrition, the one with the most numbers wins. Yi Qiao casually took out a loudspeaker from the mustard bag, signaled Feshianjian to fly higher, put on a confident and arrogant look, and said in a flat tone, "Demons below, you are surrounded. The sound is very loud, and with the amplifying stone, the people below can definitely hear it." "What?" The smile of the Mizzou's strategist widened slightly. Looking into the air, a girl was carrying an unknown object. Her expression was a little bored, and she looked quite tired. Jindan middle stage. Pose no threat. He quickly came to a conclusion in his heart. How dare a person come here to provoke you? The young master of the demon clan squinted his eyes. "Yi Qiao, do you know that you are already surrounded by our people?" He still remembers this personal biography that he didn't agree with. Her tone seemed a little surprised, and she raised her head to avoid a ferocious attack. Don't be so hurtful and gentle. Yi Qiao closed her smile. The flying immortal sword in his hand suddenly swung down, squinted his eyes, and revealed the whole hostage in his hand. Yi Qiao twitched his lips. Your demon lord is in my hands. She carried the demon lord alone, stepped on the sword, forcibly stopped the heated battle between the two sides, and her voice suddenly rose again. Now, all the demons squat down and hold their heads. Seeing him not moving, Yi Qiao sneered, if you haven't put down the weapons in your hands, are you trying to usurp the throne? It is indeed surrounded. But now Yi Qiao should be alone, surrounding all of them. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 189. What attribute should I belong to? Seeing clearly what she was holding in her hand, the face of the demon clan changed several times, and the leader yelled angrily. Bold. I think you are the one who is bold. Yi Qiao hid, blocked the demon lord in front of her, stepped on the flying sword, and fell into the personal team. No one dared to stop her this time. Stopping her, Yi Qiao lifted the demon lord up and hid behind him. Who taught her to be so obscene? The heated battle was controlled by her alone, and the demons were indeed taken aback by her unconventional tricks. And then the young master of the demons squinted. Do you want to fight with me? Are we demons' enemies? Why did you talk to us first? Seeing Yi Qiao coming with a hostage in her hand, Mu Chongxi raised her chin and grinned briskly. Your demon lord is still in our hands. I advise you to speak with discretion, otherwise, if we are afraid, our hand will be easily stabbed with a sword. When the time comes. Before he could finish his sentence, he was threatening and harsh. Kiki on the demon's side froze, not daring to act rashly. They all looked at the previous man who was in the Jindan stage and had a weak temperament, as if he was waiting for the other party's order. Zheng Dao is holding a demon lord in his hand, and now the initiative is naturally in the hands of Wu Zong. Seeing this scene, several elders subconsciously want to go out and preside over the overall situation. I have to say, Yi Qiao did a good job. It's not over yet. Xi Chuxu lazily held the elder who wanted to go out. That should not be the demon lord's body. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said so easily in the beginning that the demon lord should be replaced by a personal heir. There will definitely be rats. So don't worry, it would be nice to let them fight. Xi Chuxu was vague. In his opinion, these little bastards should have experienced it long ago. There is no such thing as a competition. This growth rate is fast. If you don't hurry up, what calamity will happen in the cultivation world in the future, and these little devils can't bear it at all. Is this demon lord? Ming Xuan squatted down. Did he faint? Or was he killed by you? Yi Qiao was dissatisfied with his words. How could I kill someone? Of course he passed out. Zhu Yu poked the demon lord, looked at the miserable appearance of the other party, and sighed. When you dragged him with the sword, did you fall more than once? Poor demon lord. That's what he said. He poked. The strength is so strong that he can't wait to press the person directly into the ground. This should be revenge, right? Revenge for the scene where he made them kneel in a row. Zhou Xingyun pressed the heads of his juniors and juniors, who were eager to try. Stop poking. The rationality of the demons is already on the verge of collapse. This group of relatives chatted like no one else. Put him, them. Ignore it cleanly. How similar this scene is. Didn't Yun Qiu and the young master of the demon clan ignore the group of relatives in the same way before? But the two of them just wanted to give these pro-passengers a bad start. Seeing Chang Mingzong's posture, they were really involved in the chat process, and they were very serious about what they said. That would be even more annoying. Finally, the leader of the demon clan said, take care of Yi Qiao first. They don't dare to kill His Majesty directly, so don't worry. Doesn't that sound right? Yi Qiao squinted her eyes, and the flying fairy sword in her hand was flowing, and the demons all backed away the moment she approached. The most feared thing by evil things, especially things that cannot be seen, is the flying immortal sword. This is also the primary reason why it can occupy the first place in the list of spirit swords. Flying immortal sword. The young master of the demon clan spit out these 3 words, and sneered, "It's in your hands." He thought that the sword was about to disappear in the sword cave of sword-seeking Zong. As soon as the Phyxian sword came out like a killer weapon, the demons subconsciously took 2 steps back. This conditioned reflex action made the talisman cultivators immediately move closer to her. "Mingxuan, come on." Yi Qiao glanced at them speechlessly, but said nothing. She closed the sword in her hand, and the sword light formed several beams of light. The demons around her couldn't move faster than the speed of light. The moment they passed through their bodies was spike. Yi Qiao held the sword in one hand, and lazily grasped the demon lord with the other hand, and asked, "Isn't he the demon lord's body?" The young master of the demon race sneered, and glanced at her, distracted. "Where is the body needed to catch you?" Mingxuan. Oh, no wonder they were so calm before, thinking that they really didn't care about this demon lord. It turned out to be a doppelganger. According to what you said, it doesn't matter if I kill him. Yi Qiao touched the flying fairy sword and stabbed it at Mizun's neck. For a moment, the 2 nascent soul stage demons couldn't sit still seeing this scene, and they jumped at her first, and the pitch-black demonic energy approached, and the momentum became terrifying. Yi Qiao reacted quickly and grabbed Mo Zun to block for herself. She understood, so I still care about it. Then why did you pretend to be coercive just now? Since you care about it, it's easy to handle. She swiftly stuffed the Mozen into the hand holding the talisman that was about to form Mingxuan. Whoever comes, hit him. If you can't hide, get behind him. Anyway, it's not the real body. If you die, you die. Mingxuan stretched out his hand and grabbed it in disgust. Okay. It's a bit strange to think about just taking the Demon King to smash the Demon Clan. Not only did he think other things, but the Demon Clan also had a hard time. Seeing their own demon's avatar being beaten, they didn't dare to really fight. Stepping on the breeze and the talisman, the young figure disappeared from the spot. Suddenly, in midair, Mingxuan took the Demon Lord and threw him round, and fell to the ground with a bang, killing 5 or 6 of them. Seeing this scene, Mingxuan was stunned for a moment and then felt relieved. Sure enough, your sword repairs are the fun. Dry racks are clean and neat. Mu Chongxi didn't know how to comment on Mingxuan's terrible move, but Mingxuan smashed it down with a person, and the Mountai was overwhelmed, who could not be silent. He made 2 perfunctory noises. Holding the Chaoshi sword, the shadows of the swords overlapped, and he charged down and swept out an open space, just as long as you are happy. The kind Mu Chongxi will definitely not dampen Mingxuan's enthusiasm this time. Encouraged, Mingxuan immediately used talismans to defend himself and beat people at the same time. To be honest, it's too spicy for the eyes. What did Yi Qiao think? Let a talisman hit someone. By the way, are you guys still not stopping? Mingxuan grabbed the demon lord Yi Qiao threw to him with one hand to prevent him from waking up, and knocked him on the back of the head several times to ensure that the other party was really beaten to death. After that, let out a sigh, and threw it to Mu Chongxi. The demons rushed up to snatch it, but Mu Chongxi quickly snatched it away, joking, and compared their speed with Chang Mingzong. You people, come on, put down our majesty. Mu Chongxi saw several demonic energy chasing behind his buttocks, and he threw it to Yi Qing'an neatly. It's really stingy. What's the matter with you, demonic master? Is there something wrong with the situation? Fighting? What the hell are you guys doing? Ming Xuan snapped his fingers to activate the formation, and the barrier was built without warning. Just now, a demon venerable was carrying his body as a cover to hide his position, and no one noticed when he cast the formation. A group of Mizzou people who were obsessed with chasing after their majesty all hit the nodules with a bang. Song Han sneered, "Is it fun? Mizzou idiots." The reversal of the situation made him finally proud. The previous situation was also dumped on him, but there were too many people, and they were aggrieved when they fought. An overwhelming golden net fell down, and two sword cultivators at the nascent soul stage stood in midair at some point, holding magic weapons in their hands and spreading the nets. After a set of coordination, only 1/3 of the originally densely packed magic cultivators were wiped out. Where did they get so much tacit understanding? Elder Zhao was stunned. Aren't these kids quite difficult to deal with? Xi Chuxu clicked her tongue twice. It's the first time I've seen all the biography come together. Big scene. One of Chu Xing's kicks hit the heart of the nascent soul demon race, and at the same time, Yi Qiao's flying sword slashed along the arc of the palm, turned and stabbed down. In the end, they still have scruples. There is a clone of the demon venerable on the right side. If it is destroyed, it will definitely be a serious injury to the demon venerable. Several talisman cultivators around her are also on the road. Anyone who dares to approach her will be punished. Moved by the method, Yi Qiao couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Qiao's clothes several times in a row. The young master of the demon race looked a little ugly. Quickly and keenly discovered that so many personal interviews were fought around the one named Yi Qiao. Before Yi Qiao came, she was fighting on her own. That Yi Qiao. It will be much easier to get rid of her. Yun Qiu clutched the wound on his chest. His already fragile spiritual roots were almost crushed by Yi Qing'an's sword before. And Song Hansheng, he really has a cruel heart. The strength of the young master of the demon clan is in the Yuanying stage. After he heard this, he ordered the people of the demon clan to take care of his beloved woman, and then jumped up, ready to beat Yi Qiao by surprise if he wanted to snatch the demon master back. He just made a movement, and he didn't move yet, when a voice came from behind him. "Brother, let's play a game with Shaoqi." A little boy sneaked up behind him, with his hands behind his back, tilting his head and smiling sweetly. Then, he only felt that his eyes went dark, and all the scenes just now disappeared, leaving only the dark, smiling little boy in front of him. The young master of the demon clan felt chills on his back. In Shaoqi's domain, as long as it is not in the nascent soul stage, one will be dragged to death. Yi Qing'an moved his feet with a blank expression. White light flashed across, and Xiao Qi dragged away several powerful demons with one person and one ghost. The existence of the field is very strange, and some monks can't do it in their entire life. Domains have something to do with the Tao, and everyone has different strengths. So far, no domain has been weak. The emergence of these two domains caused the demons who were trying to win by numbers to disappear on a large scale. They were all dragged into the domains to fight, and very few came out. Simply relying on the strength of the field alone, most of the people on the battlefield were wiped out. Zhu Yu blinked. "Your Shaoqi's field looks really good." Yi Qiao also changed to LVE Shadow Sword on the way. The speed of LVE Shadow's sword is faster than that of Fixian's sword. Specifically, it is too excited. It is the first time to use it, and it can't wait to become lightning. Already cut several swords. Shaoqi is the domain of the time attribute. Yi Qiao raised his sword and answered, "What is your elder brother's?" Zhu Yu thought for a moment. It seems that the name is Bingfeng. Yi Qiao blinked. "What is the basis for determining the attributes in the domain?" Yi Qing'an is the master of ice, and Shaoqi is the master of time, so Yi Qiao guesses that there should be other attributes in it. Everyone's domain attributes are different. Pretty amazing. I don't know about this. Zhu Yu slightly tilted his head. It's just that in the cultivation world, all the monks who have realized the domain have never had a weak domain. You can rest assured about this. Hearing this, Yi Qiao stretched out her hand silently, looking at the pale green light and shadow surging in her hand. Then what attribute do you think I should belong to? Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to hold Sect by playing badly. Chapter 190. The girl spread out her hands. The light green halo was very similar to Yi Qing'an's appearance when he first realized the domain, but the appearance was slightly different. Yi Qing'an was Bingling, Binglingan, and the domain was called Frozen. Zhu Yu didn't think there was anything wrong at the time. She guessed that the domain might have something to do with the attributes of the spirit root. But isn't it right? She stared blankly at the light spot in Yi Qiao's hand, which was light green. Even if Yi Qiao has a domain, shouldn't it be purple lightning? What are you two doing? Be serious, okay. The demons are not only on the surface, but also hide a lot in the dark. Mu Chongxi stomped the demons from midair, and the stone cracked. He raised his head and looked at the two. People are still chatting. Did the two chatting duo pay attention to the demons? Yi Qiao waved at him. I'll show you something fun. Mu Chongxi immediately ran over. I want to see it, show it to me quickly. Then the chatting line became 3 people. Demon race. Mu Chongxi moved her head closer, pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized, what is this? Green light. Are you a wood spirit root? Yi Qiao patted his head away, signaling him to shut up. This light should have nothing to do with the spiritual root. Zhu Yu was not too sure if it was a domain, and how to open the domain. She thought for a moment, I'm not sure, you should put it away first, or you can explore it yourself, wait after the fight, ask the big brother. So far, Yi Qing'an is the only person in the comprehension world who knows about this. In terms of strength, Shaoqi is even better. But this child has the realm of the nascent soul stage, but he doesn't have the strength to kill people in the nascent soul stage, so someone needs to cooperate with him. The strength of the Shaoqi field lies in Yichao, not in Shaoqi. Insta-killing below Jindan, above nascent soul can only be delayed. Qin Huai turned his head and looked at Ming Xuan. Why are you going? Ming Xuan rubbed his chin, seeing them talking. I want to talk too. Qin Huai's face twisted uncontrollably for a moment, then abruptly pulled him back and joined the battlefield. Looking at the team of personal transmissions that were gradually being led astray, the corners of Yi Qiao's mouth twitched, and she consciously took her hand back. She actually had a guess, maybe it had something to do with Kangsheng Dao, but so far, she didn't quite understand. The so-called Kangsheng Tao represents what? While the 3 of them were chatting, 2 demons above their heads quietly touched up at some point, and slashed at Zhu Yu, who was relatively weaker, with a knife. At this moment, a few more people appeared on the ground out of thin air, and the deaths were extremely miserable, as if they were crushed in the frozen field. Yi Qing'an raised his sword expressionlessly, and the sword light was like a knife. The demons backed away one after another. A little bit of ice was born, and they died before their eyes without even spilling blood. Yi Qiao hissed. Qiqing said, it's so terrifying. Under the same realm, if a man in the nascent soul stage goes in for a while and then comes out, he is already a corpse. In the field on the other side, Xiao Qi looked quietly at the young master of the demon race who was trying to escape like a ghost. Aren't you going to play with me? The boy had no expression on his face. The young master of the demon clan in the domain was completely held in place. After running away, his movements were slowed down infinitely. The little devil never intended to attack him. Not aggressive. Until the dark ghost's hand grabbed him suddenly, piercing his chest, and the bright red blood dripped down his hand little by little. Xiao Qi sighed. and quietly stood not far away in the field, like a ghost, with a childish and innocent tone. I said it all, just play a game with me. His lethality is not high, but in his field, he is the one who sets the rules. If you don't play with him, then you have to die. So brutal. Has the cultivation world gone crazy this year? One and both have domains, and they're both abnormal. It's a good thing it's gone. Another one really couldn't bear it. Little Lord. The young master of the demon race held the blood gushing out of his chest, his face turned cold, and finally escaped by using the life-saving magic weapon given by his own father. When he came out of the field, the young man's eyes flashed with cruelty, and the blood in his hand, the pill barely stopped the wound. Kill them. What are you still hesitating about? You probably don't want to see the cultivation world in the future. Let these monks dominate. Originally, although the number of demon cultivators and monks was very different, they maintained a delicate balance even when the demon cultivators were unscrupulous in breaking the mirror, until the talents shown by the above-mentioned personal transmissions made them feel deeply afraid. The people who were dispatched in the past few times failed, so just use the numbers to crush them. Although the nascent soul stage of the demon race is small, it is better than the self-transmission in the cultivation world where the whereabouts are unknown every time, or the situation of life and death is unknown. Too much. There are quite a few who have already reached the nascent soul stage, but they have never been sent out. Young master, the man reminded, don't go too far. Otherwise, it is impossible for the 5 sects to sit idly by. The reason why the elders of the 5 sects did not act was because they wanted to experience them, and a bigger part was that it was not the time for those old things to intervene. The young master of the demon race pulled his lips coldly. I know. These goddamn righteous ones. He endured it, let them do it secretly. You 3, go find Yi Qiao. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with 2 people, so he decided to fight with 3 of them. Yi Qing'an and the others were indeed a little more difficult, but Yi Qiao was the key point. After a while, 3 people rushed up in front of her to block her way. Yi Qiao glanced at them and fiddled with the LVE shadow sword in her hand. The spirit sword of speed. Didn't she just use the flying immortal sword? The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, completely caught off guard by her sassy operation of changing swords midway, and could only dodge in embarrassment. The shadows of the swords overlapped so fast that it seemed like thousands of sword techniques followed one after another between the swings. The 3 of them were in the later stage of Golden Core, more than enough to drag Yi Qiao, and they could even capture him alive. It was the first time they fought against Yi Qiao, and the ghost knew that she had so many ways, and how could she be so strong in normal Golden Core? Whether it is spiritual energy or sword energy, it can completely crush geniuses at the same level. No wonder the young master would send 3 people to deal with her at once. Even when the 3 were encircling and suppressing her, she was able to handle it with ease. Mingxuan was in a much better situation than the others who were surrounded and beaten just because they didn't agree with each other. The demons probably feared the demon lord he was holding in his hand, and didn't dare to fight ruthlessly. Mingxuan, who knows how to push forward, grinned, and grabbed the demon king to catch them with a hammer. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between playing badly. Chapter 191. It will respond to you. They hated it to death. The best way to deal with Talisman is to fight in close quarters, but the fearless Mingxuan not only didn't know how to restrain himself, he carried the Demon King and completely deduced what it means for a god to go down to earth to fight 5. That confident light almost flashed blind their eyes. Yun Qiu, who did not participate in the battle, was trying to mobilize the spirit energy and mend the spirit root. Yi Qing'an's sword was too ruthless, and the stirring of one side of the sword caused her to die of pain. Yun Q can feel powerless, which means that the best spiritual route is not enough, so I want Yi Qiao's spiritual route. Yun Q made up his mind. She wanted Yi Qiao's spiritual route. The young master of the demon clan squinted his eyes. Heavenly spirit route. Yes. Coincidentally, the demons were also very curious about the only one of the 5 sects, the heavenly spiritual route. Since Yi Qiao refused to cooperate, don't blame them for grabbing it directly. Rather than staying in Yi Qiao's body, it would be better for Yun Q. After all, the young master of the demon clan scorned, where does the waste come from? It is qualified to have a heavenly spiritual route. Are you talking about Yi Qiao's trash? The weak military advisor almost choked, although the demons have always been rampant, but the word trash can't describe Yi Qiao. Isn't it right? The young master of the demon clan said coldly, if it is given to RQ, it will definitely do better than her. The military division calmed down slightly, glanced at the young master, and stopped arguing about these meaningless words. Let them go. It just happened to be used to explore, what kind of skills do this group of in-persons have? Jindanchi is not an opponent at all, and some of them can even fight 3 at the same level. Although the realm of the demons is generally weak, the strength of this group of personal transmissions is still a bit exaggerated. The appearance of the demons hiding in the dark made everyone pause. There are those in the nascent soul stage. No wonder they dared to challenge Wu Zong. Zhu Yu tilted his head, his voice clear. How many? Yi Qingyan, several. The corner of Zhu Yu's mouth twitched. What nonsense are you talking about, Yi Qingyan? Of course he knew that there were several of them, and the moment the other party's breath was exposed, the alarm bell rang in his heart. Yi Qingyan's innocent face. Yi Qiao leaned over and estimated. 7. The people present gasped. In the end, they are the ones who are hiding the secret. Ming Xuan said twice, who would be so honest as us? After a catastrophe, we almost didn't tell the world. The strength of the nascent soul stage of the demon race is just like that, and it is incomparable to serious monks. Lei Ji is not as powerful as them, so they only have a vague idea of the current strength of the demon race. Continue to fight, or let the elders take action. You're only in the nascent soul stage, so you don't need elders. Mu Chongxi was eager to try, so he grabbed Zhu Yu, and the two rushed over together. The elders squinted their eyes the moment these nascent infant phase breaths appeared. It turned out to be the case. There are also hidden ones. Don't go out, just watch like this. Xi Chuxu calmed down. I think they are too comfortable. Especially Ye Chao. She is the one with the best talent in the personal biography. Xi Chuxu wants her to understand that not everything will go according to her wishes. There will always be problems that she can't solve. Qin Fanfan rubbed his chin. Xi Chuxu said the same truth, but he couldn't help it. Junior brother, be normal. I'm a little scared when you suddenly become serious. Xi Chuxu. The situation below is ever changing. The personal disciples set up formations, and the demons also have formations, which are completely different from those in the cultivation world. Some of them have never even seen it before. Yi Qiao took out the Mingyu arrow. Song Hansheng. Yi Qiao threw it at him precisely. Catch it. She still wants to fight, so it's really useless to give her the Mingyu arrow at this time. Compared with a gifted dog like Yi Qiao, it is more willing to submit to the locals of Yue Qingzong, such as Song Hansheng. Song Hansheng never dared to pull away. He actually tried, but ended in failure several times. He was somewhat unwilling. He was obviously the most talented in Yu Qingzong, but Ming Yujian refused to recognize him. Song Hansheng hesitated for a moment, probably out of embarrassment, and was embarrassed to say that he couldn't talk about it. Don't worry. Yi Qiao saw his hesitation and the gloom in his eyes, and knocked down a demon clan neatly. It will respond to you. After all, compared to her, Ming Yujian probably wanted to stay away from her after being tortured, in order to be safe. As the head of Yue Qingzong, Song Hansheng doesn't recognize him, so should he continue to hang out with Yi Qiao, a poisonous person? It doesn't. Song Hansheng held it tentatively. Seeing Yi Qiao was so determined, his usually indifferent mood was filled with joy, and he couldn't wait to draw the bow and arrow, so he was easily pulled away. Aligning with the formation, the demonic formation shattered in response. There is no need to look for the eyes of the formation even if there is a bright moon arrow. The talisman cultivators who are trapped in are all ready to break the formation one by one to rescue them. Who knows that they will not be used at all? It was broken by Song Hansheng. Su Juo raised his head. Elder brother. Bright moon arrow. The corner of his mouth twitched. It recognizes you. Yue Qingzong's Mingyu arrow is also a stubborn species. Even getting close is a problem. They tried it before under the leadership of Yunhen, but none of them pulled it away in the end. So what did Ming Yujian go through with Yi Qiao to choose to surrender? There is a bright moon arrow on Fushu's side and it can be easily dealt with. It is the sword cultivators who need to be at the front that should be in pain. Chu Xingji cursed, so many infants. Where are the elders? Help. Take a rest. Yi Qiao didn't raise her head. They probably won't come out. It seems that Wu Zong made up his mind to let them know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. The light and sharp sword wind of Yi Qiao's wrist sword dragged away the approaching demons, and swept away the demons centered on her with 4 moves of King Feng Ju. It can be seen that it was a little messed up. This cloud magpie. Xi Chuxu squinted her eyes, thoughtfully. No matter how many times she was killed, it was still an unsolvable variable. As he was thinking about it, the elder Yue Qingzong couldn't help but screamed. Seeing Mingyu's arrow in Ye Chao's bag of mustard seeds, their expressions cracked. Our bright moon arrow. Xi Chuxu snorted. Isn't the bright moon arrow in your Song Hansheng's hands? We have returned it to you. What else do you want? Let us, Yi Qiao, apologize with death. His tone was exaggerated, isn't it? Elder Yu Qingzong. However, these children can also play. Beat the demons and take out the treasure of the Yu Qing sect. Just relying on the magic weapon is a bit of a mistake. Under the attack of the bright moon arrow, the formation is almost useless. Mingyu arrow itself can't be controlled by ordinary people at all, and Yi Qiao's contribution to being able to be obedient is indisputable. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Badly. Chapter 192 I Hate You. Zhu Yu threw away the map of mountains and rivers in his hand. Mu Chongshi, it. The Chaoshi sword was glowing red and wiped out the surrounding demons with the momentum of a prairie fire. No matter how weak the demons are, they still have the upper hand in numbers. Zhu Yu's map of mountains and rivers can perfectly serve as a cover for Mu Chongshi. The two work together seamlessly. Yi Qiao on the other side was stopped by a girl without warning after fighting off the demons. It was Yun Qiu who hadn't seen him for a long time. Yi Qiao noticed the hatred in the opponent's eyes. Hate her. Yi Qiao looked at Yun Qiu, feeling more and more confused about what this man was thinking. You want to fight with me? Yi Qiao looked at her. The two of them hadn't seen each other for 3 or 4 months. Yun Qiu's breath had changed. It was barely innocent and bright before, but now its eyes were gloomy and gloomy. The sequelae of being possessed. Yi Qiao didn't know, but Yun Qiu's cultivation base had already reached the late Jindan stage. The others also muttered for a while. This Yun Qiu has grown up so fast. Did he grow up eating shit? I will defeat you in a dignified way. After Yun Qiu finished speaking, several nascent soul stage masters stood beside him, staring at Yi Qiao coldly. then take your spiritual route. Yi Qiao. You have already been liked by so many people, but I have nothing. You are always robbing me. She muttered to herself, I didn't want to be like this at first. Yi Qiao didn't have time to listen to her beep self-analyzing these useless nonsense. She frowned and looked at Yun Qiu. So many treasures of heaven and earth are piled on you. She was surprised. Yun Qiu, what are you unwilling to do? Yun Hen treated her very well from the beginning to the end. Even if an inner sect like the original owner was raised by himself, Yun Hen might not be willing to give her any resources. Yi Qiao has nothing to say about this. Speaking, but Yi Qiao couldn't figure out where Yun Qiu's resentment came from. The soft emotion in Yun Qiu's eyes disappeared little by little. You all snatched him away in the end. No matter if it was the Qingluan bird or the treasure-hunting beast, the insatiable greed of the 5 sects is not as honest as the demon clan. At least the demons are not comparable to you, a group of dignified and decent families. I'm coming. Sure enough, no matter where they are, there seem to be few good things in the mouths of the protagonists. As Zhenzong Miaohong's righteous disciple, Yi Qiao couldn't help sighing, is it finished? In fact, she quite liked her status as a disciple of the righteous way, and Yi Qiao was quite unhappy to be belittled like this. Yun Qiu was expressionless. It's over, go die Yi Qiao. In her hand was a small dagger with strange dark lines on it, and she felt a strong discomfort when she got close to Yi Qiao. Her swordsmanship was more advanced than before, not a lot. But the flaw was still too obvious, and was suppressed throughout. Daggers are only suitable for assassination, and Yun Qiu is stupid enough to compare her sword skills with her. Lve Yingjian couldn't wait to rush out, and cut several wounds on the opponent's body several times in a row. Yi Qiao didn't hold back, seeing that Yun Qiu had been injured, and immediately smashed her spiritual root with the sword. Just when she wanted to continue, the 2 nascent soul stage masters beside Yun Qiu moved. Yi Qiao clicked his tongue twice and was knocked back. Lve Ying reacted quickly and slashed down with a backhand sword. The sword shadow landed on Yun Qiu's abdomen. With her scream, it almost broke in the middle. The benefits of having more spirit swords, each attribute is different. Yi Qiao finally understands why these few swords often despise Fixian. Lve Ying is proud. It is very strong. In terms of speed, no one can match it. It can even complement Shaoqi's domain. Yun Qiu swallowed several bottles of pills in a row before he could barely speak, which made the demons dissatisfied. Looking at the past, there were very few pills in the demons, and all of them were given to this woman. I don't know what the young master thought. She glanced at Yi Qiao resentfully, and knowing that she was no match, she handed the dagger to nascent soul stage in front of her. I want her spiritual root. The masters of the demon race took over, and they were also ordered to come here. The goal was to pass on the 5 sects. Even if Yun Qiu didn't say anything, they would not let Yi Qiao go. Yi Qiao faced 2 nascent soul stages by herself. Her eyebrows and eyes did not fluctuate. The 2 masters of the demon race looked at each other, not daring to act rashly. There is no doubt that Yi Qiao is very strong. He was half probing, half mocking. You want one person to beat us both? Of course it's impossible. You 2 are nothing. The brisk boy's voice sounded, but it smells so bad, and it's you guys who are dirty and don't take a bath. I don't see Jun transforming from the sword, holding his chest, blinking his eyes, passing those demons, and looking at Yun Qiu. Have you used it to dig out people's spiritual roots? Such a heavy resentment. Even if you don't see Jun, who cultivates the way of killing, you can feel a little surprised. Yun Qiu was taken aback. Sword spirit transformation. She reacted quickly. Are you that stick? I don't see Jun smiling brightly. I'm your ancestor. The jet black chain wound up. Yun Qiu quickly grabbed a sword from the mustard bag, cut it off without thinking, wrapped it around her neck, and strangled it expressionlessly. as if to cut off her fragile neck. The bloody skin and flesh turned outwards. Bu Jun's eyes were filled with black, and he said with a strong malice, "Go to hell." In the next second, the sword in Yun Q's hand shot out a little bit of light, dissolving all the sword energy that did not see Jun's overbearing. "Ha!" Jun Wei paused. "Do you have a spirit? Why does this guy have so many good things in his hands?" Yi Qiao waved her hand to signal that she would not see you back, and at the same time wanted to insult Tiandao more than once. "There is no more Luoshui. What kind of sword is this gift?" Ellipsis. The battle situation has reached a fierce stage. Zhou Exingyun's long sword is in the void, and the wind breaks. Using himself as a guide, all the demons swept in by the sixth style of King Fengju are smashed by the wind knife, and the eyes are full of blood mist. The strong wind blew around and drove him away. The corner of the young man's clothes was not stained with blood from the beginning to the end. Not only is obsessive-compulsive disorder serious, cleanliness is also very serious. Duan Hengdao hurriedly built a protective shield, and put one on for the people next to him. Cheng Fengong is rare and generous, and they immediately swept away their magical artifacts without hesitation. Senior brother Zhou. The corner of Duan Hengdao's mouth twitched. "Well, can you be gentle? We don't want blood on our bodies either." Completely disregarding their life and death. Zhou Exingyun. Oh. Duan Hengdao. Seriously suspecting that the other party is perfunctory. It wasn't the first day he knew Zhou Exingyun. Strictly speaking, Zhou Exingyun really didn't have any righteousness at all. He only cared about the people he cared about, and he was a little indifferent to himself. "Then can you block the sword for a while?" Shenzi put on a mask of pain. Their senior brother didn't care about their life or death, left them behind, took the Qingfeng sword and took the lead to kill at the front. They could only hide behind Zhou Exingyun. Zhou Exingyun also didn't have the slightest affection for the sect, and with a little luck, he disappeared faster than anyone else. "No." Zhou Exingyun lowered his eyes and said righteously, "This is mine, the sword." Duan Hengdao looked at Gujing Wubo's eyes, and muttered twice with some embarrassment, "Okay." Jianshu seemed to have a fancy to the sword. He took out the defensive magic weapon and the offensive magic weapon from the mustard bag, but he could only bite the bullet. Seeing that Junzheng was entangled with the spirit of the dagger, and just as Jun was thinking about whether to crush it or take it to Yi Qiao, Zhou Exingyun saw this scene and decisively threw Duanchen over. The snow-white spirit sword was thrown straight, drawing a sharp and bright arc across the battlefield. Zhou Exingyun. I hate you." There was an unrequited voice in the air. Yi Qiao raised her head, and the corner of her mouth twitched violently. What fell? Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use badly. Chapter 193 Domain. Duanchen didn't wait for her to pick it up the moment he landed. The sword floated up by itself, and the silver young sword spirit opened his eyes at this moment. The young man stood in midair, his breath was a little sad, and he flew out like Piao. "Duanchen?" she asked tentatively. The other party responded slowly. "Like a turtle." "That's right, dust. You're finally willing to come out." Yi Qiao didn't know whether it was emotion or relief. Her big brother's sword spirit was finally willing to come out. Congratulations. Bujian Jun cheered, and without thinking about it, he began to give orders. "Buchen, step on it." Duan Chenjian glanced at him. "This is not good. Of course I don't know if I don't see you. His current sword master is Kang Shengdao." The young man suppressed his murderous aura. "Then grab it. Snatch it and it's ours. I guess your strength must not be that of Zhao Shijian's trash, right?" Mr. Bujian turned his head and looked at him. "Duanchen." He hummed slowly. Duan Chen has some understanding of Yi Qiao's stick. He has a somewhat arrogant personality, and often likes to play tricks on other swords. What a big game. Chaoshi floated over and surrounded Yi Qiao, aggrieved. Hello. Why did you attack him again? The three swords turned into spirits, and the black, silver and red sword lights swept out at the same time. The situation became uncontrollable in an instant, and the demons were in the nascent soul stage, but these opportunities for personal transmission were not necessarily less than theirs, especially Chang Mingzong. Yun Qiu's expression froze. He was surrounded by three sword spirits, and they seemed to want to take away his spirit sword. How can this be? The two masters of the nascent soul stage bit the bullet and confronted the three sword spirits. A group of Danshu from the Jade Water sect started poisoning. In other words, they not only had to guard against sneak attacks from rune cultivators and sword cultivators from time to time, but also dodged the cold arrows of these alchemy cultivators. With Cheng Fengong to provide magic weapons, the alchemists just shoot randomly. Hitting them is awesome, and losing them is just a group of alchemists. Fighting and killing has nothing to do with them. Violently hammering a nascent soul stage into the ground, Bu Jun stepped on it hard, breaking a few ribs for him. Duan Chen floated over, and said in a faint tone, "So weak. It is totally unreasonable for the three sword spirits to beat people, and the demons have never counted, and these few have passed on three spirit swords in succession. Moreover, they are all Chang Mingzong's swords, and the three sword spirits still have a tacit understanding with each other." Junior sister. Zhou Exingyun turned his head to glance at the battle situation, saw that Yi Qiao was hanging and beating him, nodded in satisfaction, and took advantage of the situation to remind, "The five sects have issued an order, and Yun Qiu doesn't care about life or death, so don't hold back." Yi Qiao raised her eyebrows. In her impression, Wu Zong insisted on being a human being, but she didn't expect Wu Zong to give such an order. She said hello, but she didn't hold out hope that she could kill Yun Qiu. Only Yi Qing'an can kill Yunk. But the way of heaven will not allow this to happen. Yi Qiao. I stabbed her with a sword before, you can see if you can smash her spiritual roots. Yi Qing'an undoubtedly hates this kind of people for things that don't belong to her in the first place. Yi Qing'an still has a strong sense of morality. At the beginning, he despised Yi Qiao's unrighteous methods and admired Yun Qiu's kindness, but the slap in the face was too fast. Yun Qiu, who had a clean heart, actually did something like digging out people's spiritual roots. Yi Qiao, who has never had any emotional fluctuations, Qing'an, at that moment, hated her somewhat. What does she take him for? The idiot she coaxed at will. Hearing Yi Qing'an's murderous words, Yi Qiao looked at the old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. What the hell happened to this group of people while she was away? Ruthless, Yi Qing'an, you deserve it. Now that the five sects gave orders, taking advantage of the two nascent soul stage being entangled by the sword spirits, Yi Qiao decisively used Lve Ying's sword and flew down towards Yun Qiu. Yun Qiu was a little frightened. Yi Qiao had never had such a strong killing intent towards her. You know, Yi Qiao didn't bother to care about it before, and Yun Qiu never thought that she actually wanted to send herself to death seriously. You can't kill me, she screamed in desperation. Yi Qiao looked at her. Just as she was about to make a move, all of the demons who were originally fighting with her own disciples all tried to surround her at this moment. To be honest, this scene is still a bit weird. It seems that as long as she falls with a sword, all the demons will rush forward and wipe her out regardless. This is interesting. What exactly did Yun Qiu do to make a group of demons obey? Obviously, it seems that the demon cultivators of the demon clan have no feelings for her. As long as you attack me, they will also attack. Guess it's you who killed me faster, or those in the nascent soul stage. Yun Qiu stared at her confidently. Second senior sister, you have to think about it carefully. KFC covers its eyes with its wings. Is it bad to live? As long as Fan Yunk didn't say the word, second senior sister, Yi Qiao, who is good at bending and stretching, would not take the risk to kill her. After all, this is not the optimal solution. Yi Qiao also planned to stop when she realized that all the demons had outflanked her. She didn't like to fight head-to-head with people, and she still hurt the enemy 1000 and self-damaged 800. Until Yun Qiu said, second senior sister. After Yun Qiu finished speaking, Yi Qiao's expression changed. For some reason, she felt a strong sense of discomfort. You can't even protect the Green Phoenix and the treasure-seeking beast, and you blame the 5 sects for their inhumanity. Yi Qiao looked up at Yun Qiu, raised her head, and sighed. She was really disgusted by this name. As she wears books, she has always been dominated by this title. These people are called addicts, right? Sensing the change in Yi Qiao's expression, Yun Qiu felt more and more frightened. She really wanted to kill herself. You can't kill me. You can't escape even if you kill me. Yun Qiu looked panicked and couldn't help but retreat crazily. Who told you that I'm going to kill you in the presence of so many people? Yi Qiao stretched out her hand, and a green light appeared in her palm. She had seen how Yi Qing'an marked out the field, and aimed at it thoughtfully. She smiled brightly. Yi Qiao didn't have any aura fluctuations in this move, as if she didn't intend to kill her. Yun Qiu was at a loss. What exactly do you want to do? What I mean is, isn't the so-called trash just you, Yun Qiu? Yi Qiao made a wrong step coldly, wiped the blood that was dripping from the tip of her nose, and the light green area was cut open. All the figures around Yi Qiao disappeared, and Yun Qiu was dragged into the field and beaten passively. All the fighting people were shocked. Field. Isn't it? Again. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced Sect by playing badly. Chapter 194. They stared blankly at the light in front of them. Is it the domain? Pale green field. Those who can disappear in full view, except domains, don't do what he thinks, but he didn't expect Yi Qiao to use domains. She is only at the golden core stage, although her spiritual consciousness is comparable to that of the nascent soul stage, but it's not absolute. Taking this risk to open up the field, it can only be said that this Yunk is too hated. You Changmingzong, don't be too outrageous. Chu Xingji was furious and hammered the demons. He swung the snow in his hand fiercely, and his combat power soared. 1 domain, 3 transformations. It's poisonous. A disagreement opens the field. Don't talk about martial arts, Yi Qiao. The moment the domain was opened, Xi Chuxiu's voice came from her mind, kill her. Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao immediately rushed towards Yunk without hesitation. In her domain, although she didn't know how to control it at all, it didn't matter, she just pulled Yunk in to get rid of her smoothly. Yun Qiu looked at the locked domain of Safang Tiandi and screamed, Yi Qiao. The silver sword spirit and the red sword spirit returned to the sword master respectively, but Jun also hid in the sword and accompanied Yi Qiao into the domain. Vibrant flowers and plants bloomed in the field, and the green vines bent hard to show her heart. Yi Qiao. She wiped away the blood that dripped down due to excessive consumption. Yi Qiao had no experience in opening the domain for the first time. The domain sensed the intrusion of outsiders and began to attack indiscriminately. The swaying petals turned into sharp blades. Yi Qiao dodged twice, the vines rose from the ground trembled on the ground, and would collapse in the next second. At first, the harmless vines protruded out and passed through Yun Qiu's chest accurately, and the water root was crushed alive, fell to the ground dripping with blood. After Domain seemed to realize that Yun Qiu was not threatening, he decisively began to attack Yi Qiao, who seemed to be the most threatening. Yi Qiao who was attacked. Seeing that Jun made a mistake, he protected the sword master behind his back, His voice was drawn out, a little puzzled. How could it attack people indiscriminately? Yi Qing'an's domain is not like this. Yi Qiao raised her brows slightly. She had seen Yi Qing'an's domain, and she was completely integrated with Yi Qing'an himself, but she was completely out of control. All directions seemed to be imprisoned in this piece of heaven and earth. Yi Qiao didn't even dare to move, and stepped on the ground without any real feeling. It's changed color, it's turned up. Jun Bujian waved a sword wind, and the green in the field turned red. He was a sword spirit and couldn't feel anything, he could only see the color change. The black sword spirit was slightly surprised for a moment. Is it an indiscriminate attack because of the entry of outsiders? Green is already dangerous, and red feels even worse to him. Jun Jian stretched out his hand without hesitation, grabbed Yun Qiu's neck, crushed her fragile throat, and after repeatedly confirming that she was completely lifeless, the boy threw her away. Died. Yi Qiao didn't believe it. The heroine was Xiaoqiang who couldn't be beaten to death. I don't see Jun's actions are too decisive, and with the disappearance of the intruding outsider's breath, the initial harmlessness and stability of the domain has just been restored, turning into water droplets, and the dangerous shower sprinkles faint pollen, blooming in front of her. A bright and beautiful camellia, shaking its flower branches, is always showing its favor to her. Yi Qiao. After seeing the threat of this field, Yi Qiao did not dare to accept this flower. Fortunately, there is no need for Yi Qiao to worry too much. Her strength is not enough to support the appearance of the domain for too long. With the disappearance of the domain, the two people who had disappeared in place all appeared in front of everyone. After the two appeared, the two sides quickly found their own people and hurriedly pulled them over. Yi Qiao was held in the hand by the senior brother. Her expression was in a daze. Seeing Yun Qiu being dragged out, dripping with blood and having a big hole in his chest, Miao Miao's scalp felt numb for a moment. Dead. Dead. Her voice is a little stuttering, and she has been together for more than a year, and although most of them are tit for tat, if she really dies, Miao Miao still feels unreal. It doesn't feel that easy. The opponent can always survive from a desperate situation. But Yun Qiu is not important now, kill her sooner or later, the point is. What a powerful domain, light green light. Is it the domain of the Lord? Damn it, you're so handsome, little junior sister, please demonstrate again, quickly, quickly, let us see your field. What's that called? The green field. It's not the same as our elder brother. You dug out her spiritual root. I'm going to go to Yi Qiao to be really good. Yi Qiao covered the blood in her mouth, listening to their enthusiastic discussion. The corner of her mouth twitched. No, can you care about my life or death? Don't you have any love? Is the focus the field? Please don't ravage us, let us see your domain. Mingxuan grabbed her hand, and seeing Yi Qiao's miserable appearance, he paused for a few seconds. Little sister, how are you? Yi Qiao pushed away the relatives surrounding her, expressionless. Kidney deficiency. Get out of the way. Zhu Yu hurriedly squeezed Mingxuan away, and frantically fed her medicine. None of these people are reliable. Before the melee was over, Yi Qiao's spirit was a little sluggish, and she glanced at the demons. I'll leave it to you. The demons swept by her trembled subconsciously. Domain, the second domain in the realm of comprehension. One is enough for them to have a headache for a long time, but there is a second one. The young master of the demon race stared at Yi Qiao enthusiastically. It turned out that this was the charm of Tianlingen. He completely understood why the demon lord was so obsessed with Yi Qiao. Then occupying the realm of comprehension is just around the corner. The military advisor took a deep look at Yi Qiao. Withdraw. There is no need to fight anymore, and I can't beat it at all. I finally understand the role of cultivating this group of personal heirs in the cultivation world. Whether it is resources or their own cultivation, They're not comparable to the group of nascent soul golden pills they transferred. I want to do it. Can only be broken one by one. It's too troublesome for this group of people to get together. Countless people were lost on the side of the demons. At most, this group of personal descendants suffered some injuries, and it was not a loss. Serious. Although there are as many golden core stages as dogs and nascent soul stages, this kind of pro-flyer massacre has really trampled the face of the demons under their feet. Chasing. Zhu Yu shook his head. Since they dare to come, there is naturally a way out. It's not necessary. After realizing that there was no sound from Yun Q, the demons retreated resolutely, and all escaped with the magic weapons prepared in advance. Si Miaoyan lowered his eyes and thoughtfully, so, he was left like this. Song Hansheng took a step forward, stretched out his hand to grab Yun Q, and looked at it for a moment. Chu Xingji, why? Do you still want to whip the corpse? Song Hansheng, I'm not a pervert. He didn't hate it so much, it was just. Song Hansheng kicked the lifeless corpse on the ground in disgust. Expressionless, she used reincarnation. What? Yi Qiao frowned. A forbidden technique. Song Han said, it can replace the fate of both parties. Even life. So she can only feel the pain, even if death is the death of the person she replaced. But the good news is that Yi Qiao completely crushed her spiritual roots. Let her be a waste for the rest of her life. The ultimate spiritual root is simply not enough to support her trash talent. In a place where the demons cannibalize people, what will happen to Yun Q is quite curious. The young master of the demons doesn't necessarily like Yun Q very much, but the identity she once passed on feels fresh. Ming Shun clicked his tongue. Where did the crooked ways come from? Of course it's the way of Yue Kingzong. Xi Chuxiu smiled and appeared behind the group of people at some point, scaring the people who had gathered together to scatter in an instant. This is obviously the time for the Changming sect to hold a meeting. Although the other four sects want to explore, the Changming sect probably won't give themselves a chance, so they can only return to their sects to conduct a review of this group battle. After the other family members left one after another, Yi Qiao held her nose and raised her head. Even more dizzy. The first time she opened the domain, she didn't feel good. The only useful thing was that it completely crushed the Yunk spirit root. If you're not mistaken, that's the domain, right? Xiaoqiao. Qin Fanfan walked over quickly with his hands behind his back, saw his disciple's pale face, and suppressed the surprise that the disciple had realized the domain. Go back to the sect first, take a break and talk about the rest on the way. It's the domain. Yi Qiao wiped away the blood, but I can't control it. She couldn't control this field at all. Rather than saying it was her field, it would be better to say that she drew it out instinctively throughout the whole process. The field is difficult to master, and she has only just learned it. The male protagonist is awesome. At the beginning, seeing how obedient Yi Qing'an's domain was, Yi Qiao thought that she was not bad. After the co-authored domain was opened, she completely disowned her relatives. It has nothing to do with your talent, it's just that you don't have enough cultivation. Xi Chuxiu glanced at Yun Q's corpse that was thrown on the ground not far away, and stretched. I can't figure it out until the nascent soul stage, it's already very long to open it. Incredible. Yi Qiao inexplicably felt that Xi Chuxiu was like that comforting old father. Is he so happy? It will take a long time to wait for the nascent soul stage. Yi Qiao poured the elixir into her mouth, and managed to stop the bleeding. Never take it lightly next time. She found the field strange from the start. It is really dangerous to start rashly before fully grasping the strength. I didn't kill her. Noticing Xi Chuxiu's eyes, Yi Qiao knew that it would not be easy to kill her own daughter in front of Tiandao, but Yi Qiao never thought that the other party's escape method was so insidious. Is this cloud magpie doomed to go on a crooked path forever? Wasn't it just a heartthrob sweet love story from the beginning? That's right. Mu Chongshi patted his head. Where's the evil god? I was locked up by the secret realm. Yi Qiao raised her spirits when she mentioned this. Let's go to visit the ghost secret realm. I think it should be very happy to see me coming. Has the evil god been imprisoned in the ghost secret realm? Zhu Yu twitched the corner of her mouth, and finally understood what her idea was at the beginning. It was still miserable in the ghost secret realm. We have found the ghost secret realm several times, but its location often changes. Speaking of this, Mu Chongshi remembered, I originally agreed with Song Hansheng that I would go to you after finishing solving the demons who don't care about life and death. Who knew you would come out early? Song Hansheng. Thanks to the third senior brother's pill, Yi Qiao recovered a bit. Didn't he say that he would never come to such a ghostly place a second time? The ghost secret realm is also unique. It devours things wantonly, and even picks places where the environment is terrible and no one is dirty. No matter how you look at it, Song Hansheng will be disgusted. Who knows? Ming Xuan snorted twice. He is definitely uneasy and kind, and maybe he wants to poach us. That's not enough. Mu Chongshi made a thoughtful expression. Could it be that he has a crush on you? Looking at a group of fellow students with conspiracy theories, Zhou Xingyun said indifferently, maybe he just wants to be friends with my junior sister. He could barely understand Song Hansheng's hesitation. Well, that reason sounds even worse. A group of brats chatted and started talking again. Qin Fanfan felt a little helpless when he heard it. Take it easy, Xiaoqiao will come to the main peak later. Qin Fanfan reminded, show us your domain alone. The corner of Yi Qiao's mouth twitched. I might not be able to do it a second time. The second time or something, I overestimated her. That's true. Qin Fanfan stroked his beard and started brainstorming, thinking about the differences and problems between fields. Celebrate. Xi Chuxu clapped her hands and said with a smile, let's go to the cafeteria tonight. Yi Qiao immediately turned her head and reminded, don't eat steamed buns. Then let's cook. Zhu Yu thought for a while. After all, Changmingzong's cafeteria only had steamed buns, and I don't know what the Zongman thinks, so don't ask someone who knows how to cook. Who can cook? After this question, they were all silent. I know. Xi Chuxu raised her hands enthusiastically. Let Qin Fanfan light the fire first, then let Qin Fanfan wash the vegetables, and then wait for Qin Fanfan to cook the rice, then we can all eat. After saying that, Xi Chuxu was kicked and flew out by Qin Fanfan. Looking at Xi Chuxu who flew away in the form of a shooting star, the 5 members of Changmingzong said. As expected of you, little uncle, you are always on the verge of being beaten and testing repeatedly. Qin Fanfan turned his head and said calmly, you all return to the sect, and we will take care of the rest. The domain consumes not only the consciousness, but also the spiritual energy. Her whole body is hollowed out, and her face is pale. Yi Qiao's spiritual consciousness can reach the nascent soul stage, but her spiritual energy is far from that level. Being able to not pass out after the domain was opened, all depends on the excellent operation of the spiritual root, and the quick and automatic filling of spiritual energy. I think it's a bit strange. Yi Qiao, I know it's not the main kill. But when it's used, it kills every time. Not to kill. How do you know it's not the Lord's death? Looking at Yun Q's miserable appearance, they didn't even believe it. Because of its name, no matter how you hear it, it can't be the main killer. Yi Qiao recalled the scene at that time, rehearsing it over and over again in his mind, frowning slightly. What's the name of your field? Yi Qiao was silent for a long time, then said slowly, everything is born. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 195. Are those blessings really for you? After Yi Qiao finished speaking, the people were quiet for a few seconds, and then they discussed in full swing. Everything is born. It sounds like the domain of the wood spirit root. Is the opening of the domain related to the spirit root? Zhu Yu rubbed his chin and pondered. Everything is born. This field sounds a bit weird. Yi Qing'an's domain is called frozen. He is Bing Ling'an, so there is some connection there. Little junior sister has nothing to do with Lei Ling'an. Ming Xuan tilted his head. Have you asked your son what kind of spiritual root it is? Yi Qiao stretched out her hand and called Xiao Qi out. When asked about the nature of the spirit root, the boy tilted his head and replied, it's the wood spirit root. Soft and harmless wood spirit root. The high probability of solving the case has nothing to do with the spirit root. Yi Qiao was thoughtful. I guess it may be related to the way I cultivated, and it was derived from it. There is absolutely a connection between the Tao of the common people and the life of all things. This kind of question has to be asked to the elders of the 5 sects, and the senior brothers have not discussed the reason when they got together. Although the name sounds awesome, what kind of effect it is still needs to be studied. Temporarily unable to discuss why, Yi Qiao decided to deal with the evil god first. The ghost secret realm was erratic, and it took a lot of effort to find the secret realm that was devouring the surrounding heavenly spirits and earth treasures. With the arrival of several people, it stagnated for a while, ran away. Before it fled away wretchedly, Yi Qiao said unhurriedly, move again, and I'll let lightning strike you. She held the last restraint in her hand, and the request she made was outrageous, nothing more than why would the evil god grant more than 100 wishes. The phantom secret realm reluctantly stopped running, and was careful to stay away from Yi Qiao, lest she step into the secret realm again. What on earth are you going to do to let me go? If you violate the rules, you will only be hacked passively, and the evil god will be miserable. And the evil god is in the secret realm. If the evil god is hacked by the rules, even the secret realm will be hacked together. The secret realm can choose to spit out the evil god, so that it will not be involved, but it is hungry, very hungry, and urgently needs something to replenish its crumbling interior that was hacked at the beginning. Locking the evil gods inside, the secret realm can spend some time spreading the strength of the evil gods and devouring them one by one. Things like evil gods, which are not welcomed by the Tao of Heaven, want to get out after being locked in a secret realm. In a dream, 100 years is enough for the secret realm to swallow the evil god. Eat it and that's it. My lord. She made a prayer gesture accurately, and her tone was very pious. As long as you set a constraint with me again, I can get you out of the secret realm. The content is very simple. After all, I am not a devil. Things like evil gods are immortal. As long as evil cultivators spend time, creating a second evil god is only a matter of time. Wu Zong has been at a loss what to do about it. Locking it up treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Evil god. After several rounds of wits and courage with Yi Qiao, Hui's disastrous defeat decided to learn a lesson this time, and it didn't engage in any conspiracy and tricks, so it went straight to the point with Yi Qiao. Tell me your request. Yi Qiao thought for a moment. Going back to the seal, there is only one request at the moment. She has always been worried about this secret realm, and now the secret realm has a bad brain and wants to swallow the evil god. In case it wants to cause her some trouble, release the evil god, then it is the comprehension world that will suffer. The evil god agreed. Going back into the seal is better than being swallowed by this secret realm. After it agreed, the constraints of heaven fell. Form a contract between the two. Then it's time to convince Rift to put the evil god back inside the seal. Only each other can hear the voices of communication between believers and evil gods. Looking at Yi Qiao's accurate prayer gestures, the four of Chang Mingzong fell into deep thought. They seemed to understand what Yi Qiao was doing with Zhu Yu. Co-authoring, she really went to summon the evil god. How to persuade the secret realm to release the evil god, this is handed over to Zhu Yu. He can't see the secret realm, but several people have visited the secret realm for several times, and he can sense its approximate location. He pondered for a moment, ready to prescribe the right medicine. I think, the blessing of heaven should be more effective than spending hundreds of years swallowing evil gods. Mingxuan followed up naturally, let go of the evil god, and we can make a deal for you with blessings from heaven. Ghost Secret Realm examined the group of people. Many monks did not dare to mention the Tao of Heaven, for fear that they would not be in awe. This group of people made deals one by one, and the blessings of the Tao of Heaven were reduced to something that was traded in the end. Heaven knows I'm afraid I'm going to hack you to death. Moreover, the secret realm muttered, how can you have the blessings of heaven? Mingxuan spread his hands. Of course I don't, she does. He stretched out his hand to hold Yi Qiao, making her turn around and face the secret realm. At the beginning, there were more than a dozen blessings from heaven still vivid in my memory. Yi Qiao, the secret realm sneered. A person like her who is not seen by heaven. Seeing this, Yi Qiao took a look at the ghost secret realm, and then slowly stepped on the entrance of the secret realm. The secret realm was almost frightened out of her wits by her actions, and it almost cried aggrievedly, why? If it's not that Lord Tiandao doesn't like you, otherwise I wouldn't be bothered to eat you. It's only at the Jindan stage, and eating Yi Qiao won't help it. Big, it's just that this person's ability to do things is a bit too strong, even evil gods and demons can be alarmed, this person is completely a variable. No wonder Tiandao doesn't like her. Heaven doesn't like her. This sentence is very interesting. Zhu Yu's tone is tinged with a smile. If you don't like her, give her blessings. How many times in a row? Wait. The secret realm was also slightly stunned. You mean, there were several competitions before the 5 sects, and those blessings were all for her? That's not right. It muttered in a low voice. It should be given to that little junior sister. How could it be given to you? Which junior sister? Yi Qiao squinted at it, as if she understood who it was referring to. Cloud Magpie. I forgot what it's called. The secret realm was full of anger, and not everyone could remember it. After the secret realm finished speaking, it aimed at Yi Qiao, and after several changes, he hesitated. Are these blessings really for you? If it was true, Secret Realm realized deeply that he might have done something stupid. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 196 Meeting Your Domain. Yi Qiao was also thinking about the problem. Hearing this, she glanced at it and noticed the change in the other party's attitude, so she hummed calmly. So, it was heaven's intention to kill him in that secret realm back then. The way of heaven is against me. The voice in the secret realm was weak, maybe. Why? She continued. The secret realm became even more flustered, and whispered, maybe, it's not like this. It could, from start to finish, have the wrong people. I'm sorry. It was a little helpless, and it was crying stupidly by itself. I made the wrong person. I didn't think about targeting you at first. The secret realm said weakly, it's the meaning of Tiandao, but I think I seem to have made a mistake. The secret realm didn't dare to speculate on what Tiandao meant. Not her. If the Tao of Heaven is not targeting you, then who is it? The secret realm was stunned. So. Mu Chongxi ran away violently. It's you who has been messing around for a long time and mistaken the wrong person, causing us to be chased away by a group of monsters in the nascent soul stage. He just said, no matter how you look at it, Yi Qiao is not guilty of this. And Tiandao obviously doesn't hate her that much, otherwise how could it be possible to bless her one after another? Seeing that the mind in this secret realm was in chaos, Yi Qiao thought over its words over and over again, and finally decided to deal with the matter in front of her. Let the evil god out first. The secret realm is full of grievances, it doesn't dare to disobey Yi Qiao's intentions now. If it really makes a mistake, it's no wonder that the Tao of Heaven will hack it without hesitation. The secret realm couldn't help but struggle for a while, but what should I do if the evil god is gone? You can't eat it now, you can eat something else after it's gone. The ghost secret realm is a matter of course, but if there is this evil god, I will comfort myself that there are people who are more mentally retarded and incompetent than me in the cultivation world, so I will feel much better in my heart. In such a comparison, it is not a big problem if it is split by the thunder calamity. Zhou Xingyun didn't understand, and was silent for a few seconds before he couldn't help laughing. Is this the chain of mutual disdain between the victim alliance? Ellipsis. At that time, the sword-seeking sect was in a meeting all night, and the 5 personal disciples were sitting together. The elder of the sword-seeking sect had a sullen face, and spoke in a low voice. You guys, what do you think of Chang Mingzong? The few in-persons keenly felt that they were about to be scolded, and no one dared to be the first bird, so they chose to remain silent. The great elder of Zhanjianzong said coldly, let me do the math. So far, only Kingen has been fighting for strength in Zhanjianzong. Among the sword cultivators of Changmingzong, 3 have sword spirits and 1 has a domain. When will you all be able to make a difference? Quote. They asked that the sword sect was a group of sword cultivators, and it was not comparable to other sword cultivators. Yu Shen Zhuyu was stunned, and complained blankly, but elder, we have only had the natal sword for a few months, right? The 3 of Changmingzong are already very familiar with their wives. The shortest one is Yi Qiao, but she and Jun Bujian have been together for more than a year, so there is nothing strange about being transformed. It is also blamed that the elders never took Chang Mingzong seriously at first, thinking that even without the natal sword, they could hang and beat other sect sword cultivators. Now that Yi Qiao taught them a lesson, how can they be blamed? The great elder was irritated by the personal inheritance of Chang Mingzong. He raised his eyes and decided to delve deeper into the light green field before. Have you seen the attributes of Yi Qiao's field? Zhu Yu lowered her eyes, recalling the light green field light in the girl's hand, would type. The great elder understood. The Lord healed. Maybe. Zhu Yu didn't know, she was the only one who looked at it up close, and to be honest, it didn't feel like a soft field to her, but when she got close, she could feel a high probability of healing. Weird. The great elder crossed his hands, feeling somewhat inquisitive. Xiaoyu. Have you ever asked, what is the name of her domain? Zhu Yu honestly shook his head. They asked whether the relationship between Zhanzong and Yi Qiao was good enough to ask the other party's domain name. Sometimes the name of a domain can reveal the system and functions of the domain. How could she ask such a sensitive question? Ellipsis. After a fight with the demons, the cultivation base of the pro-inspectors has more or less raised 1 realm, and those with high talents even surpassed 2 realms. Basically, after returning to the sect, they chose to meditate for no major matters. Qin Fanfan went to deal with the Demon King's avatar. After returning to the clan, Yi Qiao didn't even have time to go back to the courtyard, so Duan Yu, who heard the news, called him away alone. Yi Qiao, I heard that you have comprehended the realm. Elder Duan Yu couldn't wait to rub his hands. Come on, show me what kind of realm it is. Ever since Yi Qing'an got his domain, swordsmanship sect walked with wind, and Duan Yu also walked with wind this time. His joy was beyond words. Yi Qiao looked delicate. Are you sure? Sure. Duan Yu took it for granted. The only field in their sect, he had only heard of it, but hadn't entered it yet, At least he had to experience it, figure out what system Yi Qiao's field belonged to, and then train. Seeing the excited expression of the elder, Yi Qiao replied cautiously, "It's very dangerous." Danger. Duan Yu regained his sanity for a while, found a control group, and asked, "How is your field compared to Yi Qing'an's strength?" Yi Qing'an's domain is also very dangerous. It is said that it is called frozen, and it is frozen for a while after entering, and all the frozen corpses come out of the domain. Yi Qiao covered her head, thought for a moment, and said in a flat tone, "You'll have to compare yourself to know. It's just that her domain is completely out of control. It is very risky when opened." Unexpectedly, Zhang floated out of the sword. "I advise you not to let Qiao Qiao open. It is very dangerous." Seeing this black sword spirit, Duan Yu couldn't hold back his eagerness to touch it. Sword spirit, one of the few sword spirits of their Changming sect, looked at the elder's longing eyes, and Bu Jun hid, "Her domain will change color. Green and red. I only saw those two forms at the time." Duan Yu captured the key point. "Only see." "Yeah," Mr. Bujian replied. "It felt bad to stay any longer, so I strangled Yun Q to death. There was no outsider intrusion. In the end, the domain also returned to calm. He acted too decisively, which caused the domain to return to its original harmless state ahead of time. Otherwise, you might think that there might be another form." Hearing the words of strangling Yun Q to death, the corners of Duan Yu's mouth twitched, and he decided to pretend to be deaf. "What's your domain called?" Yi Qiao replied obediently. "Everything is born." "Wanwusheng. It sounds very strong." Duan Yu put his hands behind his back and turned his back to one person and one sword, and began to mutter, "This name sounds like the way of the Lord. How can it be so fierce? It can make you feel bad even if you don't see you, and the lethality may not be so high. She is the only one among the current 5 sects of Kangsheng Dao, and there are not many personal traditions that can be studied before her. It will also switch forms. How could there be such a field?" Really confused, Duan Yu looked at Yi Qiao, "Who taught you the opening of the domain?" Yi Qiao's spiritual consciousness can reach the nascent soul stage, and it can be done by forcing it to open. It's not like someone taught it. She raised her head and just wanted to say, "I learned it by myself." As a result, Duan Yu quickly completed his self-reasoning, viciously, "It's all Xi Chuxu's fault. He brought Yi Qiao to the ground, and I must beat him to death if I get a chance." Forcibly opening the domain will lead to internal instability. Yi Qiao was obviously a good boy before this, so it must be Xi Chuxu's fault. Yi Qiao. Xiaoqiao. You open the domain. After Duan Yu quickly identified the culprit who caused Yi Qiao to be damaged, he looked at the little disciple standing there quietly. He was not afraid of a name that sounded like a healing domain. The old man will come to know your field first. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tool the whole side playing badly. Chapter 197 Share the pressure. Yi Qiao really didn't expect Elder Duan Yu to have such great curiosity about her domain. She took a half step back a little bit, and there was no trace of where her feet was slightly wrong, and the light green domain expanded. Whether it's breath or color, it's healing. Elder Duan Yu was slightly relieved when he mentioned it. At least you won't be killed in the face when you go in. The pale green field dragged the two of them into it at the same time. The ground they stepped on was full of vibrant flowers, which looked harmless. How could Zhang Jian say the word, dangerous? If these two brats hadn't teamed up to make up lies to tease him, Duan Yu's expression was a little stern, then the situation in Yi Qiao's field might be much more complicated than he imagined. It's green now. Zhu Shi sensed the presence of the master, and the domain was fairly stable. Duan Yu stepped on the ground and took the lead in attacking the domain, intending to find out what kind of system it was. Gentle and harmless surface. Even the flowers stepped on the ground were spinning wildly, and stabbed at him at the right time. Yi Qiao, who was implicated, also began to hide. There was trembling in the field, and she would fall to the ground if she was not careful. She didn't want to know the consequences if she didn't stand firmly and fell to the ground. Damn it. Elder, give me your hands, mentally prepare. Duan Yu seemed to be able to handle it with ease. That's not the case, you are its owner, at most you will be injured. Sure enough, the attack is very strong. Duan Yu accepted the move, thinking that this was the end. As a result, the inside began to change color, glowing red, to be honest, a very beautiful red, warm and bright. The temperature inside the domain also rose at this moment. The sudden increase in temperature made Yi Qiao's goosebumps spread. What the hell? What is this? Duan Yu was startled. No matter how experienced he is, he has never heard of such a field that can change. How can a co-author really change color? Red. Unexpectedly, Zheng Piao came out, puffing his face. That was the one that made me feel very dangerous at the time, but there was more than one. He was speaking incoherently. Duan Yu was in a hurry at the moment and didn't have the heart to distinguish the meaning in the gentleman's words. The roiling heat wave in the domain almost melted people inside. With the increase in temperature, Yi Qiao didn't feel anything. After all, it was her domain, so she didn't come here this time. She only saw Elder Duan Yu leaning on the gymnastics survived abruptly. After experiencing the second color, Duan Yu heaved a sigh of relief. If his cultivation base is not high enough, he really can't solve it. When Duan Yu wanted to say that he probably figured out what kind of system she was, the color of the domain changed again. This time it was dark yellow. What are you doing? Wait, seeing the color this time, Yi Qiao suddenly thought of something. 4 seasons reincarnation. Damn, it's no wonder that I don't see you repeatedly saying that there are more than one, because to be precise, there are indeed not 1, but 4. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see what the 4th one looked like this time, because after the 3rd one, Yi Qiao's spiritual power was no longer enough to support the domain to continue, and the moment it collapsed, the domain under her feet opened up and dissipated around. Yi Qiao managed to sweep away the spirit energy absorbed in her body by relying on the non-stop circulation of her spirit roots. At this moment, she had no strength at all, so she just sat on the ground and didn't move. What's the situation? It's the 4 seasons. If the name of the domain is Wanwusheng, then the change of the 4 seasons is also included. Duan Yu just accepted the ruthless charcoal grilling in the domain, and after returning to normal, he couldn't help touching his arm, feeling lingering in his heart. Why isn't it called reincarnation, but everything? The system is wrong and the name is wrong. This is another question. There was something wrong with Yi Qiao's field from the beginning to the end. If you only listen to the name, not only Duan Yu thinks it is a healing system, but other sects also think so. Wanwusheng, this name, is it a full? No matter how you look at it, it cannot be the domain of the healing department. Yi Qiao spread her palms, lowered her eyes and pondered for a few seconds. I still think it should be the healing department. But I don't know what went wrong, or is it that the field of Kangshengdao is so unusual? I've tried my best in the past few days. Yi Qiao squeezed her palms together slightly, try to make it normal. Yi Qiao didn't understand why the well-healing domain became this aggressive. And what happens if all 4 colors are transformed in the field? Yi Qiao was once again lost in thought by this guess. Maybe you can try to listen to the name of the field by taking it apart. Xi Chuxu appeared out of nowhere, and Qin Fanfan followed closely behind. The young man said thoughtfully, everything. Maybe it refers to the transformation of the 4 colors in your domain. Then, he looked at Yi Qiao, it means healing. Take it apart and listen, it seems that it can barely explain it. But whose field name can be opened and listened to? Qin Fanfan was just about to give him a ruthless hammer to tell him not to mislead Zhong Tiansai, but he found that Yi Qiao really thought it made sense. Now I can only open the domain and drag people in. Yi Qiao raised her hand to show Xi Chuxu the light green light spot on her fingertips. If this light green light is for healing, how can I use it? Xi Chuxu's expression was deep. This question. Of course I don't know either. He touched her head and laughed. Ha ha ha, come and train with me, your little uncle. I believe that by then you will master your own fields. Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao has been trained by Xi Chuxu quite a lot. Chang Mingzong has nothing to do with this one talisman cultivation. Mingxuan and Yi Qiao have taken turns to be taught. Yi Qiao has been trained by Xi Chuxu quite a lot. Chang Mingzong has nothing to do with this one talisman cultivation. Mingxuan and Yi Qiao have taken turns to be taught recently. Don't be afraid, let me save you from the devil, little junior sister. Mingxuan walked over leisurely, saw her being beaten by Xi Chuxu, and rushed over. Anyway, sooner or later, no one can escape. Yi Qiao had to try a few more times because of the field. Mingxuan was in the middle stage of the Golden Core, and he was one step away from the late stage of the Golden Core. He couldn't escape the training after returning to the sect. After 2 days of fishing, Mingxuan also joined the training team. Mingxuan. Seeing Mingxuan rushing in, Qin Fanfan, who was observing Yi Qiao's training results with Xi Chuxu, couldn't help clearing his throat. I don't practice all day long, I only know how to mess around, what a shame. Mingxuan shrugged. Why am I messing around? I helped her share half of the pressure. Qin Fanfan was amused. How did you share the burden? Mingxuan. Half hit me, and the other half hit her. Xi Chuxu was training Yi Qiao's consciousness and reaction speed. Under Fu Xiu, who was stronger than him, they couldn't even sense when the formation was deployed. Especially Xi Chuxu approached nothing when she started. Like a ghost, she didn't know when she fell behind, and kicked him away mercilessly. After Mingxuan joined, Xi Chuxu finally gave half of Mingxuan's attention. When he kicked people, he mainly kicked Mingxuan, with a chilly tone. Too slow. When you realize it, if I were you, the grass on the grave would be 3 feet high. Mingxuan. Like your little junior sister, naturally she won't be as unguarded as you. Xi Chuxu clapped her hands lazily, then turned her head to show Mingxuan a smile disappearing technique. You really disappointed me, Mingxuan. Mingxuan. He was sad and angry. Look, little uncle likes to beat me. Before Yi Qiao came, Xi Chuxu was mainly beating him crazily. To be honest, Mingxuan was suspicious at that time. Was the little uncle's mental state really okay at that time? Even people like Mingxuan who are not so sensitive to emotions can feel that the other party's mental state is already hovering on the verge of madness. Although Xi Chuxu occasionally double standards, in the case of group training, the two received equal treatment, and neither of the two geniuses of the Changming sect, Fu Xiu, received preferential treatment because of their talent. Yi Qiao is a swordsman, who is used to breaking formations with simple and quick violence. Mingxuan is not as ferocious as her, and his progress is a bit slower. The young man's control of formations is extremely good, an elegant and immortal noble son. However, he was also handsome and chose to join Yi Qiao's violent formation within 3 seconds. Without him, Xi Chuxu's formation method is more advanced than what they have come into contact with. If he studies and breaks the formation seriously, he may not be able to get out of it for a day. Mingxuan learned from Yi Qiao to kick with his feet, since there is no danger anyway, so he just kicked the formation directly to find out where the weak point of the formation is. Xi Chuxu smiled and said nothing about the way the two of them had the same style but broke the brain, and they became more ruthless during the training. Is it because I am here, so I have no fear? If you set up an attack formation, neither of you will be able to live a stick of incense with such a brainless way. The method of breaking the formation violently was rejected, so we could only bite the bullet and spend time researching how to break the formation. The one that comes out first can be kicked a little lighter. At the end of the day, everyone was paralyzed on the ground, dying. Xe Chuxu showed no mercy to anyone, and kept prodding the two of them with words, "Get up." He lazily said, "Continue." Are the two geniuses of Changmingzong at this level? Under Xe Chuxu's relentless spur, the two middle stage golden cores finally stabilized their realm at the late golden core stage, because it took time to consolidate the lower realms, so they could barely catch their breath. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. Saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 198. Are you infected by Zhou Xingyun? Golden core late stage. Xe Chuxu stepped on the ground, looked at the two people lying down tired, and smiled. It's not bad, you two, even Broken Mirror has such a tacit understanding. The brothers and sisters in trouble looked at each other, and at the same time, they smiled miserably. Xe Chuxu squinted her eyes, and looked at the expressions of the two people who finally relaxed. Just to remind you, the current personal transfer is basically the peak of Jindan. Do you know what it means? The two Jindan peaks of Changmingzong, Zuyu and Mu Chongxi, the remaining few sects are only a few more. If it's a coincidence that they break through on the same day one after another. He paused for a while and said with a smile, the scene will be terrifying. More than a dozen lay JYs in the nascent soul stage, not to mention the 5 sects, even the entire cultivation world caused a great commotion. He waved his hand coolly, so what we mean is, find a suitable place for you to go through the tribulation. Oh, keep the personal inheritance of Jindan late stage, it's nothing to you. Being left behind because of insufficient cultivation, it would be a shame to put such a thing anywhere. So, anyone with a bit of self-respect will redouble their efforts in cultivation, right? Xe Chuxu had just thought of this. It was then that Ming Xuan and Yi Qiao put their heads together and began to passionately criticize the group of talented dogs at the peak of Jindan. Ming Xuan slapped the ground. When they come back, the two of us will isolate them all together. Yi Qiao followed closely and slapped the ground. Good idea. With their own strength, the two of them isolated all their relatives, which is wonderful. Xe Chuxu, who thought the two of them would be stimulated and worked hard. Sure enough, it is still old. Xe Chuxu thought so. I can't keep up with the brain circuits of this group of people. This can be regarded as a kind of experience. Yi Qiao leaned there, listless. Where do you plan to let them go to overcome the catastrophe? Beyond the 3 realms, there will not be affected by the thunder tribulation. Ming Xuanruo realized something. The ghost world. Xe Chuxu nodded, and glanced at him. The thunder calamity will be small, at least it won't affect the other 3 realms. The other 3 people who came to watch the two being beaten online rubbed their chins. The thunder disaster that the cultivation world can't overcome. Let's go to the ghost world and come back after quietly crossing it. The ghost world agrees. The elders probably didn't want the cultivation world to be full of sparks and lightning for several days in a row, so they simply packed up and sent away this group of direct descendants who were about to enter the nascent soul stage. Yi Qiao's time was scary enough, and they have learned their lesson since Yi Qiao's time. This group of personal talents are exaggerated enough. It's okay to say that the Jindan stage, the nascent soul stage, must not let them get together to overcome the catastrophe. It was a disaster. Xe Chuxu waved his hand. It's not sneaky, you can go there openly, and there is nothing wrong with the realm of cultivation and the world of ghosts. It's just that there are many masters in them. His tone implied a warning. There are more people in the Yuanying stage than in the realm of cultivation. And it's not the group of empty and watery things from the demon race. There are many masters. They nodded, understanding. Because the two talisman cultivators of Changmingzong couldn't go there, Mingxuan and Yi Qiao could only draw the talismans that other senior brothers would use in advance. Since he was going to the ghost world with other personal descendants, and there was a group of talisman cultivators from the Yuqing sect, it would be fine to just draw some defensive talismans. The formation talisman is even more unnecessary. Yi Qiao researched a few interesting talismans, and it is said that they will dance together after posting them. She secretly stuffed them into the mustard bag of the big brother. Sword repairers are not very accurate in throwing talismans. Zhou Exingyun's Fenglingen can perfectly control the position of the talismans. It's perfect for him. Others didn't know what she drew, and the remaining few sects without talismans were envious of lemons floating all over their bodies. Duan Hengdao couldn't hold back his jealousy, grabbed her, knelt down on one knee, and hinted frantically, "Yi Qiao, I guarantee with the lives of my brothers, as long as you join our sect, they will all become your dogs." After he finished speaking, he was caught and beaten by his senior brother. Quiet. Seeing that they are still so energetic, the suzerains are very pleased. The most important thing here is to break through the nascent soul stage. The personal transmission of the later stage of Jindan has been left behind, and your progress will not be enough. You will break through in the realm of comprehension later. When he heard that he really didn't plan to bring other personal biography, Mu Chongshi's lips drooped. "Ah, yes, yes, you are amazing, you are lofty, you left behind all the good brains of our sect, let us live." Yi Qiao glanced at it, and now the group of personal successes are basically at the peak of Jindan, and there are very few in the later stage, including Su Juo. Yi Qiao raised an eyebrow at him. Su Juo lowered his head, not having the courage to look back at all. Miao Miao of the Blue Water sect was also retained. Qin Fanfan said briefly, "You four. Stay and train together. Whoever breaks through to the peak of Jindan first can go out together." It is worth mentioning that Wenjianzong and Changfengzong are indeed the two most popular sects that have been listed in the Cultivation World forums all year round to discuss who will be the first. Neither of the two sects was left because of lack of strength. Yi Qiao cast an envious and jealous look. The other two sects looked back at the past speechlessly. This man is poisonous. Who would have thought that they would be jealous of Yi Qiao? Does she really have no self-knowledge as a genius in the cultivation world? A group of pro-passengers are ready to leave, lazily and protesting. Zhou Exingyun was bored. "I don't want to go." Mu Chongshi was also angrily. "Why don't you take our little junior sister to play? If she goes, do you think it will be peaceful?" Yi Qing'an gave him a cold look. "But if the ghost world doesn't see her, it will be really boring." Song Han said in a light tone, telling a heart-wrenching fact, "After all, if you rely on your mindless sword repairers for the whole process, it is better to find a place to hang yourself." Chi Chi, the Yuqing clan biography, looked back in shock. "What's wrong with you, big brother? Have you been infected by Zhou Exingyun? It turns out Yi Qiao and Mingxuan get together. Can that be the master of security? To be precise, if Yi Qiao gets together with anyone, it is impossible for her to stay and practice quietly, and Yi Qiao is not idle even after those personal disciples leave. Anyway, it is impossible for her to stay. But if you want to slip away from under the eyes of a group of elders without being caught back, you need to use some tricks." After they left, Mingxuan called a few of the surviving relatives. He knew that Changmingzong had a dog hole, and he could get out of it without anyone noticing. But before he took any action, he looked up and saw that it was blocked there. Elder Zhao. Seeing Mingxuan leading the three personal trainees, Elder Zhao frowned deeply. "Mingxuan, do you want to follow their example and skip class?" The young man smiled slightly. No, you misunderstood the elder. He raised Erlang's legs carelessly. Elder Rang. I'm choosing a place to sleep on my stomach. Elder Zhao. He looked up and saw Thee's personal biography, a little suffocated. You should reflect on why there are 3 talismans among those who stayed. Su Juo, Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan are all talisman cultivators. Why? Talisman repair is so difficult to learn, isn't it? Yi Qiao raised her hand sincerely. Elder, I am different from the group of scheming talisman cultivators. I am a genuine sword cultivator. Just let me out. She really didn't want to stay and be beaten by Xi Chuxu. Ming Xuan opened his eyes slightly, a little shocked. In order to be able to go out, have you already expelled yourself from Fushu? Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao has just broken through to the late stage of Jindan, and the next level can be caught up by practicing. It is a hurdle from the Golden Core Peak to the nascent Soul stage. Even if there are so many personal transmissions, it will take at least half a year to pass the catastrophe of the nascent Soul stage. Leaving the 4 of them facing each other's faces with their heads up and down for more than half a year, it's almost like throwing up just thinking about it. After failing to drill the dog hole, Yi Qiao found a piece of rice paper and picked up a pen to write. If we run out, we need to take a flying boat to go to the ghost world. What do you think of the Qi family? A family with flying boats. Ming Xuan patted his clothes. Qi family. Of course, it's just that the price of the flying boat is quite expensive. And they may not pay attention to you. Sending letters or something, with the arrogant character of the 8 great families, they wouldn't even take a look at them. When Yi Qiao heard that he said yes, she immediately took up the pen and wrote. I am the suzerain of the Changming sect. If you can take us out together, we will leave you a personal position. That's right, we are equal to Yi Qing'an and Zhou Xingyun. You only need to take us out. Afraid of not being strong enough, she even added 2 of the 5 sects with the highest cultivation bases. After Yi Qiao handed over the news, she didn't forget to set a time. When the time came, they could communicate with each other about how to escape together in a flying boat. It's all right now. Facts have proved that sometimes if the letter is weird enough, it can indeed attract the attention of the other party. For example, a direct descendant of the Qi family who received the letter originally wanted to throw it away, but when he caught a glimpse of the 5 characters, Eternal Mingzong Sovereign, on it, he handed it paused. After reading the letter, the man was silent for a while. Where did you come from, a dead liar? It doesn't seem to be a liar. Another person took out an ID card without engraving. It's a token handed down by the Changming sect. The man shook the things in his hand. The group of in-persons, are you crazy? I heard that they have been insane for a long time. He shrugged. Do you want to respond to them? Then help me out. Although the 5 sects didn't know how to come up with such a bad move, it seems pretty good to be able to make friends with the masters. Of the 8 families, only the Qishu family did not send direct descendants into the sect, so their relationship with the 5 sects is very ordinary. I haven't been able to get online all the time. If I can use this to maintain the relationship, no matter which sect it will be pretty good. Ellipsis. Who would believe you in the contents of your letter like this? Ming Xuan shook her vigorously, and gave her the position of personal biography, making up excuses to be distracted. Yi Qiao tried her best to control the body being swayed. The wisher must have taken the bait. And taking a flying boat is much better than walking. Knowing that this group of people will not be peaceful, Xi Chuxu also left Zhang Chuanyan talisman, which can transmit sound. After hearing Yi Qiao's plan, he touched his chin and told Qin Fanfan. Qin Fanfan had nothing to do. If they can go down, let's go down together. Anyway, the ghost world has already said hello in advance. If they can break through smoothly, that kind of place is also an opportunity. In fact, It was not their idea to prevent Jindan from going to the later stage. The main target was Yi Qiao. This child is too noisy. If she is not locked in the sect, the other 4 sects' high-level officials are not at ease. After Qin Fanfan finished speaking, Xi Chuxu didn't reply. He stroked his beard and asked, "Is there anything else?" Xi Chuxu smiled. They plan to make a deal with the direct descendants of the 8 great armament repair families, and go together on their flying boat. Oh, Qin Fanfan thought for a moment, that's a powerful family, and it's pretty good to be able to make friends with. The main reason is, where did Yi Qiao and this group of bastards get so much money? As far as he knows, the Qishu family is a group of iron cocks, the kind who don't pull out a penny, let them make a move, the price is only high or low. They owed an IOU. When mentioning this, Xi Chuxu smiled. Qin Fanfan frowned. These bastards don't have any spirit stones, do they? If they don't, aren't they afraid of being hated by the Qi family? That's not true, Xi Chuxu said calmly, because they wrote your name. Qin Fanfan. 6,000 words plus more tilde. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 199 Personal Biography of Women's Clothing. Qin Fanfan's smile disappeared for a few seconds. Zhu was used to cleaning up the mess for them. This time he stubbornly maintained his calm appearance. Xi Chuxu held her chin. There is no such thing as a leader in the ghost world, and there are many strong ones. Throwing these children into the ghost world is also a kind of experience. Keeping these little ghosts who have just reached the late stage of golden core in the sect can protect these personal descendants whose cultivation base is slightly lower. Obviously, this group of people are not willing to be lonely, secretly took advantage of the night, and sneaked out of the sect together. Qin Fanfan was familiar with their behavior and ran down the mountain by himself. He stroked his beard in a vicissitudes of life, as if since Yi Qiao came, they have become more and more ignorant of the rules of the 5 schools up. Ellipsis. In the name of Qin Fanfan, he successfully connected with the direct descendants of the 8 great families. Many monks went to the ghost world. Most of them went to the ghost world to find opportunities for a group of monks. It's not easy to mix, and you can only venture to a place like the ghost world where fish and dragons are mixed. This also caused many monks from the cultivation world to sit on the flying boat. Why do they have the money to take the airship? Seeing so many people, Yi Qiao couldn't help it. She thought that all monks in the cultivation world were poor. Mingxuan leaned back lazily. Because the poor are the sect, it's us. It's not the monks in the cultivation world. The main reason why the great sect is poor is because of the large number of disciples and the high expenses. Changmingzong also has a flying boat, which requires a lot of spirit stones for one flight. Zhu Yu and the others went to the ghost world by flying boat. They can't get on Changmingzong's flying boat, so renting a flying boat with a group of monks can save some money. The arrival of the 4 of them did not cause any splashes. Yi Qiao found a piece of cloth and covered her face, covering her face and preparing to sleep. Suddenly someone poked her. Take the liberty to ask. The other party's attitude was very good. I don't know which sect you are the direct descendants of. You look familiar. The person who came was a pair of twin brothers and sisters with good temperament. The clothes were embroidered with the word Qi. Mingxuan looked him up and down a few times, and the corners of his lips curled up, a direct descendant of the Qi family. The young man nodded and admitted. He looked at the 4 of them and guessed the purpose of these in-person transfers to the ghost world. As far as I know, among the 5 sects, only the Bishui sect has more female disciples in person. So you belong to the Jade Water sect. Mingxuan looked at this man vigilantly. Seeing that his eyes seemed to fall on Yi Qiao vaguely, he immediately stood up and frantically patted the young man's shoulder to block his sight. Ha, you have seen it all. That's right, we are the direct descendants of the Clearwater Sect. Junior sister is still young. Always guard against those direct descendants of the 8 great families who harbor malicious intentions. Being blocked by Mingxuan from left to right for a long time, the man's forehead twitched. This personal transmission is poisonous. Why is he so sensitive? He was just a little curious about the rumored Yi Qiao, but he didn't show it to him for a long time. The two of you blocked me from seeing, and after going back and forth a few times, the other party successfully exposed his face by relying on his body skills, and greeted him. Yi Qiao of the Changming sect has long admired his name. He looked at Yi Qiao with a smile. My name is Qi Lu. After all, he was very happy to see Yi Qiao. There should be no one else who could write this kind of letter except her. I've seen all your games. He blinked. My sister likes all of you. As he spoke, he dragged his younger sister over. Qi Yu was a little shy. She liked Chang Mingzong's personal biography very much, and even watched all of them. Zong's personal biography very much, and even watched all of them. A group of monks were idle and gossip. Although the members of the Changming sect did not come together, they were still very excited. So many personal stories. Qi Yu happily jumped in front of Su Juo. I saw some people speculate on the forum that Yi Qing'an and Song Hansheng have a very good relationship. Is it true, Su Juo? Su Juo, who was suddenly gossiped. He had a strange look on his face. Fake. When did Song Hansheng have a better relationship with Yi Qing'an? The two of them in the secret realm are just a false alliance. 1 second they can pretend to cooperate and win-win, and the next second they can turn their faces and deny each other and knock each other out. Ah, really? The forum even gave them a double cold combination. Su Juo was silent for a while, and said sincerely, you can talk about this matter in front of Song Hansheng. Qi Yu recalled Song Hansheng's harsh character, shrank his neck. Forget it, she didn't have the guts, but still curious. Wow. That's the gossip of the pro-bishops. After all, there were 4 personal biographies on the flying boat, and I don't know how long it would take for the flying boat to arrive in the ghost world. The monks also pricked up their ears secretly after hearing that there were personal biographies on it. After all, these personal biographies are all involved. But it is said that the relationship between the two is very good. Oh yes, Yi Qiao. She suddenly held her heart together and smiled. Are you interested in being an instrument repairer? I heard that you can draw talismans and make alchemy. It just so happens that everyone is very curious about how many professions Tianlingen can control. They're from a family of tool repairers and have no interest in Yi Qiao's other identities, but they're very interested in the so-called design draft in her hand. No matter in terms of shape or design, it is more exquisite than many instrument repairers. Their instrument repairers really need talents like Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao refused. Well, Qi Yu wasn't too disappointed. To be honest, he was already pleasantly surprised to be on the same flying boat as his own. Then Lang Lang, can't you really reveal the relationship between them? The girl's eyes sparkled. They should have a good relationship. I mean brotherhood. Yi Qiao was still a little confused at first, so when she met the girl's gossiping eyes, she suddenly realized. Brotherhood. You mean, Song Hansheng and Yi Qing'an are beloved brothers? She didn't think about it so much. Yi Qing'an and Song Hansheng are really brothers and sisters, and the two have cooperated many times, so it seems that there is nothing wrong with it at first glance. What? Qi Yu looked even more surprised. The two are beloved brothers. She just wanted to ask about the relationship between the two of them, but she didn't expect that the question came from Yi Qiao's mouth. Mingxuan keenly felt that the other party must have misunderstood something. After all, how could Yi Qiao have anything good to say? She will only harm other personal reviews. He poked Yi Qiao, signaling her to shut up quickly and look at the scenery outside. The flying boat was traveling very fast, and it was already shrouded in black before it stepped into the air. Wow, so the ghost world looks like this. Free from the three realms, it's a wonderful place. Meow Meow put her face on the flying boat, because she's going to sit on the flying boat for several days. If the sky keeps getting dark like this, it's really hard to tell the difference. Tonight and she. Yi Qiao couldn't help but look at the dark sky, so she said. In the sky like the ghost world, no matter how large the thunderclouds gather, they will not be noticed. While she was wandering, Chi Yu, the girl from the direct line of the Qi family, excitedly opened the jade slips and frantically hung them on the forum of the cultivation world and began to break the news enthusiastically. Let me tell you, Yi Qing'an and Song Hansheng are beloved brothers who sleep in the same bed. Who told you? Yi Qing'an told you under the covers. Hey, if you want to get into it, you're getting into my bed, and you can't take advantage of it. Seeing someone questioning herself, she immediately retorted, Yi Qiao said it herself. What? Lang Lang said it himself. That should be true. I always thought that Yi Qing'an and Zhou Exingyun had the best relationship. God, am I the only one who thinks that Song Hansheng likes Yi Qiao? He looked back at Yi Qiao during the competition. What was that? Look in the eyes of the girl he loves. Get out, that's clearly looking at your enemy. A group of monks started a debate on the forum. Yi Qiao also didn't expect that she could unintentionally comment on the style of the two of them at the same time. Of course, she didn't take it seriously even if she knew it, because both Yi Qing'an and Song Hansheng were always in a hostile situation. It's okay if there are no chances in the ghost world. If there are, then we can only draw our swords and face each other, depending on our own abilities. It was a bit boring to stay on the flying boat. Qi Lu simply wanted to get close to this group of relatives. He asked, since the four of you are not from the same sect, what are you going to do in the ghost world? What about the others? There is nothing to tell about this, and it is not a secret. Mingxuan replied generously, they're going to cross the catastrophe and try to break through the nascent soul stage before going back. We are not cultivated enough, so we want to join in the fun. Zhu hadn't heard such a simple answer for a long time. Qi Lu was silent for a few seconds. Nahan looked at the crowd, but Zhu hadn't heard such a simple answer for a long time. Qi Lu was silent for a few seconds. Nahan looked at the crowd, but couldn't keep up with the progress of other personal transmissions. Are these people not in a hurry at all? In fact, Su Juo was very anxious, and even kept silent for a long time because of this, until he saw the people of Chang Mingzong. Since they are not in a hurry, then he is not in a hurry either. Anyway, these two talents are higher than his, and he is still working hard with a hammer. Meow Meow thought so too. Geniuses are not in a hurry to work hard, and there is no use in their haste. There is no problem with the mood of the two of them, and they really want to thank Chang Mingzong who is doing badly. Ellipsis. At this time, those who asked the Sword Sect didn't know that their elder brother Feng Ping had once again been murdered by Yi Qiao. There were many opportunities in the ghost world. Since they wanted to break through, they had to compete for resources. So not long after coming to the ghost world, he parted ways with the other sect's personal descendants. Zhu Yu had done enough strategy. She held a rough map of the ghost world in her hand, and roughly pointed out the places where some treasures of heaven and earth might appear. There are not many places in these places. If we go to grab them, we only need to be careful about the personal inheritance of other sects. Other monks are not enough to rely on. There are only a few heavenly spirits and earthly treasures near the ghost world. If the other sects know how to make a strategy in advance, they should arrive soon. They need to hurry up and snatch them away, so as not to be cut off. Compared with the speed, Swordsmanship Zong is better. They all have spirit swords in their hands, and they don't have those Fushu and Danshu who don't know how to control the sword as a drag, and the progress is far behind other personal transmissions. But no one expected that there was a team one step faster than them. Not so fast, the two sides met almost at the same time. Asking Swordsman's style is as arrogant as ever. Originally, the default in the ghost world is whoever is stronger and whoever has the opportunity. There are monks who recognize Yi Qing'an, and they don't dare to compete with them beyond their means. If it goes well, it can be easily obtained. Is it you? Seeing the familiar figure, Yi Qing'an frowned deeply. Why is it so haunted? Yi Qiao looked at him. To be honest, she felt a bit of a pain in the head. When she first came to Ghost Realm, she bumped into this group of tough guys from the swordsmanship sect, and it seemed that the other sects were not here. It is estimated that they went to find their own opportunities. When the 5 sects cooperate, they will cooperate. It is in the face of hostility, and the internal struggle is also fierce. Yi Qing'an looked at them and said lightly, "Leave here, I don't want to do anything." In fact, he wants to ask more. Why does your Chang Mingzong treat the door rules as air every time? The 5 sects made it clear that they wanted to keep them, but they still followed. Yi Qiao estimated that in the current situation, if the 5 members of Changmingzong and Janjianzong are fighting, then it is not certain who will leave, but now there are 2 talisman cultivators and 1 alchemy cultivator, and only she can fight. It doesn't seem to be suitable for head-to-head. Su Juo was silent for a while. We can't beat them. The 4 of them faced off against 5 of the sword-asking sect, and they were completely defeated. I hate this group of brainless sword cultivators the most. Ming Xuan mumbled. They didn't know what they were whispering. Yi Qing'an felt that something was wrong, and couldn't help but interrupt them coldly. Either get out of here, or don't blame me for being merciless. Ming Xuan looked at him, put on a smile, and lazily said, Yi Qing'an, why didn't your beloved brother Song Hansheng come over? Did you two get separated? Yi Qing'an. With a disgusted expression on his face, his expression was stern. What are you talking about? Hu and Song Hansheng are beloved brothers. Chu Xingji. Why do you slander my senior brother's innocence? Do you want to die, Ming Xuan? Ming Xuan took a quick step back and dodged to avoid the piercing sword light, and the talisman he had pinched with his backhand also flew over. Say hello to those who are familiar with each other, and give each other 2 times to show friendship. The relationship between the 5 sects is as subtle as ever. This scene is very similar to the daily tit-for-tat confrontation in the secret realm. As expected, they are the biggest enemies without the demons. Wow, you're right, so fast. It must be the personal heir of Janjianzong. Qi Yu couldn't help pinching his brother next to him. Can Yi Qiao and the others beat them? Meeting at such a time, according to the experience she summed up from watching the big competition, it is natural that the brave wins when they meet on a narrow road. Whoever wins deserves to stay. I can't beat them, Qi Lu said lightly. Just 1 Yi Qing'an is enough to crush them. Of course, this doesn't rule out Yi Qiao's flamboyant actions. He has watched the competition, and he did not lose one of the 5 matches, and he even watched the entire individual competition. To be honest, he still admires Yi Qing'an very much. Later, he found out tragically that the idol he admired was almost as good as Yi Qiao. Repeated battles and repeated defeats and repeated battles. Even during the competition, she was bombarded with a spell to tie the competition stage. Qi Lu rubbed his chin. Yi Qing'an has a domain. It stands to reason that he opened it at the first time, and it would be faster to deal with them. But he didn't open it. That means, maybe Yi Qiao also has it. That would be interesting. Looking at Yi Qing'an's appearance, it seems that he still doesn't know the system and type of Yi Qiao's domain, which made him stare at Yi Qiao the whole time, feeling extremely apprehensive. Why do you want us to leave? Yi Qiao smiled slightly. Yi Qing'an, there are so many monks here, you have to think carefully. Yi Qing'an frowned slightly, puzzled. Don't talk nonsense. He knew Yi Qiao very well. The more he asked her to talk, the worse things would be. The fastest way to deal with her is to do it directly. But he is still afraid of her field, so he can only threaten first, and if the threat fails, then do it. Okay. Then don't blame me for magnifying my moves. Yi Qiao saw that he really couldn't get in, so he pulled out a photo stone from the mustard bag. The young man held a sword in his hand, and looked calm and unmoved. No matter how he looked at him, he was the kind of genius who was aloof and unworldly. Yi Qiao opened the photo stone, always ready to dodge Yi Qing'an's sword light, and smiled slightly. That's right. You forced me to do this. After finishing speaking, Yi Qiao crushed the photo stone, pulled Qi Lu over with a deep expression, and showed the group of monks a close-up look. This is a special product of our comprehension world, a personal inheritance of women's clothing. The picture zoomed in instantly, and saw a group of sword repairmen tearing off their skirts, jumping up, and then pulling out their long swords from under the skirts, and the leader was none other than Yi Qing'an, a personal heir in the cultivation world. When Yi Qing'an saw the scene of the photo stone, his cold expression collapsed. The monks suffocated their laughter, took a few steps back, and gave the stage to the group of personal disciples. Damn, I didn't expect this group of people to completely let go of their personal instincts after the big competition, and play like this in private. When Qi Lu saw Yi Qing'an, who took out his long sword from under his skirt, he couldn't help thinking for a few seconds. His idol, dirty. Yi Qing'an turned his head and noticed a group of monks stepping back in unison, clenched their fists, and instantly blushed with embarrassment. He must kill this Yi Qiao. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse. I saved the whole sect by playing badly. Chapter 200 Cooperation reached again. Yi Qiao made a surprise move, and the 5 swordsmanship sect members froze in shock. Sure enough, she stopped attacking people, but directly began to torture people's spirits. There are still many perverts in the world of comprehension. It is conceivable that there will be a bloodbath on the forum. Yi Qing'an doesn't care much about the outside world's evaluation of them, but this doesn't mean that Yi Qiao can show the photo stone in front of so many monks, especially human women's clothing. It is a shame for them. Yi Qing'an held the sword. One side of the long sword turned into gas, and the coercion of the nascent soul stage fell at the same time. Mingxuan's quick eyes and quick hands made a trick to reduce the coercion. Yi Qiao used this to dodge quickly. Obviously Yi Qing'an didn't intend to let it go. He must make Yi Qiao pay the price today. Is this a fight? Qi Yu was stunned. The Duan Shui sword was majestic, and when it was released from Yi Qing'an's hand, the sword light transformed into more than a dozen, with a vicious look as if it wanted to tie Yi Qiao into a sieve. It's really rare to see Yi Qing'an so lively. The 3 talisman cultivators stood in different directions, hurriedly dodging Yi Qing'an's indiscriminate attack. Miao Miao was an alchemy cultivator, so she shrunk behind the alchemy furnace to escape this innocent crisis. Yi Qiao didn't go head-to-head with others, dodged to avoid his sword shadow, turned her head and asked, who still recorded it? Take it out to appease Yi Qing'an. I think he is going crazy. Ming Xuan slapped his thigh excitedly. Why didn't I expect to record it? What a threat. But he hit the head at that time, and he didn't expect to be able to record it with a photo stone. Su Juo turned his head and stared at him incredulously. If I remember correctly, you also had a share of women's clothing at that time, right? God knows how Song Hansheng got along with these people. Su Juo just felt buzzing in his mind for a long time. and he had never experienced such a scene. Ming Xuan twirled the folding fan in his hand, and quickly blocked Yi Qing'an's sword light. So what? You didn't see? Those male monks were giving me a sneak peek. It turns out that a handsome man like me is everywhere I go. Worshipped. Ming Xuan's peach blossom eyes are intoxicating whether he smiles or not. It is not difficult to understand that there are male monks who are secretly flirting with him. But damn, you are proud of a hammer, Ming Xuan. You didn't even record it. Yi Qiao felt a little regretful. She only had one photo stone, but fortunately, it didn't matter. Yi Qing'an and the others didn't know how many copies she recorded. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and the agile monk took the opportunity to run to take the opportunity, and kept praying that the group of personal disciples would fight for a while, and when they fought for a while, he would take all the things away. Don't hit me, idiot. Zhu Yu jumped anxiously. The soul stone is almost taken away. They came to the ghost world because of the opportunity here, but they actually started fighting on the way. Seeing that both sides refused to listen to the persuasion and the fight was fierce, Zhu Yu could only grit his teeth and grab the soul stone first with a sword in his hand. When Chang Fengzong arrived, he saw Chang Mingzong and Zhan Jianzong confronting each other. Qin Huai only glanced at them, then passed them lightly, ready to grab the remaining soul stones. His goal was very clear. He didn't pay attention to the conflict between Yi Qiao and Yi Qing'an at all, but Yi Qing'an stopped him suddenly. Fight Yi Qiao with me. He really couldn't do anything against Yi Qiao alone. She has a lot of ways to know, and she still has a domain in her hand. Yi Qing'an didn't dare to act rashly before she figured out what the attribute of her domain was. Qin Huai turned his head and said impatiently, "What's none of my business?" The young man's expression was cold, and he almost uttered a word. Yi Qing'an's voice was flat, and his eyes were cold. Just when everyone thought they would hit the wheat horns with needles, Yi Qing'an said lightly, "She has a picture stone of your women's clothing in her hand. Are you sure you don't stop her?" Qin Huai's movements froze suddenly, turned his head gloomily, sneered at slowly, and drew his sword. "I mean, it's too much. We must not let her go today." The two thought fiercely at the same time. Go to hell, Yi Qiao, who ruined their reputation. The two powerful sect chiefs once again reached a cooperation. Damn, wait. Du and Hengdao tried to stop their atrocities at the beginning. Wait a minute. Senior brother, they're here to get the soul stone today. How did it turn into a big fight? And Yi Qiao, shouldn't they stay in Zhongli? Blackened. Qi Yu was dumbfounded, looking at the two chief personal officials who looked cold on the spot. Facing this group of personal wars at close range is quite terrifying. Qin Huai, like Zhou Exingyun, is a wind spirit root. Yi Qiao has been trained by the senior brother, so it is not very difficult to avoid the pursuit of the wind spirit root, but Qin Huai, who is under the temper, is able to steadily beat Yi Qiao, who is weaker than him, by relying on brute force. Qiao was completely suppressed, and there was no room for him to use the cool breeze. Yi Qing'an and Qin Huai attacked from both sides. Their moves were full of murderous intent. Yi Qiao clicked his tongue. The sense of existence of Fushu itself is weak. They're very good at concealing aura, looking for the position of formation. Su Juo's formation in advance takes effect. The white restraint wraps around one of them, and the killing formation opens. His cultivation base is not as good as Chu Xing's, and he can barely delay the time by setting up a killing array. Yi Qiao held back two of them by herself, and Su Juo used formations to temporarily hold back a few sword cultivators. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Ming Xuan ran to get the soul stone. Zhu Yu had already got 5, and there were 5 left. Ming Xuan and several tool repairers started at the same time to snatch the rest. The soul stones of the ghost world can greatly improve the consciousness, and can also be used for refining weapons. It is no wonder that they bumped into Cheng Fengong at this time. After all, if tool repairers want to improve the level of magical weapons, they really need soul stones. Seeing the menacing sword light of the two of them, Yi Qiaoan hurriedly took out a picture stone. You guys keep chasing it. When I get back, I'll put it up for auction on the forum. Qi Yu, who was watching the play, immediately raised his hand enthusiastically. I will offer 100 spirit stones. Qi Lu smiled slightly. 500. The two direct descendants of the Qi family watched the excitement as a big deal, and the monks also bid together when they saw this, which made Yi Qing'an's face completely black, and the sword wind swept over and aimed at the photo stone in Yi Qiao's hand, trying to break her swag in hand. Yi Qiao jumped back nimbly. Where he could touch her, her tone was flat. Do you want a photo stone? I can give it to you. But then you have to take your juniors and sisters and leave here, or go to the ghost world. I follow you all the way. Yi Qing'an's eyebrows twitched fiercely. He didn't want to be threatened by her all the way. Impossible. Yi Qiao turned into a hammer with the illusion of not seeing you, and slammed it on the bridge of Qin Huai's nose, while replying, or we can cooperate, what do you think? Yi Qing'an was silent for a while. No. He gritted his teeth and spit out 3 words. Let's go. Cooperating with Yi Qiao will never end well, he firmly believes. Give me the photo stone. Yi Qing'an stretched out his hand. I can let you go. In terms of character, Yi Qing'an is still trustworthy. Yi Qiao immediately threw the photo stone to Yi Qing'an. Anyway, Yi Qing'an can't open it again. If there is no accident after getting the photo stone, he will destroy it directly. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters.